Good morning, everyone. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. This is so amazing. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the 2026 Truth Tellers Summit in our glorious new venue. Just look at you all out there. I mean, what is the collective noun for 500 raring to go, wildly enthusiastic journalists? A vanguard, maybe a reckoning, a firewall, all of that, I hope. And hello to everybody watching online. You're able to watch thanks to the great support of Reuters, the BBC, the Observer, and C-SPAN, which is broadcasting the summit in the US for the first time. This epic event was founded to honor the journalistic legacy of my late husband, Harold Evans, whose courage, integrity, and tenacity were the North Star to our profession. Today, we're here to celebrate what he cared most about, the supreme importance of defending the truth, to lift up the dedicated, courageous journalists on whom so much of our freedom depends. I thank my two wonderful co-hosts, Reuters' formidable editor-in-chief, Alessandra Galloni, and the stellar Karen O'Brien, Vice-Chancellor of Durham University, Harry's beloved alma mater. When we birthed Truth Tellers 4 years ago, we never thought it would expand to such a meaningful convening on the media calendar. I've got something great to tell you as well. We were honored and very moved last week to receive a message of solidarity with the Truth Tellers Summit from His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. Now, I think this is Harry's celestial networking, okay? The Pope sends an apostolic blessing to all of goodwill participating in this summit, and he reminds us of his words last year that one of the most important challenges is to promote communication that can bring us out of the Tower of Babel in which we sometimes find ourselves, out of the confusion of loveless languages that are often ideological or partisan, which is a powerful directive. Thank you. Now, the reinforcement that Pope Leo offers to rigorous journalism is desperately needed, because the reality is that journalism is under attack. A record number, 129, were killed in 2025. A full 72% of the world lives in authoritarian regimes where they're locked inside a black box of state-controlled information. Billions of dollars are spent to demonize, weaken, and delegitimize media. We're not just a nuisance anymore. Thanks to the Trump contagion, we are the enemy. Trust has collapsed, and no one knows what to believe anymore. And that's why today we bring you the vivid expertise and nuanced knowledge of the most remarkable array of journalistic talent, the outstanding professionals whose stories you can trust. Because no matter how powerful AI becomes, you cannot automate trust. Today, you're going to hear from our fourth brilliant Sir Harry Evans Fellow in Investigative Journalism from India. She arrives literally, I think, right now at the airport. And we have another piece of joyful news. Some of you may remember 2 years ago, we mentioned the ambition to add a second Sir Harry Evans Fellowship, this one in photojournalism. And I couldn't be more thrilled that thanks to the generosity of David Thompson and his family, we'll bestow this new annual award to a stellar rising photographer on our stage today. Thank you, David. You are a true friend of journalism. And thanks to all of our other great supporters. The imaginative and generous Postcode Lottery Group, led by Sigrid Van Aken, that has contributed to so many fledgling journalistic non-profits. Sigrid is an amazing warrior for truth. We have become very good friends. Thanks, of course, to Thomson Reuters, led by CEO and President Steve Hasker, who without fanfare stands so stoically behind the costly, often legally challenging investigations that are a hallmark of Reuters' excellence. And thank you also to the Ford Foundation, Sir Howard and Lady Stringer, and the Mortimer B. Zuckerman Foundation. A bulletin about tomorrow. In the morning, we're planting a flag with our first half-day inaugural Truth Tellers documentary festival at the Curzon Bloomsbury to showcase inspiring filmmakers who push beyond the headlines to find the human heart of the story. It is produced by my daughter, by the way, who got this onto the program. Izzy Evans. Festival details are in your Truth Tellers bag. Eventually, we hope to add a Sir Harry Evans Fellow in documentary film and broadcasting. Watch this space and rattle your rocks, as John Lennon used to say, right? Finally, we welcome for the first time a partnership with my favorite bookshop, Hayward Hill in Mayfair, who are on site downstairs, and you'll see them selling books that so many of the speakers have written. They've created an original Truth Tellers book subscription series called Refuse to be Scared. And that, my friends, is the message of the summit. This amazing day, this island of truth, will remind us that journalism at its best is a force for decency and justice. One of the things that I most admired about Harry is that he never lost his capacity for outrage, and nor should we. There's no freedom without freedom of the press. So let's hear now from my excellent co-host, Karen O'Brien. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. It is a great privilege to open our fourth Truth Tellers Summit in honor of our great alumnus, Harry Evans, especially while Durham University is enjoying the accolade of Times and Sunday Times University of the Year from Harry's own paper. We are excited to greet our new Global Fellow in Investigative Journalism, chosen from an extraordinarily talented field. Universities like ours exist to provide guidance and hope to every new talented generation of students. Yet each year I have stood before this summit with a mounting sense of incredulity about the world we are preparing them to enter. Incredulity, however, must not distract us. Indeed, it is what some wish us to feel and to impart. To paraphrase President Obama, the strategy of the world's bad political actors is simply to exhaust our capacity for astonishment. In European universities in particular, we risk focusing on our own preoccupations and underplaying our value in open civil societies. Beyond the astonishment and the noise, we must remember what journalists know only too well, that we live in a global age of collusive, networked autocrats for whom attacks on the press and the academy are inseparable parts of the same playbook. We have all witnessed that playbook. I myself recall a summer teaching the history of the Enlightenment at the Central European University in Budapest, only to find myself a little later in 2018 part of an unsuccessful campaign to prevent the shutdown of that university by Viktor Orban's government, along with a crackdown on Hungarian press freedom that lasted until last month's election. As enemies of the open society, universities take inspiration from Reuters' guiding trust principles, celebrated by Alessandra on the occasion of their 175th anniversary. And like all great journalistic institutions, we also accept accountability for the accuracy of what we promulgate. To our students, the resolve and courage of investigative journalists are an inspiration. And this will be strengthened by the generous endowment of a new fellowship in photojournalism. We look forward to being inspired today. I now hand over to my co-host, Alessandra Galloni.
Thank you, Karen. This morning, I would like to salute two icons of journalism, Sir Harry Evans and Reuters, both truth tellers, both holders of power to account, both protectors of the public interest. Reuters, as Karen mentioned, turns 175 this year. And for a decade of those years, we were lucky enough to have amongst us Sir Harry, the plucky and potent investigative journalist who had stood up against the makers of thalidomide, against Boeing, against powerful media ownership. Thanks to the inspiration of David Thompson, chairman of Thomson Reuters and patron of this summit and its accompanying fellowship, Sir Harry was our editor-at-large in the sunset of his career, guiding our journalists to dig deeper, seek further. And I think Harry would be proud of what we have done. This week, we were honored with 2 Pulitzer Prizes, both for stories that dug inside powerful institutions, Meta and the Trump administration. In one case, our journalist exposed how Meta knowingly profits on widespread fraud on its platform and deliberately deployed AI chatbots in ways that put vulnerable users, including children, at risk. In another, our journalists focused on the revenge of Donald Trump, tracing how the US president's intimidation tactics evolved into a means of exacting payback and expanding power. Our 2 finalists in other 2 categories, photography and illustrated reporting, focused on the victims of immigration and cyber fraud, or immigration crackdowns and cyber fraud. And please, if you have time on your way to lunch today, do take a moment to look at our photography exhibit downstairs. So many of the other Pulitzer winners and finalists this year focused on the human toll of the actions of powerful governments and institutions, as Harry so often did. And notably this year, more news organizations than ever before were awarded these prizes, and many of them are represented here today. So congratulations really to all of you. I am so grateful for the brave journalists at Reuters and everywhere for the fearless and fair work that we are celebrating today. During the day, you will hear from colleagues from Venezuela, the Philippines, Hungary, Lebanon, Syria, Israel, the UK, the US, and more. I am grateful for media owners, such as ours at Thomson Reuters, who support hard-hitting journalistic work that ruffles institutional feathers, even when that comes at a cost. And even as the pursuit of journalism has become an ever more dangerous one, I am grateful for the surge of enthusiasm among young people for this kind of work. This year, for our Sir Harry Evans Investigative Fellowship, we received yet again a record number of applications. You'll hear more about this later. On a personal note, I am so grateful to Tina and Karen, the lion-hearted ladies that are my partners in this grand adventure of ours to create more Harrys in the world. In our 175 years, Reuters has been a pioneer of journalism, of technology, of initiative under duress. When in 1851, our founder, Julius Reuter, couldn't send news from Germany to France because of a gap in Europe's newly formed telegraph line, he trained pigeons to make the trek. I keep them stuffed in the basement. The Reuters and Harry are inextricably linked. And not just because Harry walked the corridors of our newsroom, egging on our journalists, but because his intrepid, his irreverent, and his indispensable investigative journalism is what we strive to achieve every day. And so, let's remember Harry.
No commercial and no political interest should stand in the way of the truth. That would be the antithesis of all that I stood for in journalism.
that was Harry's greatest achievement, I think, to change British law in favour of press freedom, in favour of give more power to the powerless.
If the task of editing is to be anything, it is to edit text. If it's to sign expense sheets, I don't want to do it.
Sir Harry really encapsulated that fearlessness. It's what he did. It is what he was. And to pick up from Tina, journalism is under assault in a way that we haven't seen for a long time. And the question that we're asking today is how to stay fearless against those threats. We don't have the Pope up here. But we have the next best thing, frankly. Four giants of the industry, a ridiculously high-flying panel to try and help us navigate some of the questions that we are all asking continuously throughout our daily jobs. Emma Tucker is the editor of the Wall Street Journal, which is bucking the trend now with a 20% increase in overall subscriptions, including print, since she took over in 2023. Christiane Amanpour, CNN's chief international anchor, whose career has made courage in the field virtually synonymous with her own name. Patrick Radden-Keefe, one of the most relentless investigative storytellers of our time, author of many acclaimed books. His latest Sunday Times bestseller is London Falling. And Catherine Viner, editor-in-chief of The Guardian, the longest-serving female editor in Fleet Street history, and says the definition of a good journalist is somebody who's relentless and never gives up. And Kath probably herself is feeling that at the moment, coming straight off the back of a speech talking about the question of how reality itself is under threat and feeling fake. Let me start with you, Emma. What is the greatest threat to your work at the moment? This is a question I'll ask to each of you.
Okay, I'll be brief, but I've got three. I think, well, first of all, I'd say, you know, the press in America is doing a fantastic job. It's still free. It's still doing what it needs to do. But the first problem is the environment in which we're operating is becoming much more challenging. It's getting much, much harder to do the kind of journalism that we're talking about today. Right. The second thing is trust. The sort of cratering of trust in established media is something that's a problem for all of us, and it's on all of us to solve that. And the third issue facing us all is how do you monetize news in a world of AI when everything's being disintermediated, and producing the kind of journalism that we're talking about today is very, very expensive.
Christiane, you're on the front line. You're facing out. What is the greatest threat for you?
Well, in addition to what Emma says, I would say, you know, social media, the weaponization of the truth, the lack of trust in the truth, the lack of trust in institutions, the future, as you say, of us actually being able to survive in this medium, digitization, how do you monetize, etc. And then I would say, just like in the field, when you're confronting leaders who simply want to kill the messenger and do not want to hear the truth, right, and you're operating in their backyard, you're physically under threat, you're physically unable to do the story. Often you're injured, you're imprisoned, you're killed, and this is a fact. They just said the statistics for last year. And now in the democratic world, I'm talking about the authoritarian world out there, the wild west or east or whatever. Now in the democratic world, we're under unacceptable threat by leaders who will talk about, who believe that we are there simply to be sycophants and megaphones and bolster them, and they do not like when we actually report the truth. I happen to believe there is a truth. It's based on facts and evidence, and there is a truth. It's not fungible. And I think that we have to understand and accept that it is not our job to be liked by any leader, not a democratic leader, not an authoritarian leader. It's our job to serve the people and to speak truth to power, and that is what happens, especially in the United States, through the press. We're accountable. The president is accountable to the people through us. That's our job, the fourth estate. Period, end of story.
This obviously gets harder as I go round, because I'm sure you agree with what the first two have said. You could just say here. What would you add, Patrick?
I mean, I agree with all of that. I think that to back up a bit, and you've picked up on some strains of this, to me, the biggest threat is a sort of in some ways, a more subtle one, which is this idea of the assault on reality itself, just a kind of uncanniness to our existence these days. I think some of this is accentuated by political leaders who have, obviously demonized the press and sort of raised this notion that everything is kind of a he said, she said, subjective situation. I think some of it is technological, and we see that both with these kind of algorithmic communities that pull people deeper and deeper into one way of seeing the world or another. But I think increasingly we see it with AI. I'm sure some of you as well get, half of the email I get these days, I can tell there's a kind of uncanniness to what I'm reading, and it just has a sort of slippery quality. And what I worry about is that that's going to make people just start to sort of doubt the sense that there is any kind of tangible reality out there. What I would say for people in this room is that we need to embrace the idea not just that truth is a kind of defendable philosophical principle, but also that truth is a process. It's a way of doing your job and showing your work. And I think that we have to kind of defend that as an idea moving forward, and that hopefully with a kind of like-minded community of people trying to do this work with integrity and hold power to account, we can defend these principles that have, they've gotten us this far.
Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, Kath, we wouldn't have been talking about one of the biggest threats being questioning reality itself, right?
Yeah, so that was, as you kindly mentioned, this speech, which we published as a long read in the Guardian today, which is sort of saying, if we used to talk about fake news, but now reality itself feels fake. And I think that has big challenges for news organizations, but it also does have big opportunities because, if we stay committed to the truth and not fall into the trap of AI slop, then I think, we can differentiate ourselves and show our value in society. But the challenge also at the same time of authoritarianism, as of last year, more people in the world live in autocracies than democracies for the first time in many decades. And obviously there's, even in democracies like the US, there's the erosion of democratic norms, and that always leads to people to go after the press. I think those challenges coming at the same time are uniquely difficult.
I want to talk about the scoop, because that's a moment where you actually feel that you are challenging the establishment and you are getting results. Emma, you've had an extraordinary year for the Wall Street Journal. You broke the story of Epstein's birthday book, just to remind people Trump's contribution within it, he denied. Can you just take us inside some of that process? I know it's still under legal wraps, and this is going to put parameters around what you can say, but just the process, how does it go from being an inkling, being a source, being an idea, to something that actually lands on the page, that you sign off as editor and say, I'm happy?
Well, the inkling bit is almost the worst bit, because it'll be when you get wind of the fact that this story is coming your way, at which point, as Kath will know, you're like, oh God, I'm about to enter a whole world of pain here. And it was. But I mean, what I can say about that story was it's a really good example of why the kind of journalism that we all are that we're all endeavoring to keep alive and focus on is challenged, because it took an awfully long time. It took a huge amount of resources.
Can you tell us? Can you give us a time frame or a number of people?
Numbers of people. If you take in all the editors, all the reporters, and then the legal team and the standards editor, it was at least a team of 20, if not more. And these are, very experienced, well-paid journalists. And I think the whole process must have taken well over 6 months. And my point is, in a world of AI, these are the stories we have to be focusing on, the ones that tell people something they didn't know, the ones that truly sort of move the dial on a conversation. And this one triggered a whole host. It sort of led to the sort of, the pressure that, because we didn't just do the first story, we did the second story. We ran towards the fire after we'd published the first one. These stories require a huge amount of effort, resources, and legal expertise. They are very, very expensive. You have to have deep pockets and a stiff backbone to do stories like this.
And as you publish, are you expecting the reaction that you got from Trump? I mean, do you have your legal team literally lined up waiting for the incoming fire?
I think it was inevitable that there was going to be a strong response, and there was. But, this is the challenge. I mean, interestingly, I would say one of the biggest challenges to us now isn't so much what happens afterwards, it's what happens before you even publish.
Right.
And that is a massive challenge for us. So what's happening now in America, I mean, I think British journalists are probably used to this with injunctions and slaps and all the rest of it. But increasingly it is the case that before you even get to publication, lawsuits come raining down on you. A sort of whole torrent of legal letters come your way. And the lawyers are using these deep-pocketed people are doing this as a PR strategy. Because then other journalists then write up, oh, look, so-and-so is suing the Wall Street Journal for some reporting that they're doing. They haven't even published the story, so they can then point to it. It can't be true. Other journalists write the story up. And it's just, and then guess what? Everybody gets tied up. The lawyers are busy. The reporter's working on the story. Instead of working on the story, they're having to deal with the lawyers. It's also the case that a lot of stories that used to get dismissed by courts no longer get dismissed. So we then get caught up in, answering the questions that are
previous publishers.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, the point is that the Trump story sort of epitomized how difficult and expensive these stories are. But at least the defamation came after we'd published. These days, increasingly, we're getting legally challenged before we even get to publication.
And Kath, Trump recently dropped his defamation claim against The Guardian, and The Guardian also won a lengthy libel lawsuit against Noel Clarke. I guess these are not just victories in their own right. They must give a sort of ballast of confidence to the paper to go on and do the next thing, right?
Yeah, yes, I mean, with the Noel Clarke, that was 6 weeks in the High Court. All of our journalists put on the stand for days on end. It was just, you could see the reporting was so good. The work they'd done was so unbelievably thorough. Every source was, not just fact check, but can you tell us someone you can talk to? Can you show us WhatsApp from the time? It was so unbelievably well done that I really thought it would be an absolute outrage if we lost. But still, it was 6 weeks of our time, actually 2 years of our time preparing.
And are you nervous as the editor, or do you say, this is watertight, I can leave them to it?
I mean, you don't leave them to it, no. But I think,
in terms of the worrying.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think this is where actually the Guardian's ownership was really helpful. So we're owned by a trust. We're not owned by, a billionaire owner or shareholder saying just settle and make it go away. They're saying if you think you want to stand up for the journalism, you should stand up for the journalism. And so I think our ownership really helped us, and then I felt very encouraged to do so. But we did put a lot on the line. At one point he was asking for a lot of money.
Yeah. Patrick, we were on stage together last night, and you said the only people that ever sue me are the rich, or the only people that threaten me, you said, are the rich, right? So this all comes from a position of power, trying to shut down whatever they can.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this was in response to a question about my book and some of the gangsters that I've been dealing with and, how safe or unsafe I felt. And I said the irony is with all the gangsters and drug lords that I've written about over the years, the only people who threaten to sue me or who threaten me at all really are the billionaires. And I feel as though we should acknowledge, right, that each of us up here is speaking to you from the position as a kind of representative of relatively powerful media institutions on the landscape. I mean, I'm sort of encouraged to hear you talk about the kind of backbone and the fight that you're putting into it. And I do think that it's important that we sort of have that spirit of fight, but we also have to concede that there are freelance journalists, there are small media organizations, there are startups, there are people trying to do reporting in other countries where the legal protections are not necessarily as robust as they are here. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I do think that some of it is actually a sense of kind of camaraderie and esprit de corps among the kinds of people who are in this room. I think about my wife who's here, Justina Gadzowska, runs an investigative nonprofit, The Sentry, which does terrific work on the financing of conflict and on illicit finance. And we were at a party in New York a few weeks ago. And there was a particularly noxious law firm, which I won't name, which is really in the business of sending the kind of legal letters that you're talking about. And I had a kind of quite intense epistolary relationship with a lawyer at this law firm for several years when I was writing a book about the Sacklers. And my wife, who's recently just launched a big investigation with the Sentry, had just recently received a letter from the same firm. And she was talking to a friend of ours who's a lawyer, and she said, oh, it's funny, now I'm getting legal letters from the same firm, and this guy said, relationship goals. And I thought, this is the spirit that we need to have, as we kind of march into this. We need to do it sort of, in a spirit of competition, but also in a sense of solidarity.
But that is the key, isn't it? Because it should be maybe one for all and all for one, but that's not how we work in the media. And there are really obvious examples now when a female journalist gets called piggy, or when somebody is shouted down in a White House press room. I mean, everyone should walk out. We don't, right?
Well, so that's my view. I mean, I've said in many public forums that it should be like the NATO Article 5. Let's not mention Trump degrading that, but it is all for one or one for all. And I believe in a public environment, like if you're invited into the White House or into the Pentagon or into the Oval Office or in all those places, there is a contract. You're not just there to be slavish, you're there to actually do your job and challenge respectfully, professionally, what is happening. And once it gets personal and vindictive and unacceptable, I do think there's a polite way to say these are not the workroom conditions that we expect. In any other corporation, you would be taken to the employment tribunal. I mean, seriously, what? It's not okay. And I have publicly said that many, many times. I've stood up for my female colleagues. Very fortunately, it hasn't happened to me in my job, even though I've been confronted with some of the worst monsters on the planet. They have not gone personal. And even I once challenged President Clinton. I'm not a White House correspondent. I'm not a US anchor. I don't get to interview sitting presidents. But once I interviewed from Sarajevo in a press conference, a global press conference, President Clinton. And I was listening to what he said. He was trying to get reelected. It was a foreign policy conversation. And then there was some questions. CNN Choose Me. The entire CNN high command was sitting there. It was live at CNN. There was Clinton, huge face of those of us on this big screen. And I basically asked him why his policy over Bosnia, this is 1994, was constantly flip-flopping, and why he was picking the agenda of the Serbs, who had an agenda as they were slaughtering the Bosnian Muslims in Sarajevo. And he got very angry. I mean, his face went really red, and he said to me, there have been no constant flip-flops, madam. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to survive this. But to his credit, he was not vindictive. He didn't stand there and punch back at me and punch down. And nor did my bosses. Each and every one of them apparently went white, and then they said, okay, you did a good job. They probably thought they were going to get penalized, and they didn't. And I think that's really important, to be supported by our leaders, because freedom of the press is not just on us, it's on all our leaders as well. They have to support us. They have to. So all of these lawsuits and all the rest of it, because those bringing them often are frivolous, as you know, and they're designed to chill. It's called the chilling effect. They're designed to pre-censor us in many ways. As long as we're truthful, as long as we have the facts, as long as we've done our real, proper job as journalists, we have to stand up to it, like all these people are.
I agree. I totally agree. But I think we also have to look at our own behaviour before we get too self-satisfied. And I mean, I was really proud of the stuff we did on Epstein and Trump. But, as journalists and as news organisations, we have to show that we're not picking an agenda. And the year before, we had done the story about Biden being too old for the job. And I was genuinely shocked that when we published that story, I had messages from other people in the US media saying, we don't understand how you could do that story. So it felt like
you did it.
We did it, but the rest of the press were very ambivalent about the story. So my point is, we have to show that we don't have an agenda, that we are observers, we're not participants, and that we are there to to do our job. And I think part of the trust issue is that we have to show we're willing to do...
It's called being a journalist.
Yes,
Truthful,
exactly.
not neutral.
Yeah.
We have to cover all sides of the story, and that doesn't mean taking sides.
Kath, do you think British journalists would have a different approach to the White House journalists? I mean, there was a memorable moment with Dominic Cummings in 10 Downing Street where he tried to filter off the ones he allowed to stay and the ones he didn't. And I think, to their credit, most of them walked out, right?
Yeah, I am quite confused by it and quite surprised. And people tell me that it's because there's a pool and there's pool reporters are doing the job for everyone else. But I just think as a collective, why not just stand up and work out? I think, though, isn't it true that in the briefing room, they've now got, he's put so many kind of far-right bloggers and influencers and so on that it wouldn't be everybody. Lots of people would stay, and so then you'd just be taking yourself out of the accountability
That's the risk, isn't it?
forum.
That you walk out and
That's
nobody
what
else
they
comes
say.
out.
But I don't know why they don't. The piggy and so on. I don't know why you wouldn't just.
Can I just have one thing though? I mean, is there not a slightly awkward wrinkle here? And I had this thought a week or two ago when the White House Correspondents' Dinner happened. And you had all of these people from news organizations going to this dinner, which at this point has just become kind of a parody, and then hilariously, in some cases, going to the dinner and sort of explaining it away and saying, oh, it's important for sources and so on. Of course, I find it all a bit gross, but I need to be there to cultivate sources, and maybe we should just cancel the whole thing, but as long as it's going on, I really should be there. And I think part of what we should acknowledge is that Trump has, in some respects, been very good for business, that these enterprises which are in the business of getting clicks and selling subscriptions and so on and so forth have found that the Trump administration makes great copy, and sometimes it's outrage copy. But you have these two things that are kind of in tension, right? Where on the one hand, you want to hold power to account, and on the other hand, this is like the most entertaining show on earth. This is a reality TV presidency that has kind of turned politics into entertainment by other means. And I think, listen, I don't know that there's any news organization that has figured out how to thread that needle, but I do think it's a kind of a third rail that we need to acknowledge, is that there is a kind of sense that you want to sort of to be there, to be in the room, in part because you need to keep your organization going.
Don't you think it turns a lot of people off, though? It turns a lot of people off Trump as well at the same time, as well as being kind of addictive and sort of what's he said now. I think lots of people are turning off from politics and turning off from...
I also think we make way too much about who's in the pool, you know, who's got access to the White House. When did a good story, in what I would call a good story, ever come out of a White House press briefing? And in fact, when I was at the Sunday Times, we had an excellent political reporter who got kicked out of the lobby because he upset Dominic Cummings. I can't remember what it was. I've never got better stories out of him because he wasn't going there.
He wasn't in the same place as
everyone
he
had to go out and do some reporting. It was like, so I think we are at risk of getting a little caught up in.
Heaven forbid you pick up the phone.
Yeah, really.
But I think we all know that no journalist is going to turn down the White House dinner next year just in case. Christiane, can I talk to you? We just started to touch on corporate ownership, which does seem to me quite an important strand of the whole fear question. Pete Hegseth, the world's favourite frat boy supremo, has said that the sooner David Ellison owns CNN, the better. And CNN has become this sort of lightning rod, hasn't it, for this administration? Does it change what you do? Do you fear what is coming at you now in terms of a change of...
Clearly I'm concerned, and I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say about a corporate thing that's underway, but I am obviously, as a person, as a journalist with a record, concerned. And I'm concerned based on what's happened to the other things that he's taken over already, like CBS News, right? I mean, do I have to list what's happening there? I mean, hemorrhaging viewers, probably hemorrhaging money, its ideological realignment of CBS and the destruction potentially of 60 Minutes, one of the literally the legacy. I mean, nobody can match 60 Minutes for a brilliant television, magazine, show that's been doing hard news and cultural news and for decades and decades. Top-rated, top moneymaker for the network, in any event, all of that. So clearly, obviously, I'm concerned. I would like to think that we would have the very basic, which is editorial independence. I'm hoping for that. I know many of us at CNN are incredibly, including leadership, are very, very committed to that, clearly, and I don't think I need to say more than that. I do also think that I would question the business about Trump ratings boost now, and I'd like to ask, because I don't know the total figures, but certainly in 1.0, he jacked up everybody's ratings and everybody's profit margins, certainly CNN's. I'm not sure that that's the case right now. What's happening right now is the Iran war, the Venezuela intervention, actual news events are jacking up our ratings and our visibility and our relevance and our importance, which I'm still incredibly committed to, obviously, because CNN, Ted Turner, 46 years ago, June 1st, created a media revolution precisely to sort of get rid of all the special interests, precisely to be the sort of man in the middle and not have an agenda and just go and tell the stories from all over the world. And I learned from him in the first Gulf War of 1990 that we actually must cover all sides of the stories. The problem with us is now we are being weaponized by leaders in the United States, by leaders all over the world. But he said, you have to be in Baghdad. When the White House was saying, don't have your people in Baghdad, Ted, we're going to, kill them probably. Yeah. And he said, no, volunteer. We have to tell all sides of the story, whether we're in behind enemy lines or not. And I want to say one more thing. The fact that Israel prevents us from going to Gaza is indefensible on every single level. So that's another threat to being able to tell the truth.
Sure. Just this question of corporate ownership, because Wall Street Journal is Murdoch-owned. How much is he a presence in your newsroom? I mean, it's a very confusing relationship that he has with Trump now, post sort of defamation suit payout and all the rest of it. And clearly, he's got the appetite to support the Wall Street Journal on its Epstein coverage and more.
The Wall Street Journal newsroom is an independent newsroom. That's enshrined in the status it has when Murdoch bought the Journal. The decisions to publish are mine.
Yeah. So he doesn't. Yeah. Do you run any of those by him? Would you go to him with the?
Thank you.
It's fundamental.
Yeah. No. I mean, obviously, conversations happen, but that's normal in any organization. You don't. Especially if you're doing something risky that might end up in a massive, great lawsuit.
Yeah.
You're going to have conversations, but the decisions to publish are mine.
And Kathy, you are independently owned. There is no backstop for you, presumably. I mean, who is the person that watches your back?
Well, it's the trust as a whole. I honestly think it is the best ownership model you could have as an editor, because they can't tell you what to do in any way, shape, or form. And I mean, I'm sure I absolutely believe everything Emma says. But I mean, there is something unique about the Guardian's ownership structure, which is very, very liberating.
Can I ask you something? I think it's probably worth recognizing that, as you said, Patrick, everyone up on the stage has, dare I say, decades of experience behind them. And there'll be people maybe sort of starting out in journalism for the first time and saying, well, it's all right for you guys. You've fought this, or you can be ugly, or you can shout about this. But maybe we should just explore that horrible moment of self-censorship in a time in your career when you did sort of think, dare I, or am I going to? Or you recognize the seeds of what it feels like to pull away from a story. And what happened? I don't know if who's brave enough to kick us off. Does anyone recognize what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, ask Patrick first, because it's your turn to talk. Do you have a story?
That's not how you volunteer, Christiane, just to point that out, okay? I volunteered
the honorary woman on this.
I was going to say, the gender imbalance on these panels is really outrageous.
It's very balanced.
I guess my point is there will be young people sort of starting off in their careers
Well,
saying,
I was that person. So
Right.
I was a freelancer for years before I was full-time at The New Yorker. And it wasn't a situation where I self-censored, and I should say that even as a freelancer, I enjoyed all the kind of editorial protections writing for The New Yorker that a staff writer would. I will say that when I mentioned earlier getting all those letters from lawyers, these letters are designed to intimidate. Yeah. There are these firms that are now making a big business out of sending these letters before a piece has even been published. When I was working on my book about the Sacklers, my wife will chuckle hearing this. We got what's called a litigation hold, which essentially says, listen, we're planning on suing you, and when we do, you need to retain all of the documents that you have, so you can't throw anything away now and potentially indefinitely because if you do, it'll be destruction of evidence in the eventual lawsuit that we bring. And like, when you live in a small house and you're compiling a lot of files,
That's a threat in its own
becomes
right.
a housekeeping hazard, if nothing else. But what I would often think about and often do, I've been with the same publisher for 20 years, I've been with the same magazine for 20 years, is what happens to the person who's earlier in their career? What happens to the person who this is their first freelance piece? What happens to the independent journalist? Or the kind of the equivalent of an alt weekly or a brand new magazine. When they get a letter from one of these firms, I think very often they are intimidated. They have to be, right? I mean, it would be sort of irresponsible for them not to think about what the consequences of such a lawsuit would be. The frustration is, I know with these firms that the ratio of letters written to actual lawsuits brought, I mean, this is a letter writing business. These people are getting paid by the word as much as the journalists are to write these letters, you know?
That's a story that you should publish.
And that presumably
Would give
gets
people
worse
hope.
in an age of AI lawyers, right? Where you can send everything you want.
Absolutely, you just kind of fire hose this stuff out. And I think that's what worries me is I often meet young journalists, aspiring journalists, students who are studying journalism, and I want to tell them, have faith, have heart. There's got to be a way that we can push this thing through, and yet at the same time, we all speak from a position of privilege here, and you don't want to kind of make it look too easy. I mean, the reality is this is hard.
So let us end by turning this on its head. We've talked about the difficulties of confronting this sort of journalism. What about the difficulties of not being fearless? Because that's kind of the end of our trade, isn't it? Kath?
Yeah, it's what we exist to do. It's what we're here for.
I mean, are there experiences where you can see things taking a nosedive if that fearlessness goes?
Oh, totally. And also, it's what people are willing, I hate to be sort of commercial about it, but people aren't going to pay for news. When knowledge is a commodity, which it is now, and you can find out anything just by typing into a large language model, we have to be telling people things they don't know. So if anything, I think the kind of journalism of the future is going to be much more that there's this sort of investigations, on-the-ground reporting, exclusive analysis. That has to be what we're doing, or people are simply not going to pay us.
Right.
It's all the things that AI
jump.
can't do.
Yeah.
AI can't do those things. It can't really talk to people, not in an intimate, thoughtful, deep way. It can't go to places. It can't find things out. It
Knock
can't
on
hold the
doors.
powerful to account.
And I
it
would
doesn't
just
want
say
to.
it's always been thus. To all the young people who are out there, we've always been hammered by power. Its question is how do we respond? And we must keep our spine, and we must not fold, because, as you say, that's what they pay us for. But I would say in terms of life and death, we have to keep being fearless. I always say that the fact that we were in Bosnia for all those years of the war under ethnic cleansing and genocide, we told the story, and eventually it did bring a humanitarian intervention that stopped it. I believe the press was very responsible in including a pre-intervention in Kosovo the year later. By contrast, when we weren't in Rwanda and 1 million people were slaughtered in 1 to 3 months, that is the absolute bottom line for me. We have to stay fearless. We have to be there. We have to be the eyes and ears.
Christiane, Emma, Patrick, Kath, thank you all very much indeed. Thanks for listening.
Breaking news tonight, Venezuela's leader captured by American forces.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tina Brown. And
How are you?
I'm so happy to be sitting here with someone I so much admire, Leopoldo Lopez, who built a political movement in Venezuela to oppose Maduro and paid a heavy price, as you saw, character assassination, 7 years in prison or house arrest, exile for the sake of his life's mission, restoring democracy in Venezuela. And now Maduro's gone, and there's no one I'd rather hear from about sort of what's happening. You know, we don't hear enough of the detail. So let's just hear from you, Leopoldo. What has changed since Maduro was toppled on January the 3rd?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Tina. It's a great honor, and hello to all of you. It's a great honor to be here. So, what's happened? We're much better off than what we were at the beginning of January, much better off. The capture of Maduro is a tremendous step forward. It's justice. It's something that Venezuelans wanted to see. Maduro was being prosecuted at the ICC, the International Criminal Court. The UN had documented tens of thousands of human rights violations, including murder. Maduro was responsible for destroying Venezuela, destroying the economy, creating a humanitarian crisis, and the largest exodus, migration exodus in the world today. A third of the population, almost 10 million people, left the country in the past 10 years. So it's been massive and in a very short time. So when Maduro was captured, it was before and after. And the US has taken effective control of its influence in Venezuela. It's very clear. A week after Maduro was captured, the director of the CIA was in the presidential palace. Then the Secretary of Energy went to Venezuela, the Secretary of Interior, the commander of the Southern Command in military uniform also went to Venezuela. So that shows the level of influence that there is in Venezuela today of the United States. So there is an economic recovery that's taking place, an economic transition. But what we hope for, we're much better off, but what we hope for is that all of this leads to a transition to democracy. And that can only happen if there are elections. So what we hope for is that there is elections that can lead to a democratic and legitimate government.
Well, I mean, Maduro enforced that kleptocracy that he ran with intimidation and brutality, which doesn't just usually disappear just because the dictator left. I mean, is there any evidence yet that has now gone from the streets of Venezuela?
No,
I think there are 500 political prisoners still in prison.
Yeah, it's a great question. So when Maduro was captured, there were over 1,000 political prisoners. I myself was a political prisoner. And over the past 10 years, there's been 20,000 unlawfully detained people and political prisoners. So I just want to, put it into perspective. There's still almost 500 political prisoners, and the repressive state is still in place. What does that mean? The repressive state has at least 3 pillars: the laws, the hate laws that criminalize free speech, the laws that criminalize NGOs, humanitarian, religious, educational. Those laws are still in place. The judges who execute these laws are still there. There is not a single judge that is independent. This is very hard for someone that has never lived in a dictatorship, in an autocracy, to think that a judge is simply non-independent, that it will follow the orders of the regime. And then the repressive state itself, the operational, the police forces, the thugs, the paramilitary groups, all of those people are still in place. And that needs to be a priority. We want elections, yes, but the dismantling of the repressive state needs to happen now. There is no excuse, and I think that this needs to be a priority for the US as well.
So are people disappointed that Maria Corina Machado, who fought so hard for democracy, has sort of been sidelined by the Trump administration? I mean, she gave her Nobel Prize to Trump, and yet she wasn't called back.
Well, I think the US made a decision to do a transition from within. I think that decision was greatly influenced by the experience in Iraq, that they went in and there was a commitment to stay for many years and spend a lot of money because nobody knew how to turn on or off the light after they went in. So the decision to do a transition from within, I think, is a reality. It's there. But there is also a reality. The people of Venezuela, that cannot be sidelined. The will of the people of Venezuela that elected Maria Corina in 23, that because she was not able to run, elected Edmundo González with 70% of a vote in 2024, and that was proven. And now the majority of the Venezuelan people want democratic change, and that cannot be sidelined. And I think what we need to work is how can the priority of economic recovery, of stabilization, also goes with the transition in parallel, without friction and without conflict. That's what we need to build.
Right. Well, of course, freedom in the press is a huge aspect of this. Venezuela currently ranks near the bottom, 160th out of 180 countries, according to Reporters Without Borders Press Freedom Index. And so many investigative journalists have gone into exile. I mean, we had two brilliant Venezuelan journalists on our stage here last year. I mean, how much movement do you see to restoring a free press, and what is the press, doing in Venezuela?
Yeah, as you very well say, Venezuela is one of the lowest-ranking countries in the world in terms of freedom of press, but also rule of law, also in humanitarian crisis, also in migration. So I just think it's important not to lose sight of the compounded crisis that Venezuela is undergoing. And one of the first victims was truth, and this happened many years ago, and it took 14 years for the world to understand that Venezuela was a dictatorship. Before, it was a Chavez experiment, direct democracy, tropical democracy, and that was a big change when people understood that it was dictatorship. And that was the closing of the press, the closing of radio stations, TV channels, blockade of hundreds of websites that today are still blocked. So the current situation of the free press is that there is an opening, but there is still fear. There is no free press in terms of the radio and the TV stations. It was a big news that our TV station named some of the opposition leaders, that named Maria Corina, that said something about the opposition. And that was big news, but it's still not balanced.
So where do Venezuelans get truthful information? Do they look to the international press?
So the way Venezuelans consume information is primarily WhatsApp. That's the main source of information. Then TikTok, then Instagram, then some websites, then the TV. There's no press, 0% by press, and 1% X. X was banned in Venezuela. So there is a lot of not just censorship, but there's a lot of noise. And there are very few independent journalisms, but there are some that have survived and that remain sources of credibility. And in times of crisis, those independent journalists that are doing important, not just investigation, but good reporting, become the sources of credibility.
What do you think that the big story on Venezuela is that isn't being told? And do you rate what the international media is saying?
Well, I think that there is an important story that is unfolding and will continue to unfold, and I think that it needs to be the interest of investigative journalism, which is what is this economic transition look like? There is in process the privatization plan to give out the assets that were expropriated, the land. It's happening in the oil sector. So a lot of capital is moving, and I think we need to look at the experience of what happened in Russia during the 1990s, where there was massive privatization without clear rules, without transparency. That created an oligarchy that then led to the current autocratic structure that Russia has. And I think that requires a good, thorough, investigative journalism. Yeah. Who are the actors, the external actors? Who are the local actors? Because Venezuela is coming from being under the sphere of influence of the Russian kleptocratic networks, of the Iranian mechanisms to evade sanctions, with the Chinese investments, with the presence of the narcos from Mexico, from Colombia. So that's the ecosystem of the Venezuelan economy. So it has been a criminal economy. So how that criminal economy transitions to a more open economy, I think will require for sure the support of investigative journalism that would be the guardrails.
Absolutely. Well, it reminds me of a great book by William Browder, Burn Notice, when he wrote about, the crazy Wild West of that Yeltsin period in Russia.
And I'm sure there are many lessons learned.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this moment of hope in Venezuela has been a long time coming for you personally, and you spent 7 years on and off, right, in Ramo Verde prison, under house arrest afterwards as well for spearheading the anti-government protests. Can you tell us about the case against you and how hard those years were in custody?
Well, actually, my case was a case about freedom of speech. I led the protests against Maduro in 2014, and tens of thousands of people went to the streets. The reaction of the regime was repression, and it was the first massive repression, torture. There was a warrant for my arrest. I went into hiding, and I made the decision to turn myself in, amongst other things, because I knew that we needed a break in the perception of what was happening in Venezuela. Up until that point, there was the idea that Venezuela was a decaying democracy, but not a dictatorship. And this was a before and after, the protests, the repression. So they opened a case. They had no proof against me for anything. So they accused me of inciting violence through my speeches. So the entire process was the analysis of my speeches. And actually an expert came and she said he has never called for violence. No words of any of his speeches. They were passionate speeches, but he never called for violence. So the judge concluded that I had the capacity of sending subliminal messages to the Venezuelan people. And on those grounds, she sentenced me to 14 years of imprisonment. So it's a case of freedom of speech taken to the extreme when you send subliminal messages to the people.
Well, that's incredible. So what was it like being in Ramo Verde?
Well, that's a Ramo Verde prison. It's a military prison. I was a civilian in a military prison, so I was in a building most of the time by myself. It's in a small cell. They would cut the electricity every night, so I had 12 hours of complete darkness. Very little contact with other prisoners. At the beginning, I was able to read. At the beginning, I was able to write. But then they took that away, so I was not able to read, write. Having a pen and a paper was something of great value. And I actually was able to write a lot because to complain in a military prison, they said, do it by writing. So I would complain every day and take a piece of paper, and I had a pen, and that's how I was able to write an entire book throughout years.
Extraordinary. And how did you manage in the end to get out of Venezuela into exile?
Well, it was a long period. So first I was sent to house arrest. Actually, one night I get a bang on my cell and they say you have a visit. And that visit was Delcy Rodriguez and Zapatero, the ex-president of Spain. And they was in the middle of a protest cycle. So they wanted to send me to house arrest. And I said no. And I was able to get my hands into a phone. So I recorded a video supporting the people that were doing the protest. So in a second visit that Delcy Rodriguez made, the video was aired. And she said, what is this? And I said, well, that's exactly what I'm telling you. I support the protest, the people, and the call for change. So they sent me to a very intense punishment cell. But after that, they sent me to house arrest. From house arrest, I supported again the protest, and they sent me back to the Ramo Verde prison. And then in 2019, I was able to escape with the support of the guards and the military and police. And it was again in the middle of a protest that was taking place in 2019.
And that's when you went to the Spanish embassy?
Yes. So I went to the Spanish embassy, and I stayed at the Spanish embassy for a year and a half. And I think I'm one of the few people that have witnessed in recent history all of the protocols of the Geneva Convention being put at test. So the cars not being surveilled, like the sanctuary of the embassy. The regime cut the electricity, cut the water supply, the trash service. There would be drones over the embassy, surrounded by the police. And I saw the ambassador also doing an incredible job of diplomacy, because they were asking almost on a weekly basis that I would be handed to the authorities.
And so how did you actually get out of Venezuela?
So I decided to escape. One day the ambassador comes and he tells me that he was going to be removed. I had not seen my kids for 2 years. When I went to prison, my older daughter, Manuela, was 4. My son, Leo, was 1. And then I had not seen them for 2 years. I had not seen my father for almost 7 years. So many things happened, and I decided to escape. It was the end of 2020. And I was able to leave the embassy, actually with the support of the ambassador. We were able to cross the checkpoints. And then with a group of friends, we were able to organize my escape as a commission of the electricity company. We were able to get our hands into an electricity company car. Venezuela is still a Caribbean country, so they were able to get a hold of an official car. So we crossed the territory all the way south, and from there we crossed.
You were in the
Colombia.
trunk, weren't you?
What's that?
You were in the trunk of the car?
No, actually, I was with a uniform, with my credential.
Dressed as an electrician.
Yeah, I have pictures of all of that. And then at the very end, we were caught because there was not a checkpoint. We had the Rio Meta, Colombia on the other side. So we get there, and we go into the boat. And when we were about to depart, the military came and they said, come back. But we were all wearing COVID masks. My role was to be very sick if that happened. So a friend was the face of the negotiation. One thing led to another. They found that we had some cash, and then he said, I'm going to call the general. And the friend said, well, don't call the general, because if you call him, you're not going to get any of that. So he said, but who are you? No, I have a financial case, not politics, right? No. And now, in the meantime, I was in the back with my COVID mask, and they let us go.
You sped away.
When I got home, I told Lilian, my wife, I said, maybe if we have a 4th kid, maybe we need to come COVID, because there was, the reason I'm here is because I was able to have that mask. If not,
incredible. So, of course, now you live in Spain. But as little as the end of last year, the Maduro regime was still going after you, right? And your house was left behind.
Yeah.
And what happened to the house?
Well, last November, I gave an interview, and I supported the deployment of the military and the pressure on Maduro that led to the capture of Maduro. And I reasoned that because we have done everything in Venezuela. We have taken the streets, we have been repressed and killed, we have gone to elections, we have won, we have gone to negotiations, they've been disregarded. So I gave an interview supporting that deployment, and the next day the Maduro regime went into my home. They stole absolutely everything. They tore the house down and completely, the walls, the ceilings, and they killed my dogs. We had 2 Labrador dogs, and they were being taken care of, and they killed them. This is only 4 months ago.
Absolutely. Unbelievable. I mean, so...
And then the day after that, they stripped me of the Venezuelan nationality. So, and I want to say something. That's my story, but I invite all of you to meet Venezuelans, and every Venezuelan has a similar story about freedom, democracy, human rights violations. And I encourage all of you to go and speak to Venezuelans and ask them about their own story, because this is what we have felt as a nation. We have been deprived of our freedoms. And freedom is not one thing, it's the sum of many things. And every Venezuelan has a story.
It's unimaginable for us. And you're right, we have to get people's stories and ask them. And this is what journalists need to do constantly, is keep asking people what their stories are on this. When do you think it's going to be safe for you to go back to Venezuela? Because now you don't even have nationality. So how do you get back to Venezuela? Do you want to go back to Venezuela?
Of course I want to go back. And I hope that we go back soon. I think all of us who are in exile need to go back. Edmundo González, Maria Corina, all of us, we need to be able to go back. And I think that this is going to be a stress test for what is really happening in Venezuela. I think it's, as I said before, we're much better off than what we were before January, but we are not where we want to be. We want democracy, prosperity, sovereignty.
Are you concerned that Delcy Rodriguez is frankly, biding her time perhaps until the American midterms, that she's, that the so-called, the collaboration with the US and the sort of march to, to freedom, et cetera, is actually smoke and mirrors? I mean, how much can we trust that Delcy Rodriguez won't, in fact, kind of enjoy being in power and the repression slowly but surely just entrenches?
Yeah. Well, I think she might be the happiest person in Venezuela now, because all of a sudden she became president, and of course, if she could stay, she would want to stay. That's what this regime has done for almost 30 years. They have stolen elections. Her brother was instrumental. The architect of all of the electoral fraud was Delcy Rodriguez's brother, Jorge Rodriguez, who is the president of the assembly. So if they could by themselves, of course they would stay in power. But there is significant, evident influence of the United States, and I think that it's in the best interest of the U.S. to build a transition to democracy. Venezuela needs to be a success case, and it can be a huge success case. But if it remains autocratic, it won't be. And it won't be an economic success case if there is not the buildup of credible institutions, of rule of law, of transparency, and that needs to happen. It doesn't need to happen from one day to another. Transitions take time. Transitions are fragile. Most transitions fail. Most transitions fail. And in order to make Venezuela a success story, we need to go aligned with the economic recovery, with the losing fear, engagement of the civic space, and the buildup of democracy.
So if there are elections, say in a year or two, would you wish to run for president?
Oh, today, it's very clear that we have someone who's representing that will change, and is Maria Corina Machado. And I think that the rebuilding of Venezuela will require so many spaces of engagement at so many different levels that we will all contribute to this in one way or another. It's a huge opportunity that we have to reconstruct a country that needs to be part of the sphere of influence of the geopolitics of democratic countries. The Western Hemisphere needs to be democratic. It could be the only hemisphere fully democratic. And that also requires that Nicaragua and Cuba also follow a process of change. We need to always remind that Nicaragua is the North Korea of the Western Hemisphere. And Cuba, I also think that it's ready for change.
Well, thank you so much, Leopoldo. I think the role the press can play is by keeping the eyes on this transition and scrutinize and not let the regime off the hook, but to keep doing that. I hope we all will. And I want to thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you.
Because I'd love to. Oh, well, let's connect. Use this iPhone.
We are going to talk about journalism in the age of AI with Steve Haskett, Cara Swisher, and Craig Newmark. Let's get straight into it. Steve, I think Thomson Reuters has sued a company over AI usage. You've partnered with AI companies. You've created AI tools.
And then
tell us about the three-pronged attack.
Yeah.
And then you send me a
business, which of course is Reuters.
This,
to me, this being generative and now agentic AI, feel to be more transformational and more disruptive than the sort of advent of the internet, mobile, social, of course, Google through search and so forth. So I think I think the opportunities and the risks could be and likely will be even bigger as news gatherers license or don't license their content. And so at Reuters, what we've done, and credit to the Reuters team for navigating this, we've taken a cautious approach with that in mind. We have done a select number of deals. I can't look anyone in the eye and tell you we've nailed it. But what we've done is we've basically said, we're not taking the sort of live news file, so we're not taking the news feed. It's the archive. It's not the images, and it's not the video. It's not the audio. It really is just but it's the text. We've tried to get the highest price because we want to fund the next generation of journalists and the next wave of investigations and stories and breaking news. We want to be in 200 plus countries across the world. And we've tried to keep the deals to be short term. And so that's where we sit. I know, different media outlets, different news outlets have done different things, but we've tried to avoid litigation as much as we can and work sensibly and selectively with the frontier models.
So those are the choices you're taking. Cara, how do you assess the choices being made by news media when they're faced by this new technology?
Well, they can't ignore it, right? It's sort of like electricity. Like it can either electrocute you or, light your house. And so ignoring it is what they did the first phase, and then the rapacious information thieves of technology came in and ate their lunch, right? And so in this case, they have to participate in some fashion. That said, they still have no control over it. The real control lies with the tech companies who are still intent on stealing.
But do you think that they should accept their lunch was eaten and move on to forming partnerships, or they should go back to when the lunch was eaten and try and take legal action?
I don't quite know. I think legal action is just a different version of negotiation. It's just, it's the same difference. I don't think there's a lot of strength that the media companies have against this because they do not own the technology, and it's being governed by people who, let's just be clear, could give a fuck about all of you. Like, they don't. You're just, I was remembering...
Not any of them?
Maybe Dario a little bit, but it's a low bar. Let's be clear. He's great, but, I'm sorry. I mean, I like him, but still, I don't really particularly want him or anybody else to be in charge of our media diet. And so they're going to give payments now, because before they just stole it, and that worked pretty well for them. But now they're going to give you a little bit of money, and you don't have much choice. And archives is an excellent way to do it. That's because they're just sitting there. So what's the difference? The question is, what do you experiment with that works? And in some cases, it's interesting. There's things that you could do. And in other cases, when I make things, my idea is, did anybody ask for this? And a lot of the AI experiments media is doing, I always go, nobody asked for this. And so that's the question of what works well for your systems and what doesn't.
I'm sure some of the tech CEOs might frame their work a little differently to how you're doing it. Craig, you know enormous amounts of people within the tech world. You, of course, founded a hugely successful company, Craigslist. What's your view of how people within tech see the news business?
The people who run things, I don't circulate among them.
No, he doesn't. That's why he's great.
I circulate at the nerd level my fellows who have marginal social skills at best. And I have started to successfully outsource my social skills, which sounds like a joke, admittedly, but isn't.
See, I think he's charming, but that's...
Well, that's the web of deception I've woven. But I do speak to people using back channels at some danger doing the work in tech companies. We all observe that bad actors through the years have, as they say, flooded the zone with shit.
Yep.
And that they're not happy with that. And together we observe that AI, large language models, have trained themselves on shit, particularly when it comes to politics and matters of culture war, such that chatbots and so on are really incapable of delivering anything but bullshit, and that represents a big threat to democracy.
But Craig, as such, and Cara, let's bring you in.
Sure.
If Craig's point is correct, that the LLMs are working with sometimes thin gruel, doesn't that give journalism leverage because it's saying, look, we've got content of value here.
But we're constantly giving away power. We're constantly assuming the idolatry of innovators and of wealth. I mean, I often say to a lot of them, and I'm not saying it to you, sir, but because you give your money away in ways I prefer, but it's, you know, two things he was saying: garbage in, garbage out. That's really, it's a technology. They talk about that in technology. And the other thing is, they don't have an interest in technology. One of the first times I was walking around Google with Larry Page or Sergey, whichever one of them, well, no, one's really obnoxious now with the MAGA crap. But when I was walking around, they don't care if it's a cat video or he literally argued with me over the news feed, and he's like, yeah, we'll put whatever in. I'm like, whatever? Like, there's a different level between the New York Times and some like shitty thing, but they don't care. Like, you have to, what's happened with media is we pretend they're smarter than they are about everything, and they're just, they either don't care or they're obtuse. They are.
Yeah, I mean, just on this, I think there's a philosophy that's been much written about in Silicon Valley, which is, if I can scrape it, it's fair use.
Correct.
You know, if I can scrape it and get hold of it, then all bets are off. You know, and I had a conversation many months ago now with the top of the house at one of the frontier models. And essentially I said, look, it's very clear to us that you've scraped the Reuters news file, and it's playing a significant role in fueling the output of your chatbot. And he said, no, it's not. We haven't done that. We're very respectful. And so I said, okay, let me just
He's talking about Sam Altman, I'm guessing.
And I happen to I happen to have, you know,
was it Sam Altman?
I happen to have.
Yes.
It actually wasn't Sam Altman.
Oh, was it? Okay.
But you know,
should we just run through with a number of guesses until we get there?
Anyway, so to make a long story long, essentially I said, okay, this was the night after a particularly vicious volley of missiles from Russia into Ukraine, and so I searched for this on this particular executive's chatbot, and literally up came the Reuters article.
Of course.
In its entirety. And so I turned the laptop around and I said, are we going to continue this conversation? And he said, well, that's a one-off. And I said, okay, well, let's how about India, Pakistan? Let's look at that. Exactly the same thing happened. Now, I may have prepared for this and had a sense that those things were going to come up, but we've sort of taken the approach, to Craig's point, that these models need to be fed, and we have a view that, you know, governed by the trust principles and 2,700 journalists, that the Reuters news file is amongst the best, and therefore we are going to make it available. But there are still instances today where you'll enter, you know, a query into a chatbot and it will source Reuters, and we're not getting a penny for that. And most importantly, that is not going to fund great journalism. And I think that is that's a travesty. And to Kara's point, the tech industry have done a wonderful job of sort of flattening everything to the point where a cat video and a thoroughly investigated, fact-based, independent piece of journalism is on a level playing field. And I think that's the great travesty, because the consumer, in some places, is just not able to discern. I mean, they should be able to discern, but I think
But your strategic decision, Steve, is you do want to put the information in, but you want some value in return, some payment in return. We know News Corp's done a $250 million deal with OpenAI. There are other examples.
It's de minimis to these companies. You do know that. Like, it's a parking ticket. Like, just like yesterday, Elon had to pay $1.5 million for cheating investors. It's a parking ticket.
But in the context of the news businesses rather than the context of the tech businesses, it's not necessarily a parking ticket. And so as such, do you think, Kara, that some news organizations are starting to extract an appropriate level of value for the work they're putting in?
No. I mean, we're sort of in the thank you, sir, I'll have some more period of our life, right? Thank you for the gruel. We appreciate you taking our stuff and redoing it. It's just, I don't know that we have any particular power, right? Except to create things that audiences want, right? Or decide we're going to have businesses that are economically work for us. Like mine, I have a very small level of cost. We make a lot of money. So you have to sort of build other things. But as Emma was saying earlier, it costs a lot of money to take on Donald Trump.
Well, you used a word that I know, Craig, you've used a lot recently, audience, because you've put in the region of just under $200 million of philanthropy into various news projects. But recently you said you're not going to continue at quite that rate, and you highlighted the fact you didn't think journalists and news organizations were as focused on the audience as they needed to be. Just help us understand that.
I speak in considerable ignorance of the news business. But it does occur to me that if you want a paying audience, you have to build and develop that audience. And in retrospect, very few of the organizations that I've helped fund have been thinking either about building the audience development. I also observe that many of them are not thinking about protecting their staffs. So I've put some efforts into that, and I think I may be about to increase it again through the Journalism Protection Initiative out of the City University of New York J School, led by Joel Simon. The deal is that journalists do need to protect themselves even when their physical safety is assured, but worse things happen to journalists than just physical matters. But I have been withdrawing in a number of respects because I've seen the people doing the best work on what Cory Doctorow calls enshittification. They don't prepare to defend themselves against enshittification.
Yeah, he's right. He's 100% right.
But I wonder if there's something almost full circle here in which you're saying there's good work being done, but it's not being shaped in a way that works for audiences. So potentially, Steve, this technology allows us to reshape the types of journalism products and how we distribute them in a reasonably radical way to use Craig's phrase, best cater to the audience.
I think that's right, Ross. The issue, and we've sort of alluded to it, is, the news industry doesn't have a lot of control today. Kara's arguing none. I think that's probably pretty close to true. And I think what makes me nervous is, okay, so a frontier model has ingested all this information. They control the user experience. Therefore, they control the aggregation of that audience and what's put in front of them. And then when that particular deal comes up, what's next? Now, we have faith in the sort of value of constantly replenished and refreshed news and fact-based storytelling. It remains to be seen whether the tech industry has that same faith and whether they will continue to remunerate journalists for that work.
Now, we've already heard from some incredible people up here on the stage who in different ways work for news organizations, which of course have enormous audience-facing products. But there is a version of this relationship with the tech companies where even if you cut a deal that gives you appropriate returns on your content, the point of contact with the consumer just becomes the tech platforms rather than the news organizations.
Yeah, years ago, Sheryl Sandberg called me when they were doing all those deals with tech companies. And she's like, oh, we'd like to do a deal with you. And I go, we'd like to pay you to put stuff, whatever stupid deal they were pushing at the time. And she's like, we'd like to pay you. And I said, so do you pay for your friends? Like, if you were good for me, I would just do it, right? Why do you need to pay me to do it? And they're like, well, we'll make you bigger. I said, I don't think this has anything to do with me. I think it has to do with you grabbing my shit and running with it. Like, I don't... And she's like, well, you don't understand. I go, no, I think I really do understand. This is my seed corn, and you want it, and I'm not giving it to you. So, and the whole argument was, we'll make you bigger, we'll make you more famous. I'm like, I'm good, sweetheart. Like, I didn't say sweetheart to her, but I thought it. And I would say the same thing to Mark, but they want to take things. They just understand. They're the Borg.
Do you think, Craig, that the tech firms want to be the point of contact with journalism, that their preferred model here is that even if they pay us for the content we make, in the end, everyone accesses that content via them?
Tech firms are large organizations consisting of many factions. Some of them are benevolent and do want to help out. Some just don't care. So what I try to do is find means of encouraging the people who want to do something that might have something like the right thing, and I'll encourage them with only very marginal success, but I keep plugging away with hope that they'll do more of that right kind of thing. The big variable in this specific area that occurs to me more and more is Wikipedia, since Wikipedia alone among news institutions is self-healing. They will get something wrong. It will be fixed seriously on a long-term basis. So I've been thinking about that a lot. I also think about training journalism students in long-term, trustworthy journalism. That's the J School, the City University of New York, which has always been about providing people who have had no opportunity with some opportunity. So my focus is on, in the long term, trying to help people out. I don't expect to live to see it, but I do need to include in my estate planning some combination of haunting and Craig GPT.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things is, look, this happens to be a nice. Are you a billionaire anymore?
No.
Okay. This happens to be someone who's nice, but relying on the kindness of billionaires is a road to nowhere.
Yeah.
And as he was saying, the audience is all that matters. Like, literally, the audience is it. And they're not stupid. They do not want slop.
But you resisted Sheryl Sandberg's approaches.
All of them.
But do you think it's viable for individual journalists and news organizations to remain destinations for content? Or do you think in the end we're heading in...
You can take advantage. The three things you have to think about when you're making a piece of content, no matter how big or small. I think we all doom scroll about ourselves all the time. And I try to focus in on things that are really working. Like, this stuff. I think we insult the audience by thinking they want the slop too. They don't. All the movies that won this year are all handmade movies. Sinners, Weapons, One Battle After Another, Devil Wears Prada. It goes even Hail Mary. These are artists doing things. The audience is smart. We sit and pretend the power is with the tech companies. It's with the audience, and they want really great stuff, and they're pushing against all this slop. They are. What do you think, Sora? Oh, Sora's going to kill us. Oh, did it? No, Sora closed down. Because Sora sucks.
As was predicted by Scott Galloway on your podcast.
Yes, but it sucks. Like, look at it. Like, it's okay
now,
for a second.
We're on the home straight of this.
A cat goes dancing or whatever. But that's like one time.
We're on the home straight of this panel, and I guess underpinning this entire conversation about journalism in the age of AI is the concept of copyright, the concept of intellectual property. And Donald Trump's chief tech advisor has suggested that because America is in an AI race with China, that perhaps the US can't afford to pay entire attention to the concept of copyright because it's more important that America develops its AI at a faster rate than China.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I would argue something very different. If you think about, if you believe that AI, when you boil it down, is a race between the US and China, then think about the component parts. So access to energy. Well, I think everything I read and see is that China is bursting ahead in terms of renewables. Access to data science and engineering talent. I think it's very hard to argue that the US is going to prevail there, particularly with some of the limitations on immigration. Access to chipsets. Well, today, that's an advantage to the US, but I think who in the room believes that will persist? And so you boil it down to, how will the US win this race? It's going to be based on great content.
And that's where
and that requires a level of copyright protection. So I actually think that the strategy itself that's being espoused by certain advisors to the administration is misguided for that reason, because China will not respect copyright. I think we've sort of understood that for the last 30 or 40 years. The US and the UK and so forth can and largely has. And there's a slew of cases coming through the courts now where I think the legal experts in the room would argue, could argue back and forth as to how they're going to play. I think it's incredibly important that creatives are incented to create and are rewarded for doing so. Otherwise, the AI that we all enjoy in the West is going to be inferior to that which Chinese.
Let me tell you, they've been trotting out this Xi or me argument. I did an interview with Mark, and that's instantly where he went. He's like, well, if it's not me, it's Xi, and I was like, Xi or me? I don't like either choice. I mean, I suppose you're better, but again, low bar. Like, are you kidding me? And that's not the argument. That's just not. And why is it the media companies have to suffer? And guess who's rich? Guess who wins? Like, why don't they sacrifice? It's such nonsense. It's one of their It's like saying, you know, AI is going to solve cancer. It will, by the way, but it's a marketing tool for them. And it's the same thing with the China stuff. And it's not, copyright is the most critical thing to keep protected, to protect us. It's our stuff, I mean, that they're using.
And that seems like a very good note on which to end. Thank you very much, Craig Newmark, Cara Swisher, Steve Hasker. Thank you to all of you.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm Alessandra Galloni, editor-in-chief of Reuters, and I am truly, truly honored to be here on stage today with two titans of Middle Eastern journalism, Alia and Samia. You have their titles up there, so I am going to just jump right in. So, Samia, you started as a reporter covering the Lebanese Civil War in the 1980s. And including what you covered was the direct intervention of Israel. Fast forwarding to today, so after decades of reporting, how would you say that this moment that we're seeing now in Lebanon ranks with when you started?
I think Lebanon right now is on the brink, really. I come from a generation, as you said, of who lived during the Civil War, 15 years of Civil War.
Can everyone hear Samia? Okay? Yeah? Okay. You sounded a little low to me.
So
yeah.
I lived through 15 years of Civil War between 75 and 1990. And since then, we had 6 wars, you know, including the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 82 and the siege of Beirut. So it is really escalating into a big war now with Hezbollah and Israel. You know, Lebanon, the problem of Lebanon, it has always been a battleground for all foreign forces. It's been proxies for all rivals. First, we had the PLO, the Palestinians, in the 70s and 80s, and Syria was in Lebanon for 20 years. And at the end, Iran came with its growing influence, and Hezbollah, which became a state above the state in Lebanon. So the strains are really enormous for Lebanon. You know, with this war, humanitarianly, we have 1.2 million refugees, mostly Shiite, who have been displaced from the south or from Beirut. And we have entire villages, border villages, that have been flattened, so they cannot go back. And militarily, you have Israel that is in control of 80 kilometers of South Lebanon now. And politically, the country is totally divided, deeply divided. You have one camp who considers Hezbollah as a proxy, a tool for Iran serving Iranian interests. And you have another camp who thinks with or without Hezbollah, Israel is a threat. And the pressure, on the other hand, Israel is saying that it won't withdraw from Lebanon, it won't stop its attacks until Hezbollah is disarmed, which of course it's rejecting. So the consequences are big for Lebanon because the pressure is so big on the Lebanese army to disarm Hezbollah. But the fact of the matter, number one, the Hezbollah is stronger than the army. It has more resources, it has missiles, it has drones, it has asymmetric warfare capabilities that is bigger than the state. And number two, politically, if you do it by force, you risk fracturing the Lebanese army, as it happens at the beginning of the civil war, because it really disintegrated along sectarian line. You have the Sunnis going with the Sunnis, the Christian. So imagine...
You've laid out a lot, I think, and you speak so fast that you've just given us a history on the modern history of Lebanon. But I think you raise a really important point, which you, Alia, have written about recently. You wrote a very powerful piece in Daraj about Lebanon being caught between two catastrophes. You know, we from the outside, we look at Lebanon and we think, you know, and this is the title, right, is Lebanon doomed? This has got to be the most unlucky country in the world. Every time it rises, there seems to be another catastrophe, another crisis. But because Samia also picked up on this, describe what you meant by Lebanon being stuck between these two catastrophes in the current Israel-Iran war.
I think the polarization that Samia mentioned, this is really what we need to face. Today, if you are anti-Hezbollah within Lebanon, because Hezbollah is the de facto power in Lebanon, political power, and you're very critical, the conclusion is that you're with Israel. At the same time, you're looking, I mean, we were having a conversation at the level of our newsroom the other day, and you were saying, right now, it's not even Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's really the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, because the leadership of Hezbollah has been annihilated. So in that sense, it's really Iran that is using the Lebanese, and literally in this sense, there is no more Hezbollah leadership. That said, it is still Israel that is bombing South Lebanon, even right now within the ceasefire. I mean, the fact that Beirut is not being targeted does not mean the ceasefire is respected. Every day there is bombing of South Lebanon, the drones are over our heads all the time, and there is an invitation for Lebanon to go for direct negotiations. You just can't do that. It's like you have two guns in your head and you're going to negotiations. It's pure blackmail to call on the state that is very, very vulnerable. You have 4 decades of a very weak state, central state, with the world agreeing on the compromises that led to this fact. I was still, I mean, if I go back to the same timeline Samia mentioned, I was still a junior reporter at the Daily Star 30 years ago almost, when I started working on the social infrastructure of Hezbollah, the schools, the hospitals, the scouts, like you have a full, at least 1 or 2 generations that were literally raised by Hezbollah as the equivalent as the replacement of the state. You cannot just disarm that. Taking the guns away is not disarmament. Disarmament means bringing back the state to become, to give assurances to the 2 million Shiites that they're not going to be second-class citizens in their own country. And this is a process that takes time. It takes building trust. It takes, for us as journalists, it takes being very critical of the government, but at the same time supporting state institutions and saying these state institutions require the time to rebuild. You need judiciary, disarmament of the army. This army, the highest-ranking officers in this army were appointed by a political elite that is pretty much controlled by Hezbollah.
But so you're in reality, you know, your sort of 2 catastrophes, you know, we're saying were Hezbollah and Israel, but you've actually talked about more. I mean, there's a dramatic political situation. There's a dramatic political situation and economic situation. It's like a perfect storm of catastrophes within Lebanon. And so, you know, what's the way out? I mean, then I want to talk about your reporting, but what would you say is the way out for Lebanon? I mean, both of you.
For me, I mean, I don't see any other solution than, I mean, maybe because I'm a journalist, but a fair state that is reformed and accountable. I really think what was missing in Lebanon throughout it takes us back to, is it doomed? It's not viable because accountability never meant anything in the Lebanese historical context. We had a civil war, no one got accountable. We have corruption, no one gets accountable. We have the biggest political, I mean, this takes me to why we started investigating the central bank, but we had the biggest financial collapse in recent history, and almost no one would get accountable. And then the explosion, which was one of the biggest explosions, and it's a direct consequence of corruption, and no one is held accountable. So, to me, it's simple: reform, accountability.
Samia, would you agree?
I think there are 3 things here. You need first a political agreement, which which will be part of the US-Iran-Israel agreement. You cannot unlock the two. To have peace in Lebanon, to have lasting peace, you have to have a big bargain, and Hezbollah and Lebanon is part of it. Because, it's only Iran that can basically ask Hezbollah to disarm and be political. Number two, you have the issue of the meltdown, the financial collapse of the country, and this government has done nothing, not this particular government, but since 2019, there is a financial implosion. They need to enact reforms to basically, the banks are broken, people cannot get their money out of the bank. You need to restructure all the banking system and distribute the losses. So the government has to agree to an IMF agreement, credible one, to unlock international aid. And number three, you have to fight corruption. So all this, the Lebanese government has an onus also to make state accountability. Otherwise, they rose once, in the 1989 with the Taif agreement. It was a peace agreement that ended the civil war, and disarmed all the militias except for Hezbollah. So now they have to continue what they didn't do before, disarm Hezbollah, but through a political understanding.
So, just to understand, this is the context in which these two ladies are doing the most intrepid journalism, in their country. And so let me talk a little bit about that. Samia, you have faced incredible physical threats in your career. You were kidnapped during the Lebanese Civil War. You were badly wounded, and I think we have a picture in Iraq in 2003 when a U.S. tank hit your hotel where you were operating. Tell us what happened in Baghdad, just so that you understand the difficulties, of reporting.
Yeah, it was April 8, 2003. We were standing on the balcony. I was standing with our TV on the balcony of our Palestine hotel. We were watching U.S. tanks rolling into the Jumhuriya Bridge. I had a satellite phone, and I was snapping to our war desk that, the U.S. Army has entered Baghdad. Suddenly, we saw a fireball, and that was a tank shell that hit our balcony. My colleague, TV colleague, Taras Potsyuk, was killed on the spot, and two other colleagues were badly wounded. And a shrapnel basically pierced my skull and lodged in my brain. Before Baghdad collapsed, I was lucky enough to have a surgeon who managed to operate on me. And then, of course, the U.S. Army airlifted me to their hospital in Basra and then to Kuwait.
So we were very lucky that you survived, and of course, still doing.
But they hit every single live camera that day, I have to say. They killed Al Jazeera guy at 8. Then they hit Abu Dhabi TV, which was feeding live. Then our camera was live, and it shows how the tank moved and hit us. While Taraskad, it was still rolling the camera, so we could see what happened then
in live. Alia, I want to talk a little bit about a story that is very close to your heart. You mentioned it, which is your investigation into the former central bank governor, Riyad Salameh. Tell us a little bit about this investigation, but importantly, Samia's talked about the physical threats. You had threats to you from authorities and legal threats as a result of this banking investigation.
In the Middle East, you're going to get threats. But before that, when I was in TV, I got a fatwa to kill me because of the coverage by the people I was actually supporting. We come to the investigation of Riyad Salameh. Last year, we were hit with 15 lawsuits, one of which literally accused us of being responsible for the financial collapse in Lebanon. This is what was written in the lawsuit. And what was even more damaging than the lawsuit was the demonization campaign. Mainstream media in Lebanon is largely supported by the banks. And what we had uncovered was that the whole banking sector in Lebanon was, starting with the top of the power, like the central bank governor, who was central bank governor for 30 years. The reason
was corrupt.
He was in power for 30 years. And this was one of the reasons why we decided to go after him, because in the Lebanese context, every time someone is blaming somebody else. This guy has been there for 30 years in the middle of a financial crisis. And really, when we started the investigation, we just wanted to say that his own money was out of Lebanon, while the Lebanese, over 1 million depositors, had lost their money. But then we started the investigation. We worked with OCCRP, who helped us really a big deal uncover a lot of what we have uncovered outside Lebanon, in Europe mostly. And we discovered it was not just mismanagement, it was really high money laundering, aggravated money laundering. And it led to the central bank governor being investigated in 6 European countries and eventually being prosecuted. So it's in the Lebanese context, this was really the first time somebody who was largely untouchable, one of the most powerful men in Lebanon, was actually being questioned. Right now he's out of prison. Hopefully he'll go back there. But again, it takes us to a language that did not exist. I used to teach investigative journalism in college. My students would ask me, why do we do it? No one ever, it's just entertaining people pretty much. And I would say maybe one day we do it just to make sure we know how to do it if things get better, and we have actual accountability.
And what kind of threats did you get? What kind of legal threats have you had? 15
lawsuits. We made, there was a silver lining to that, because first we were being sued in Lebanon. The 15 lawsuits, we pushed really hard so that we don't go to prison. We may have to pay a fine. Since we have money devaluation in Lebanon, it wouldn't have been huge money. So it wasted a lot of our time. Really, it's a classic slap. It really diverted our work from, instead of investigating, we were going to courts every day for a couple of months. But the silver lining was the demonization campaign. Daraj was a very, very small media organization, only literally it's our network that knows what we do, etc. When the demonization campaign happened, we became a household name. So my mother's neighbor, who have not seen me for 8 years, said, when did you leave TV? They thought, they really heard about Daraj when it became pretty much attacked by mainstream media. So they created a wave for us, and then we tried to ride that wave to counter the narrative. It's super, super difficult. It's super exhausting. It's super frustrating also, because you're navigating I mean, today it's easy to talk about it when things went relatively well. Last week, we won one of the lawsuits, the one that accuses us of being responsible for the economic collapse. It just gives you enough to, I think if you're operating there, you know that the threats are part of the job. And then you just put it on the side and keep working.
I mean, considering the threats that you both face, you have remarkable aplomb. So my last question for you both is legal threats, physical threats, exhaustion. Why do you keep doing it? Samia?
I think, you go back, you put back by the stories, by the people behind the stories. I don't think journalism is a job. It's a mission, really. You do it because you have the stamina, you have a sense of purpose to tell the story of people, because so many stories will be buried, denied, or unaccounted for if you're not there. So the cost of not reporting it is higher than reporting it. So that's why we do it.
Alia?
I think it's this industry is giving us a lot to hope for. I mean, I've seen it change so much. I've worked in print, I've worked in TV, and now I'm working in independent small media that I co-own. I find that, I mean, I can't think of anything more rewarding than having the tools to be able to do something about all the madness and absurdity of this world. It feels a privilege and an opportunity, and I can't think of not doing it, actually.
Well, the privilege is ours, really. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this tour de force of journalistic reporting.
It's really interesting you say that.
Tonight, new videos raising questions of what exactly happened in the lead-up to Alex Pretty's death.
This individual who came with weapons committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
This is real. This isn't. AI fakes are flooding our feed.
The question was, could we verify what happened? Even the most secretive regimes in the world can't hide from the data they themselves collect.
Hello, everybody. I'm Krishnan Giri-Murthy. Thank you. I'm Krishnan from Channel 4 News, and I'm joined on stage by three of the best digital sleuths in the business, and you saw little glimpses of them in that video. Malachi Brown, next to me, founded the New York Times Visual Investigations team and has reported on some of the biggest stories in the world, from Sudan to January 6th to the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. He and his team have scooped several awards, including Pulitzers, for their work. Merlin Thomas has led investigations for BBC Verify in some of the world's most restricted reporting environments, from the Iran war to Gaza to the civil war in Sudan, and her work has contributed to parliamentary scrutiny and international criminal investigations. On the end, Christo Grozev is the rock star of investigative journalism, dogged, undeterred. He's the one who figured out and proved it was the Russian agents who poisoned the Skripals in Salisbury, and the late opposition leader Alexei Navalny in Russia, and many, many other investigations. You may well have seen the documentary about his extraordinary life as a journalist. Safe to say Putin is no fan. Let's start by hearing about an example of each of your work, to give us a sense of sort of what it is that's different about what you do. I mean, Malachi and Merlin, you've both done a lot of remarkable work on the Iran war. When the internet was shut down, it was almost impossible for foreign journalists to get in, and so it was very, very difficult to get a sense of what was going on. You didn't have that sort of stream of information that comes out of Gaza by comparison. Malachi, let's look at your work on the strike on the girls' school in Minab, which happened right at the beginning. How did you go about it?
Working with our Iran team, we heard reports that a school may have been hit in Minab. Could we look into it? And then by, I would say put yourself in the uploader's shoes, the witness's shoes. And so by finding out local language terms in Farsi and scouring Telegram and X in particular, but Telegram, which is a popular social channel in Iran, these images started to emerge very quickly after the initial reports that the school had been hit. And so the challenge for us is, this is great, we're not on the ground in Minab, access to Iran is restricted, but we're working the evidence provided by witnesses that are there. And the center image is the school, and so the challenge was to find out, is this indeed the school it was, by geolocating it and comparing it with satellite imagery, historic satellite imagery. Looking at the shadows, we can establish the time of day. But also the other images that were coming out, we could see that by also verifying where they were filmed, that the school, which was adjacent to a military base, was hit at the same time as the base. And so then, we're establishing what was hit, when it was hit, and then, you start asking questions, well, how did this happen?
And how easy is it to get the satellite imageries?
So the satellite image...
We've got one of them. But...
Yeah, the satellite image wasn't available at the time. We had to order it up. So we were working off historic ones to verify the remains of the building and whatnot. The reason that we ordered this up is that by looking at the other videos, it looked like when you look at the plumes of smoke, that buildings inside in that base had been specifically targeted, which to us suggested precision strikes which would be more consistent with Israeli and American capabilities as they're taking out military installations across Iran. And so this image, which came in about 4 days later, confirmed that. And by then we had started putting questions to officials in both Israel and Iran. And so we had a working hypothesis that it was a US strike that had taken out the school and misidentified it.
And it was the image of the missile itself that became crucial evidence.
Yeah, we ran a story before this video came out saying that it looked like it was US strikes. Obviously President Trump was disputing that, but then this image came out of a Tomahawk missile, and only the US in this conflict is using Tomahawks. And it's distinctly a Tomahawk by the length of the missile, the wings positioned where it is, the diameter of it as well, but also the fuselage is built into it. So the other missiles of this sort of caliber have sort of propulsion engines on the outside, so they're not as sleek as this. And this image then shows it hitting the same base about an hour or two after the school was hit. And so, that was pretty firm evidence.
And then we have this sort of extraordinary contrast between facts and images that are verifiable and what gets said by politicians. Let's have a look at what Trump said when he was asked about this.
We think it was done by Iran. Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
And it was very, very slow in terms of getting the American position to shift.
The American position hasn't really shifted all that much, because the day after the video of the Tomahawk emerged, my colleague Sean McCreesh was asking Trump that on Air Force One. The following day, he asked him down in Miami. Trump was suggesting that Iran could have got their hands on a US Tomahawk and fired it. So he kind of seems to just kind of say whatever comes into his head in a defensive posture. But they said at the time they're investigating, they still haven't responded to our queries or, finalized that investigation. And at this stage, they certainly know what happened.
Merlin, around the same time, you're working on a similar story of a strike on a sports hall in which 21 people were killed. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we dug into this story that happened in a town in southern Iran called Lamed, and it took place on the very first day of the war, but the footage didn't come out until much later, and that was because of that internet blackout in Iran. And it was just a few seconds, it's this video here, but just a few seconds can tell you a lot, because it's not just about the shape of the missile, but it's also about the direction, the speed, the way it explodes. Is it on target? Is it malfunctioning? There's a lot that you can tell from just a few seconds. And several weapons experts analyzed this footage and told us that this was likely a state-of-the-art US missile known as a PRISM, and it's never been known to have been used in combat before. So we published our findings after we'd verified the video and along with lots of other visual evidence that we had. And subsequently, the New York Times also reported on the story and came to the same conclusions. And a few days later, CENTCOM, the US military, they published a pretty definitive statement. They denied that there was a US missile used in this incident. They called the media reports false, implying ours and the New York Times' reporting. And they went further. They actually specified that an Iranian Havazeh cruise missile was used. And so we did what we always do. We tested the claims against the evidence that we had. And so we cast the net even further with more experts, and 6 independent experts analyzed the footage, and they said that this was not an Iranian Havazeh missile. And that's because of really specific things like the turbojet that weren't there, and specific kind of visual characteristics that you can see there, as well as verified photos of the aftermath, those pockmarks that you can see on the walls. They're characteristic, they said, of what happens when a PRISM missile explodes. But we also dug into the reporting further. We identified a 3rd strike on the residential area, and we dug into the backgrounds of the victims of those killed, including a 2-year-old. And similar to the investigation in Minab, the US still hasn't responded to the findings of our investigation.
I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned the New York Times. I mean, how different, I suppose, is your kind of journalism when it comes to competition and collaboration? You know, do you think, I mean, it's useful for you, isn't it, when the New York Times comes to the same conclusion with what is often, you know, raw materials that anyone can get hold of?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about this. I think it's very much a collaborative industry in terms of we are pooling together resources and knowledge, and we are learning from each other as well. And so I think it's good because we're on the same side. We're trying to find out what happened and get to the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that there are so many teams now in different newsrooms doing similar type of work, and our initial passes of that have become far more competitive. Even satellite imagery has been sort of somewhat commoditized because we all have access to similar imagery. And so, yeah, I think it's about, you know, when you get access on the ground, or you're bringing different skills to bear in your findings and that kind of stuff. And we don't always agree. I mean, sometimes there are differences of opinion. But in this case, I think the repeated goes at this story and the denials by the US, BBC and New York Times and others were building off each other's work, I think, in this case.
Christo, I mean, let's come to your journalism, which is a different kind of journalism, I think, to sort of immediate news reaction, and has had, you know, some very, very profound effects. When I interviewed you for Channel 4 News, I think I sort of said, how many spies have you exposed? And you said thousands. And, you know, my jaw is sort of on the floor. The scale of what you're doing is enormous. How do you do it?
Well, finding spies is not a problem. And once you learn how to identify them, it becomes routine. Figuring out what they're up to is the problem. And without that context, there's no story. I mean, yes, I do have a list of maybe 7,500 Russian spies, confirmed spies, but it's only about 300 of them that we know what they've done, what they're up to, what they're planning to do. And without that knowledge, there's nothing I can publish about the rest, because every country has spies. I mean, Russia happens to have some bumbling idiots and some very professional ones, and doing a lot of malign operations, more than most other countries. So it's interesting that they have these people, but again, the difficulty is finding out an actual operation, and ideally to disclose it before it succeeds. But even in the case where it does succeed, it's still important to attribution.
Can you give us a sense, you know, we've heard from what their sort of sources are, if you like. Give us a sense of sort of where you get your information.
When I started this 11 years ago, I was just learning about the existence of a gray market of leaked data, of data for sale that is correlated with corrupt governments and centralized information systems, of governments that won't control their subjects or their citizens, such as the Russian government, such as Iran, China, and so on and so forth. So paired with corruption in government, that creates a layer of obtainable data. Now I don't have to actually go to that corrupt layer because there's an abundance of leaked data, which comes both from disgruntled people working in Russian government databases, IT personnel for major companies that leak data and hope that some journalist finds it and does something with it. Ukrainian hackers and global hackers working for large international, multinational IT companies that are just lending their free time to help the Ukrainians to hack into Russian government databases. So at this point, it's more of you buried in a sea of big data, and you have to find a story in it. So that's how my work has changed. And some of the recent discoveries have been based on, again, you stare at terabytes of data and you try to find a story in it. And one of the latest investigations into this new clandestine unit that Russia created was the result of such search.
Yeah, I mean, tell us about that, because it's partly in response to trying to work out what to do about you and people like you.
Yeah, this is a crazy story. It's a meta investigation because it's almost like season 4 of a Netflix show about my investigations, because one of the sort of things I had under my belt, or together with my colleagues at Bellingcat and later at The Insider, was essentially exposing one of the most offensive Russian clandestine units, Unit 29155. We laid bare their operations. They're the guys who poisoned the Skripals, who killed an innocent bystander in 2018, and did a lot of other malign activity. They exploded munition facilities, killed people in doing that in Czechia, Bulgaria, and many other countries. So we had we had granular knowledge of who they are. We exposed them. We showed the tradecraft that they use to a degree where they were seen as unusable anymore. So the Russian government decided to create a sort of a successor entity that would be hidden completely from journalists' view. And because they knew how to discover the previous ones, we matched their addresses to government addresses, to military addresses. They decided this time they'll do it in a completely different way. And they buried this new secret unit in a company, in a corporate structure in Russia. That happened to be the Kalashnikov concern, which manufactures AK-47, like one of the biggest brands in Russia. And because it's such a large organization with hundreds of thousands of employees, they thought these 500 people will be hidden very well. And the problem with that is that as a military-industrial company, it was targeted by Ukrainian hackers just because they wanted to see what the equipment they were doing. And suddenly they end up in a PowerPoint presentation that outlines this new unit in commercial terms. And I didn't know that PowerPoint had all those icons for tanks and for missiles, but it was literally, yeah, this is it. This is it. And this is just one of 10 slides, and some of the slides showed churn and expected churn, business terms, growth paths, growth churns, and like only 33% of every applicant gets accepted in our exclusive company. And like, how do you hide something in a commercial company where everything leaks, essentially, right? So thanks to this PowerPoint presentation, we were able to map out the full, like 503 people that are employed there. But then it got better, and I don't know that we have time for the whole story, but again, we knew this, but without knowing what they're up to, what they've done or are planning to do, there's no story. So we sat on this for about a year without being able to find something that they've actually done. Until the FBI arrested somebody in Colombia a month ago, and we quickly figured out that he was one of these people because we knew the name from this org chart here. And we were able to reconstruct what this person did upon his arrest there, and we were able to get access to his Telegram chats that were leaked right after he was arrested. And it was just a blunder after blunder of this new secretive operation. And it's rewarding, I have to say.
Yeah.
One of the craziest things they did is, and this is not something we were able to benefit from, but the FBI did when they tracked this operation and have them arrested. This guy who was arrested, he was recruiting agents around the world to do their bidding to assassinate people. And because they didn't speak Russian, they didn't speak any other language, they communicated on Google Translate. And the FBI were reading that in real time, like daily reports from would-be assassins.
There's a level of sort of stupidity from the people you're dealing with, but also if you're dealing with hacked data, how do you make sure you're on the right side of the law?
Well,
or does that not matter?
Again, it's war. What we have to understand is we are at war with bad actors at the moment, and the real problem here is validating hacked data, not really deciding to use it or not to use it, as long as you don't do the hacking yourself, and that has always been kind of a golden rule for journalism. The rest is kind of, well, if somebody's done it, you validate, you make sure that you're not being fed something that somebody wants to publish. We never take data that is hacked by governments either. That's another problem, the ethical problem, and that's a history that goes back to my time at Bellingcat. We never want to do the bidding of any government, good or bad. So if commercial hackers happen to hack into something and leak it out there, share it with journalists, our goal is only to verify that it's real.
Merlin, let's talk about AI and the impact. We saw in that opening video, proliferation of AI video, trying to mislead all of us, and especially people like you. I think we've got a little clip from one of your reports about how you work out what's real and what's fake.
This video got 70 million views, claiming to show an Iranian missile attacking a US fighter jet, but it's actually footage from a video game. Some fake videos like this one are more obvious. The fireworks here are out of place, but a still from the same video is much more convincing. Compare this with the real photo, which we have verified, which shows smoke rising, not a fireball.
So is it getting harder?
It's becoming increasingly difficult to figure out what's real and what's fake, and that's partly because some of the AI detector tools, the tools that can find out whether something is AI generated or not, they're developing nowhere near as quickly as the tools that are developing and generating AI content. And so they bring up false positives, false negatives. They're just not reliable on their own. And so the most reliable tool that we still have are our eyes. And so that's literally just looking at photos and videos. And there are still visual clues, markers that are left behind by AI content. AI is still not very good at kind of doing lettering or writing on signposts, posters, whatever that may be. There's still other things like lighting inconsistencies, blurring of the skin, and obviously the usual thing that we talk about, digits, hands, feet, fingers, that kind of thing. So there are clues, but it is becoming increasingly difficult. And I think what we should also kind of keep in mind is not all of the claims that are, not all of the AI content is based off completely false claims. Often there is an event. We see this all the time in breaking news events where AI content is created to simulate what the event actually is, but it's not a real video. It's just trying to be and seem like the video. And we saw that all the time in Iran, where we saw strikes in particular places. And as you saw just there was a strike in that particular location. It just wasn't that video.
I mean, Maliki, we can see how fast AI systems are advancing every few months.
Yep.
They're getting very, very much more powerful. I mean, you know, in your opening example, it presumably wouldn't have been that hard to change the missile to an Iranian missile.
Yep.
And you know, and you're going to get to a point soon, aren't you, where it's going to be almost impossible to tell.
Yes, potentially. But what we're doing as journalists is we're never relying on that one piece of video, and even within the video. So it crossed my mind that maybe that video was AI manipulated, but it was filmed by a construction site that was an active construction site, and so I could see sandbags in a particular place. And so I could also see those in satellite imagery, which gave me time. So I knew that you couldn't have manufactured that video with that level of detail unless you sort of had extreme local knowledge. But you're right. Yeah, if you're relying on a single video, as we were in the case of the Tomahawk, things can happen. But I think generative AI, it's just another part of this erosion of trust that earlier speakers spoke about. Like, what is reality? What can we trust anymore? And so. For us, that's the importance of showing our work and explaining our processes.
And presumably, really important to marry what you're doing with on-the-ground reporting wherever it's possible.
Absolutely, that's the best type of journalism. We were talking earlier about some of the work that we did on Bucha, where we identified the Russian unit that killed lots of civilians when they occupied that town. That wouldn't have been possible unless two of our journalists, Yusra Al-Hlu and Masha Froliak, were on the ground and then working with our team, collecting evidence.
I mean, Christopher, the Russians aren't the only people, are they, sort of very actively involved in pumping out quite a lot of this stuff?
No, they're not, but they have created best or worst practices in this area that are being borrowed. In electoral manipulation, I was just on an advisory board of the Bulgarian government in the eve of the Bulgarian elections, because the European Union were wary of what foreign manipulation might be occurring there. We did a monitoring project of what really happened in the election, in the run-up to the elections. And we found that there was some Russian direct manipulation using fake videos, AI, but a lot of the manipulation came from local parties who were using what Russia had developed and used and tested in the American elections, tested in Hungary before. So that proliferation of bad practices is what the problem is, not necessarily that Russia will always be behind every operation. But Russia has one advantage over many other bad actors, which is that they've created not a centralized operation of, okay, we have this institute creating deep fakes. They've created a whole market, a very market-driven approach to using AI in disinformation and creating confusion around the world. And there's no cost of failure in that. I mean, it has oligarchs who are trying to contribute their own divisions, doing fakes and AI distribution and manipulation. They have military units who are competing with one another. And they have literal companies, like small startups that compete in that. And because the cost of failure is zero there, but the rewards and the spoils are huge, and because AI does not create, using AI for bad fakes or for good fakes is not really suffering from the shortcomings of AI today, because yeah, you'll have a couple of bad ones, but you'll have a lot of good ones, and if anything, hallucination is a good thing in that case, where it's a bad thing for everybody else who wants to use AI for good purposes. So that is the problem, that Russia is treating this as a market.
Just finally, I kind of want to delve briefly into your YouTube channel, which I think is where the internet goes full circle, because you are now also producing cat videos. Well, a cat lady video. Just explain. Let's have a look at this clip that's on your YouTube channel, and then you can explain it.
Called a Russian spy using her cat. I know it's a serious story. We call her the cat lady in our professional speak. This was the Russian illegal spy, a long-term sleeper agent who went by the name of Maria Adela Kufeld-Rivera. Yeah, the story with this is, we published this in 2022 as a big written investigation. It was a serious story about this Russian illegal deep cover spy who had infiltrated NATO, causing untold damage in terms of leaks of secrets and befriending spies. And at the time, it was read by you and colleagues. And we made sure that information went to law enforcement after we published it. And we thought that the chapter is closed on that. 3 years later, my son convinced me to start making videos about my old investigations. We published this cat video, and it got 16 million views on YouTube or on Instagram, which is, none of my investigation would get like 1/10 of that before. And here's the catch. I mean, I get a call from one law enforcement agency, I won't name the country, right after we published this video, and they're asking for a coffee to talk about something. I'm like, well, what is it about? Well, can you give us all data about the cat and the owner? I'm like, guys, you knew about this 4 years ago. I know you knew it because there was communication. And they said, yeah, but nobody noticed it. And now there's this cat video that made everybody watch it. So literally, my son's idea to use cat videos as a conduit for serious stories has worked.
And on that, thank you very much indeed. Can I ask you to thank the panel?
Thank you.
Are you racist?
I am the least racist person that you have ever met.
And Nikki Haley is in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Welcome to the Don Lemon Show.
I don't have to answer questions from the reporters. Don, the only reason I bring this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it.
Mr. Lemon, oh my God, I love watching you on TikTok. And I'm like, wow, that's different than my grandma loves watching you on CNN. I will not stop now.
Oh, wow.
Uncuffed.
Uncuffed.
Wait a minute. I brought these because you...
Oh, all right, fine. Whatever.
I don't...
Fuck you. Fine. That's great.
No, I'm good.
All right, look, we apologize in advance for what's about to happen here.
We're all friends.
We're all friends. Listen.
How are you?
Good.
Yes.
Uncuffed is really interesting. Do you think she was making a remark about gays?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe Brian, no.
Okay. Anyway, talk about uncuffed, because as I said that, which is kind of a funny way of thinking about it, it's sort of I wouldn't say unhinged, but it's sort of uncensored, whatever. Unleashed, really, is the word we want to use. But talk about uncuffed. You're wearing a cuff right there.
Yeah.
So explain what that is on your wrist.
You're right. Considering what happened to me, it is unleashed. But I wear this. I didn't used to wear it. I wore it only to like formal events.
Right.
Now I wear it as often as I can because it was the only reason that anyone knew that I had been arrested and detained by the DOJ.
Right.
I was wearing this.
Right.
And I got arrested in Beverly Hills in a hotel in an elevator.
Right, looking good.
When I was detained.
Right.
Coming back from a Grammy party.
Yeah.
And it kept getting caught in the handcuffs that I had behind my back. And I was fidgeting with it. And they said, do you want us to take that off? And I said, yes, but what are you going to do with it?
Right.
And I said, are you going to do the right thing with it? And then I went, I don't know about these guys. So an FBI agent came over and said, I said, will you take this up to my husband, who is in room? And I gave him the room number. And he said, yes, I'll do it. And so when he knocked on the door and gave him this bracelet, that was the only reason anyone knew. Otherwise, they would have been looking for me. They wouldn't have known where I was.
Where you went, because you got detained. All right, let's start with that, because one of the things, I want to get to what you've done here in terms of media, because you and I have talked about this since you left CNN, since you were fired from there. So, and you and I have discussed like where this independent media is going, and I want to get to that, but talk a little bit about where we are right now on your case. And where it is at this point.
One thing before that, I just want to say, I'm so glad that they played that thing of me at CNN in the morning show when I talked about Nikki Haley and not being, I said to the audience, that's not according to me.
Right.
So what I was saying, that's the way society treats women, but somehow everyone thinks that was my sentiments. And as you know, you knew that was my sentiments.
Yes, I did.
And so I'm glad they played that. So
good, but we're going to move on from that, finally.
So my case right now.
You can get over it.
I am. But I'm glad because no one ever plays that.
Let's talk about your arrest and being a felon.
Let's talk about me being a criminal.
Yes.
So the case is going through motions, the judge, everything. The wheels of justice move really slow.
And stupidly.
And so, yes. And so it's going through motions. You have to go through all of these things before you can do one thing, another thing has to happen, and this thing has to happen.
Right.
And it's just moving very slowly. And quite frankly, there are so many people who have either quit or been fired from the DOJ or just from the Trump government in general that they don't have the resources to do it. So they keep extending it, pushing it off, asking for extensions, and that just keeps the entire case going. That makes it more expensive.
Why are they keeping going with this?
Why are they?
Because I interviewed your lawyer, Abby Lowell, who's doing a lot of people, Letitia James, a whole bunch of people. Why are they keeping going on this?
Well, I think it's obvious. I mean, look at James Comey. This is like their third or fourth crack at James Comey. They just won't let it go because Donald Trump wants retribution.
Right.
He doesn't. Anyone who is not 100% on his team.
Yeah, you have never threatened anyone with seashells, which I think.
No, I have not. Not.
This is where we are in the United States. Threatening with,
for numbers or a term of it, if you want to call it that, that many people have used before, including his own MAGA sycophants.
Right. I mean, it's used in restaurants.
That's what it is.
It's used for, but he lives permanently in the late 1970s.
It keeps going because they won't let it go.
Yes.
And they're trying to, the the Civil Rights Unit of the Department of Justice is really being decimated, and they're using laws that were meant to protect underserved communities and black people against black people in underserved communities. It's really sad because they're trying to prove a point.
Right. They just sued the New York Times today over firing some guy, not giving him a promotion, a white guy. So that was unfair.
Well, they came in saying, if you're white and you're a male specifically, bring us the information so that we can, start suing and creating lawsuits around.
Right, around DEI. So you don't imagine that they will just give up? Because they tend to drop things later, right? Correct?
I don't imagine that they would give up, but the thing that gives me solace is that whatever they're looking for is not there. As you know, they still have my phone. That's public information.
Right.
And whatever they're looking for is not going to be found in my phone. There's no conspiracy. There's no.
No, let's go into this church.
No.
Hit people.
If anything, it's the complete opposite. It's like, hey, I'm going to be too early to go to the federal detention center. So is there anything else I can cover?
Right.
And someone says, go to this. And I say, okay, I'll go and see what it is.
Right.
And that's it.
So I want you to talk a little bit on sort of the broader, why you and why now? It's just because you're in his crosshairs, because same way with Comey or others. Letitia James would be among them. He's got a couple that really...
For years, Donald Trump attacked me on social media. He attacked me publicly. He called me the dumbest man on television. And, and in the same tweet, LeBron James.
He's called you LeBron James?
I interviewed LeBron James at his school.
Did he mistake you for each other?
No,
It's possible.
It is possible. I interviewed LeBron James when he opened a school in Ohio.
Yeah.
And he said, Don Lemon managed to make even LeBron James look smart. and they're both dumb, and so the dumbest man on television, whatever. And so he has been attacking me forever. And during his first term, I would be just sitting in my office or walking to the deli or whatever, and people would text me and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and I would say, "About what?" And they said, "Donald Trump has attacked you again." So I stopped following him on Twitter.
Right. Yeah.
So forever he has been. So why me and why now? I believe that if it were not for me, that this case would not be a big deal, and it may not be a case at all.
Right.
Because Don Lemon is involved. It became about me when I'm not even the organizer of the protest. I didn't even know the people who were organizing the protest.
Right.
I had never even met the people who were all involved in it. But I think it's because I'm there, and it makes a good story and a good case for them to go after it. It's very appealing to his base.
And what will happen if are you worried about any part of it? It's just the retribution, and it's the prosecution, the ability to prosecute you even if it's nonsensical.
I'm not worried about any of it as it relates to me. Is it hard on me and my family and my husband and all those things? Yeah, because you have to deal with these things. You have to take phone calls from the attorneys. You got to do the motions. I have to go back to Minnesota for certain things. That part is, it's taxing in a sense. The real thing that worries me is the attack on the First Amendment and on freedom of the press. Because the moment people start telling you, which they do in authoritarian countries, telling you what you can report on and where you can report, then the whole thing is over for press freedom. And so this case is bigger than me, way bigger than me. It has ramifications for not just broadcast journalism, print journalism, meaning magazines, and also publishing.
Right.
Where they can go through things and say, you can't report this, you can't talk about this. And also, there's the whole religious aspect of it, where the separation of church and state, where they're not just trying to blur the line, they're trying to erase the separation of church and state, and somehow, incorporate that into our laws and our legal system.
So let's talk then about what you're doing with independent media.
Yeah.
I think when I saw you the day that you were let go by Chris Licht.
Yeah.
Who's then let go.
You were one of the first people I called.
You were.
You called me, actually. You
did.
said, this is awful.
Yes.
I don't know why they handled it this way, but you're going to be okay.
Yes,
as long as you are not too used to, you call it a town car. And I said, Kara, they don't even make town cars anymore. It's SUVs.
Right.
But I knew what you meant. But you thought I was like so, caught up. Never.
I was worried about it because I've been around CNN people. They like their cars.
That's never one of the reasons I'm not there. That wasn't me. I was always to them a lightning rod, lightning in a bottle of stuff. They called me. But I always worked my ass off.
I didn't say you didn't work.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's years ago when Katie Couric was going to Yahoo, one of the things that one of the people at one of the networks to me called her an anchor monster or whatever. That's the word they use. And they're like, hey, print that. I go, well, will you put your name to it? And they were like, no, you can say sources said. I go fuck yourself. If you want to call someone an anchor monster, your name goes on. Otherwise, you don't get to diminish a woman because you think it's hysterical. But one of the things that I was worried about is that being in corporate media, the shift over, and not everybody can do it, right? Not everyone, that. And I meet with a lot of people. I hear from dozens of people who want to have coffee. I should run a service about career advice. And one of the things, sometimes I'm like, yes, this person's entrepreneurial, they can do it. In other places, I'm like, you should stay in your job. That's a really good job. You should stay. Yeah. But talk a little bit about your journey, because one of the things I thought about you was that you were hardworking, and you had you were almost in a structure that didn't quite fit you there. It wasn't right where it was. Yeah. Especially, the back and forth with Chris and everything else. It wasn't you. So talk about how you felt when you come down from what was the pinnacle of broadcast journalism to what happened.
Well, it's interesting that you said the pinnacle of broadcast journalism or cable, because when I started, cable wasn't such a desirable place to be in when I started in cable, because I came from NBC.
Right.
And so broadcast kind of looked down on cable. It was like its little, it was the black sheep of the family. And finally, cable came into its own, especially during Donald Trump. And the conversation was happening in cable news, especially at night and in prime time. But I've always been a person a journalist where I wanted to be there. I wanted to be on the scene. I wanted to go to the breaking news. I wanted to go to the war zones, all of that. But my bosses always, you're we want you to be on the anchor desk because
Right.
you're a draw and people want to watch you.
Right.
And I was never really drawn to that. I was comfortable there because I'm just comfortable being in front of people, and I liked, telling the story. So when it was over, I didn't quite look at it as a pinnacle. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
I felt in an odd way when I got the call, I felt relief.
Free.
I felt free.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the future was going to bring,
Right.
but I felt free. I didn't like my exit. I thought they could have been kinder after
No.
17
Yeah, I
years.
would agree, and which I told
But
them.
yeah, I know you did. Thank you.
Yeah, I did.
And
Chris Lick came up to me and was like, "Look what I did today." I go, "Shut the fuck up. That's like you fired
did.
someone. Don't be an asshole."
And then he was shocked 5 minutes later when I walked into
He did. He walks in this Time 100 thing, and I loved you for this. He shows up and he looks fucking fantastic, just like you did after your arrest. I don't know where you got that suit, but you look good. I was talking to my wife. I was like, "How does he look so good? He was in jail all night. He looks fantastic." But you looked fantastic,
Thank
and you
you.
walked in there very proud. So talk about that journey, because first you did the Twitter thing,
Yeah.
which I advised.
Which you
against.
advised me not to.
I did,
And you were right.
Yes, as always. And because I knew him, not you, him. I thought it was a good impulse if it wasn't a lunatic running the asylum,
Right.
and that was the problem I had, and that he wouldn't tolerate your brand of honesty or the way you are. So talk about, you did that, right? And that was a setback, like that you were going to do.
Yeah. Well, looking back on it, obviously you were right. And in hindsight, I don't think I'm not sure that was such a good relationship to have, consider the toxicity of his social media platform and just really of his brand.
Right.
But I believed, and I wanted to go in there and do exactly what he thought that I could do, is sort of try to balance
it's a good idea.
the platform. It was a good idea in theory.
Yeah, I think what I told
And
you is it's a good idea, but
he'll
you're
never do
performing in a Nazi porn bar, so it's great.
So,
Come on.
yeah, that didn't happen. But
Y'all shouldn't be there, but go ahead.
But I moved on because
You did very quickly, which I was very proud
I
of.
am, as I said, I will not be silenced, and whatever I can do, I work very hard. I pivot very easily.
Right, you do.
Pivot.
Thank you.
I didn't even realize I was doing that.
Yeah, you did.
You guys know pivot, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think in this, I've always been nimble. I've always self-produced as
Right.
well. It was great in cable news and in broadcast news, because I worked for NBC, to have everybody doing everything for you, miking you, makeup, handing you
Yeah.
scripts, doing your research, rolling the teleprompter, and you just sit there and go, oh, wow, everything is there. So that was all nice, but I often self-produced. If you notice the segments with Chris and me,
Sure, yeah.
Jeff Zucker said, we need a transition between shows. And I said, okay, if you want a transition, I'm going to give you one.
Yeah, so you broed it up with him. So that wasn't my favorite part, I'll be honest with you.
But I did challenge him. Did you notice that a lot?
You did. I just am like,
Yeah.
oh, the bro show needs to stop. But it's just my opinion. Talk about what you're doing now, because I think what's really interesting is, one, you do on this, talk about your business. What is it? What is, you have your lemon, what's it called? Lemon Brigade?
I have the Lemon Nation.
Lemon Nation.
And I have, so, hey, use what you have.
Well, thank
Lemon
you,
is an
Beyonce.
unusual.
It's great, but go ahead.
Lemon is an unusual name, and it's
Right.
catchy.
Right.
And so when I do drops,
Lemon heads.
I call it the lemon drops.
Right.
The lemon heads, or people call themselves lemon heads. They'll stop me in airports or wherever I am and go, hey, Don, I'm a lemon head. And I'm like, great.
Right.
Or I'm part of the Lemon Nation.
Right.
And so what I wanted to do is not just create a channel or a network, which, yes, I do, but it's a community, and people feel like they're in a
Right.
community. They confess their sorrows, their triumphs, their, whatever it is that they have. Live on the network, I allow people to be able to have a voice in this time that we're in right now, this era where they feel like they're voiceless and they don't have a platform. So I have a platform. So if you become a member, you can call in, right? You can actually be on the channel. If you're at a certain tier of membership, every week I have a show called The Lemon Legends,
Right.
where they are all on the screen, just like any other contributor, consultant, reporter that's on. They're there. And sometimes it cuts into the viewership because people are not necessarily interested in all of that. But for me, it's worth it because I give people an opportunity to say what's on their mind.
Right, and you also you go out in the street.
I go out on the streets, which is the thing that really has caught on. I started doing it during the 24 election.
Man on the street.
Man on the streets. I was going to swing states and battleground states, and I started hearing a lot of Trump. I like Trump from even demographics that you would not expect. And I got a lot of pushback from liberals and progressives that said, are you somehow curating this? And I said, no, I'm just going out and talking to people.
Right.
And as it turns out, I was right. He won.
Right. You said it to me, and I was very struck by that because you were actually talking to actual people rather than...
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you send me the little note saying, you're not going to make blah, blah, blah happen. And I'm saying, I'm not trying to.
Right.
But what I often do is, when I talk to people out on the streets, that's where you really find out what's happening, as you know, right? And
basic reporting.
Basic reporting. And I find now people are going back, I guess maybe cable news has sort of taken a tip from us. People are going back to man on the streets because all of the consultants they have sitting around on those desks and, you know, suits and all of the polling they have, unless you're out talking to people, you don't really get the real picture. And
so
that has really caught on. That's been
too much
something
time,
that's
but your
helped us.
business, you got into more than 1 million on YouTube, right? Very quickly.
Across all platforms, it's more than 8 million, maybe 9.
Which is bigger than cable ever was.
Which, yeah,
by
it's crazy,
far.
right?
And your demographic would be lower. So your business comes from YouTube, advertising, subscription?
Comes from YouTube revenue share, sponsorships, speaking engagements, memberships, which we are the shining example of memberships.
Right.
Everyone wants to know why our memberships are so successful. And I say because we're just not saying, we're going to give you behind the scenes and just videos. We provide them with live access to be on the program and to be part of a community. And so people will, you know, they'll pay for that.
What are you most nervous about when you're doing this as an entrepreneur? Besides it rests just on you. I know that's something I think about.
Sometimes it's too much.
Right.
Because I have to do everything. I used to just have to worry about the editorial and, you know, and a haircut, right?
So growing pains.
And it's growing pains right now because either I have to grow or stay where I am. And right now I'm growing and people want more. They're loving what they're seeing and what we're doing. So it's growing pains. But the tough thing is trying to keep it all together, trying to scale it, you know, and keep it in a place where it's affordable and maintainable. So that's the thing. And one worries, we've had such great success starting, can it end or can it go down as quickly as it went up?
Right, you'll lose like what happened to Ben Shapiro recently, his numbers are going down. What do you, when you think about independent media, I have 2 more questions because we have a short amount of time, but how do you feel about independent media? I mean, I've been doing it for a while. A lot of people, again, are calling and wanting to do it. Jim Acosta, everyone's sort of jumping out. And they seem very happy once they've left, which is really interesting. Is it enough to fight? Like, as Emma was talking about, it costs a lot of money to mount heavy investigations. It costs... How do you look at the media landscape right now?
I love independent media, but independent media can't be it. There's a huge role that traditional or corporate media plays because they have the resources. They can do the big investigations. They can go to war zones. It's just that right now the trust is gone. And people aren't watching unless there are big events. Like, you know, people watch live sports. They'll watch live news if there's a big enough event. But unfortunately, there's not a war every day. There's not an election every day. There's not an insurrection every day. And so that business model, as you know, is not maintainable. So I think that is... there's room for everyone. I love independent media. I think people should invest in independent media because that's the only place you're going to get it without the corporate overlords or the influencers in your ear, as you know.
Oh, I know.
And I have friends, and I go on different networks, and people will tell me, you can't say that, we can't talk about this, we haven't reported on this.
Yes, there's a chilling.
I don't have that at all. And the Trump administration is going to start coming after independent media because we're not owned.
Right, but it's very hard to do so.
It's hard, but they can. You can sue anybody. They can sue you.
Yes, they certainly can. That's absolutely true. But I think one of the things I'm not careful. I don't stifle myself, but I make sure everything is completely accurate. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what we spend a lot of time doing.
And a lot of allegedly and reportedly.
Yes, yeah.
And in my opinion.
Yes, in my opinion. So last question, one of the things, let me just play this clip here. Let's play this clip.
If I wanted to, I know people are going to think I'm crazy. This is going to be the headline, and people are going to laugh about it. I think I could be president of the United States. I could definitely run this country better than Donald Trump.
Now, I will posit that a squirrel could run our country better than Donald Trump.
I think that was my point, Kara.
All right, so you're a squirrel.
Well,
That got a lot of attention.
That did get a lot of attention. It was just sort of an off-the-cuff thing that Alex Wagner asked me on Pod Save America. She said, have you ever thought of running for office?
Yeah.
And people stop me all the time and ask me, would you consider running for office?
Yeah.
And the members of my Lemon Nation say, Don, you should be president.
Yeah.
I actually think that I could run this country better than Donald Trump, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
It's not that I'm going to run for president. It's because Donald Trump says, I know better than the generals. I know better than the experts. I know better than Wall Street. Nobody knows technology better than I do. Nobody knows anything better than he does. Well, that's bullshit.
Yes.
There are many people who know many more things who are a lot better than you.
You know, I think
a lot better
applying
than
to
you.
Donald Trump,
Yeah.
hello, comma, he lied is always a good policy.
But I know being a president is a hard job, but in some ways it's an easy job because the most important part of the job is hiring people who are credible, who have the experience and the expertise to be able to run whatever position that you appoint them to.
Right.
And so if you want to be a good president, you get a great team around you who know, this team knows more than you, and you listen to those people. At the end of the day, it's your decision. But if you have really smart people around you who you trust, I think it makes being a president easier.
Right.
And the smartest and most effective presidents, that's what they do.
So Kash Patel wouldn't survive a Lemon administration?
Kash Patel would not serve. Kash Patel, nor Pete Hegseth, nor a Pam Bondi.
Well, you outlasted her.
They would, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
None of those people would ever be in a Don Lemon administration. It would actually be on meritocracy.
All right, away from this ridiculous speculation, would you ever consider running for office?
Yeah, I would. I would. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you're going to go right to friggin' president? Well, why not? Right?
Why not?
All right. Okay.
I mean, I'm a man of a certain age. I've been around long enough. I've worked hard. You laugh. I know people laugh, but
I'm not.
I'm a completely self-made person. I did not come from a wealth.
Yeah.
I did not have $400 million to start. I have become I've made it to the top of my profession.
Yeah.
And I've also started a business, and I'm a self-made millionaire from a country where my ancestors were enslaved. So I think that's a pretty big accomplishment, whether people want to...
All right, Lemonheads. All right, then last very quick question. Lot of journalists here. What advice would you give them?
I would give them, this is my advice and what I'm dealing with now, is that I believe that journalists are like doctors and attorneys, do no harm. And the best way to do no harm is to tell the people, whether it's the American people or the world, the truth. And to do it without fear or favor, as we say, and to push back against authoritarianism, because that is the death of journalism. And in America, if there are no journalists, if we don't have freedom of the press, then the whole Constitution, the whole thing fails. It is the backbone of our Constitution in America. And if you don't support the press, if you are not doing and fighting and pushing back against the corporate overlords, if you happen to be in corporate media, then you're not doing your job as a journalist. That's what you're supposed to do. It's not about the money. It's not about the fame. It's about telling the truth and informing the people.
And right now, for people here, how worried are you about that in America right now?
I'm extremely worried. I mean, look at who owns all the media companies. You've got News Corp, right, which is Fox. You've got CBS is owned by Paramount. CNN is soon to be owned by Paramount. ABC is owned by Disney, and on and on and on. It's all entertainment companies and very rich
tech companies.
Tech companies and very rich people who want their particular ideology spread. And if it's conservative or if it's MAGA, if it's Trumpism, that's what they want spread, and that's what's going to come out of their particular platforms. It should not be that way. I think that they should stop looking at journalistic organizations as corporate centers for the companies. We should have a carve-out where that does not happen, and that's not happening. So I'm very worried about it right now.
Okay. All right. Don Lemon, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
вы здесь власть. Меня зовут Аня Немц.
Нет войны.
Точно нет войны.
Good afternoon. As many of you know, I'm a lawyer, so that means I'm professionally quite suspicious and, well, usually temperamentally a bit gloomy. So this is a very appropriate gloomy panel for you all. Iron fists versus the media, but what we're really talking about is a world that Anne Applebaum described in Autocracy, Inc., where repression has stopped shouting and started outsourcing. So let's begin perhaps by setting the scene, because if we don't agree how bad things are, then, well, the rest of it is just therapy for the gloomy. Anne, you really capture the moment, I think, with rare clarity. You've described the present not as a collapse, but as a swerve. What exactly is swerving, and how do we get there?
So first of all, I'm really looking forward to this exact panel some years from now when it's not gloomy. And we already have a Hungarian colleague on the panel who has no reason to be gloomy. So there's a lot of feeling now of inevitability, decline, everything's getting worse, there's nothing we can do, and actually that's not true, and we have some people in the room who can say so. I used the word swerve recently because it actually comes from a literary history in which a literary historian wrote about how the ideas of the ancient world were rediscovered by the Renaissance. And he calls this moment the swerve. And I feel that we're living in a swerve now. So a lot of ideas that we thought were gone, that didn't matter anymore, history had discarded them, they'd been defeated. For example, the idea that all politics is warfare and winning is about total victory, or the idea of ethnic nationalism, that that's a good way to organize a society, or the idea that that the point of winning power, even in a democracy, is to then control as many institutions as possible. A lot of these are old ideas. We knew them from the 1930s. We knew them from previous moments in human history. But we're living in a moment when they are being found and discovered and explained and described once again. And these is a way of doing politics that's always had power, and people who want power are trying to bring them back. And that has, there is an implication for the autocratic world, but also there's an implication for the democratic world.
So not a sort of sudden car crash, more of a gentle or steady turn of the wheel with, everybody arguing in the back about directions. So Andris, Hungary didn't lose press freedom overnight. It was stolen piece by piece by piece. Can you explain Orbán's playbook and how it actually worked in practice?
Yes, first, I would like to manage the expectations. So we had the elections just a few weeks ago, so I don't think there was enough time.
I'm going to come to the elections.
I don't think there was enough time to get rid of my, the famous Hungarian pessimism. So don't expect too much optimism from me yet. The crackdown on media was a priority for Orbán from day one. One of the first pieces of legislation that his party introduced to the parliament in 2010 when he came back to power was about the media. And it was a systematic crackdown. You know, first they basically set up a new regulatory system. They appointed people loyal to the government. And then they took over the public media, which was the easiest target. And then they went after private media companies as well. And, he's not directed to the government, but his friends and allies, piece by piece, took over these outlets. They bought them. And then they either shut them down or they turned those outlets into propaganda organizations. And so they built a really, and I think this was really unique, at least inside the European Union, that they built a whole ecosystem. You know, we are not talking about just a few outlets leaning towards the government. This was an ecosystem of hundreds of digital outlets, print, radio, literally all local newspapers, and they were acting in unison and in one voice, and they were serving the government.
So now that Peter Magyar's party is in power, I guess the question that we all want to know is, he's got a 2/3 majority, he can change the constitution, and for now they are still dealing with Orban's media infrastructure, or at least the legacy of it. How quickly will that be unwound, and indeed, will they unwind it?
It's already started. It's a fascinating time to be in Hungary now. How for example, the public broadcasters, from one day to the other, they discovered the impartiality and independence, and they invited Péter Magyar for interviews. So it's really fascinating to see that. But Péter Magyar is not a fan of journalism either. He can be quite critical, even sometimes aggressive with reporters. So we'll see. But to be honest, I don't want to be friends with any politicians. That's not our role. So of course, hopefully, he and others will recognize the role that we play in a democracy.
Right. And one of the most unsettling of your points for me, I thought, was that the modern authoritarianism isn't ideological anymore, it's more transactional, with very different sort of ideological regimes cooperating happily together if the price is right. Orban was part of their network. Now he's lost. Does that weaken the network, or does it simply arbitrage and reroute?
It could very much weaken the network. Hungary was important, I think, in, let's say, 3 ways. One was the way you just described. Hungary created a model that other failing democracies or quasi-autocracies could follow. So Orban didn't censor people. There wasn't an office of censorship. Instead, he took over the media through financial tricks, through pressure on individual journalists, on companies, on the owners of companies, and we can see that being repeated almost exactly in Trump's America. It's exactly the same playbook. It's not censor journalists, it's take over the companies, pressure the owners, and so on. And so Orban was important for that, and the failure of Orban means that now lots of people are questioning whether that model is as permanent and reliable as before. Hungary was also important because it was inside the European Union, it was a pro-Russian and really pro-authoritarian voice. It prevented European unity around Ukraine, around sanctioning Russia, around helping Ukraine, and simply removing Hungary is going to make it much easier for the EU to have a sensible conversation, not just the EU plus the UK, to have a sensible conversation about how we rearm, how we think logically about the Russian hybrid threat, the cyber and propaganda, as well as the military threat. So that's good. And thirdly, and this is the thing we were just talking about this, Hungary was also an important funder of the far right politicians, parties, think tanks, groups, and people. We don't yet know exactly how much money was involved and how important it was, but I hope that your magazine is going to tell us, your website.
Anna Nemza, let's get really gloomy. Hungary had an election, Russia doesn't, and every independent outlet there has been shut down or forced into exile. So what does that kind of total media wipeout look like for both journalists and ordinary citizens?
You mean now,
Yeah.
after the full-scale invasion? So a week after the full-scale invasion began, military censorship was introduced in Russia, which meant basically that journalists had several options. They could leave and try to survive somehow and try to continue their work in exile, and it's a miracle, actually, that a lot of us managed to do so and were able to survive somehow. There was an option to go to jail, and some of my colleagues went to jail for just telling the truth, for just calling this invasion of Ukraine. They were just calling it a war, which became pretty. It was forbidden to call this war a war. And there was another option, just to stay in the country and remain silent. I don't know, stop being a journalist. And there is another very, very difficult option, to stay in the country and to work anonymously as a freelancer for those who were able to go in and work in exile. And these are heroes, basically, and they're risking their lives every day, but they can get in touch with some of Russian military guys. And it's the one thing that it is much easier for Russian journalists, whether in exile or specifically if they are in the country, because from time to time they can get in touch with Russian military guys who escaped the army or who are just back from the army. And they're willing to talk, and they confess, and they tell everything that they've been through. And this is incredibly valuable, and this is something only Russian journalists can do, because they share the same language, and these guys, they basically trust them. And another option, which is also very difficult, because you can remain in the country and you can remain a journalist, and you could be even slightly, somewhat oppositional. You can write about political prisoners, for instance, very accurately, but you can't touch the topic of the war. So you live in the world where there is no war, but you stay in touch with your audience, and you make this very significant gesture. We didn't leave you alone. And this is a horrible choice.
And I think that's really important. We saw at the beginning you leaving TV Rain, where you were a presenter. And I want to show another clip and talk about the personal cost to you a bit.
Okay.
This is an extraordinary documentary called My Undesirable Friends, which follows you and your journalist colleagues in the final days before you were forced to leave Moscow. Let's take a look.
Нет, у меня больше страны. У меня какая-то была, она чудовищные вещи делала, какие-то преступления совершала, но она как-то была. Больше нет.
So, sitting in the back of that car.
Я бы сейчас, если бы я была одна, я бы была, конечно, просто этой поездки бы не было. Просто нет. Еще раз говорю.
So, I thought you were sitting in the back, but actually you're driving, even better. I'm
taking control, you see.
Yeah. Driving. Well, we always have our best conversations in cars when we're not looking at each other. I think 4 years have passed. What made you decide to leave? And what was the tipping point for you that made you know that it was no longer safe?
Well, basically, I'm really grateful to God. I don't know. I didn't have much of a choice, actually. I left for a couple of days thinking I'm going to get back. I was going to get back. Actually thinking, discussing it with my editor-in-chief, Tikhon Zitko, that Naftali Bennett, the Prime Minister of Israel at that moment, there were rumors that he was going to be a negotiator between Putin and Zelensky. And so Tikhon was like, yeah, you can go and you can try to get in touch with him, try to get an interview. And he didn't want to be a negotiator, and he didn't do that. But I spent a few days being in touch with his press secretary and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Israel, trying to get some clarity. And after that, I thought I would come back, and then probably I should leave. But it happened much faster than I expected, and it was a few days after that when military censorship was introduced in Russia. And so basically I knew that I could go back and go to jail, or I could stay with my small suitcase packed for 3 days. But thank God with my family, it was incredible luck that we all were together. Yes, so I didn't have much of a choice, because the previous half a year I was like thinking about possible immigration, and the word farewell party I was seeing it in my nightmares.
One of the things that I find really interesting in this, and not just in Russia but in other autocratic regimes, is that journalists doing the work, the sort of temperature of the water heats up, and it's almost like the journalist is a frog in boiling water and doesn't know until they've been boiled. So in your case, you did get out. And was there something that...
Yeah, but it was too late. Because what you saw there, this type of my face, I don't know how to call it, what was left of my face.
A gloomy face.
Yeah, I'd honestly prefer no one to see that face, never again. But this is a very interesting moment. This is this pivot. Because, yes, before that was the frog situation, frog in a pot situation. And that was the moment when you realize you're boiled already. And this is the moment when you realize that yesterday you were a good guy. You were a good guy. You were on the right side of history. And you were right, and you were fighting a good fight. And that was the moment when you realized that not only are you being demolished, but also you are responsible for that, for everything that happened. And that was, hence the face, but that was the pivotal moment.
And Andreas, your documentary, The Dynasty, was watched, as we heard at the beginning, by about a third of Hungary's population. The government called it a foreign intelligence operation, which I always find that's a reassuring endorsement. How much do you think investigative journalism actually contributed to Orban's defeat?
I don't know. What I can say and what we can take credit for is that it was basically journalists, investigative journalism especially, that basically functioned as the last line of defense in democracy. And when all the other democratic institutions were collapsing and crumbling under pressure, then we managed to stay alive and keep journalism alive, and basically that's how we did it. And of course, in the last 2 years, it was really important that we managed to open up people's eyes. I remember when we published the documentary, and I'm from a small town which is very conservative still, a pro-Orban town, and one of my friends who had always been an Orban supporter, and he told me that he watched our film. And first of all, he said that he liked it, that it was very factual and very restrained in its tone, so it was convincing for him. And it was that film that opened his eyes.
Can I say something about Hungary? It's a really interesting story because, in fact, 95% of the Hungarian media was captured. All of the TV, most of the newspapers. There was no normal public conversation. There was a tiny group of journalists. I mean, 5. I don't know, very few.
There were more outlets, but
it's really very few people, and they were all harassed. Many of them had personal problems. They had to raise money. They had to keep the thing alive. And especially as the campaign went down to the wire, I happen to know 1 or 2 of them left the country because they were threatened. And yet, particularly in the last part of the campaign, their voices became, I think, really critical. In the very last weeks, there were a couple of leaks from the interior, from the internal part of the regime. There were some publications of conversations between the Hungarian foreign minister and the Russian foreign minister. And I think in the last days of the campaign, they were really crucial. I mean, it's not that many examples of when a few journalists make a huge difference, and I think that was one of them.
And Andreas, you've warned journalists everywhere to brace yourself for the worst, and you said that your biggest failure was a failure of imagination. For the editors in the room, what should they imagine that they probably aren't at the moment?
What I would say is that, especially when, I think there was a lot of talk about how even some of the oldest institutions in the United States, the CBS, Washington Post, CNN, they are under pressure. And then I think, the lesson I learned is that, because I also had to leave an established news outlet when it came under pressure, is that if it comes to the point when you have to choose between saving the organization or giving up even just a tiny bit of your principles and values, then choose your values, because that's what's going to matter. And that's what we did. We left, we struck out on our own, we set up new organizations, and that's how we could make an impact in Hungary.
Thanks. And I want to just finish with a quick fire point for each of you. For journalists in the room who want to support independent media under authoritarian pressure, can you tell us one thing that helps and one thing that perhaps doesn't help that they can take away?
What really helps is to amplify the people who are doing the work on the ground. So the Hungarians, the Russians, link to them, post them, talk about them, refer to them, and make sure that people hear what they're saying.
Well, I'll second that. Maybe I'll jump to the part where you asked us about what not to do, and maybe it's not about journalists, more about donors, I don't know. And I'm really asking not about myself, but about my colleagues. We have a very typical situation when a small media outlet from Russia somehow managed to survive in exile, and they have some financial support, but the donors ask them to show some numbers, the increasing audience, and so on. At the same time, Russia is shutting down internet, is making everything they can to doing everything they can to slow down YouTube and so on. So we are definitely losing access to our audience. But it doesn't mean that my colleagues are not effective or anything else. They are very much effective, and I'd say they are the last institutional hope for my miserable country. So in terms of donors, I'd say don't ask this question about the audience, because it's not relevant, and the symbolic situation is much more relevant and important.
That's really important. Yeah. Andrew?
What's been really helpful and positive for us was being part of networks and collaborating with colleagues. We are members of OCCRP, ICIJ, we work with Forbidden Stories. I think we have some of the people here in the room as well. And when you are a small outlet, working in a small team, it's extremely helpful when you have your colleagues, elsewhere who are standing by you and helping you. And I think collaboration is very helpful.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a cornucopia of insights there from a fabulous panel, and perhaps a little bit thought-provoking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, absolutely delighted to be here. My name's Katie Razzle. I'm the BBC's Culture and Media Editor, and I am here proudly on this panel representing the so-called legacy media with two journalists who have struck out on their own in the thriving newsletter market. So Jim Waterson, previously the media editor at The Guardian, I'm sure you all know that, who now has his London-centric on Substack and is doing some really powerful journalism, including around mass evictions, which even had the Prime Minister sit up and take notice. And then we have this media buccaneer, Lachlan Cartwright, who for years was at outlets including the New York Post, Vanity Fair, the National Enquirer.
For my sins?
Yes, and for his sins, but now for his sins has set up on his own Breaker Media, podcast and newsletter, and you too have been dishing out scoops. So let's get straight in. Welcome to you both. And Jim, if we start with you, we had Kath Viner, the Guardian editor, on a panel much earlier, and that is a brand that is thriving, particularly in the digital space, and yet you decided to head off into the unknown. Why? And are there things you can do now that you couldn't do at The Guardian?
Guardian was the only place I ever wanted to work, and I was such a sad teenager. Media editor at The Guardian was my dream job as a teenager. So I literally I made it. But then very kindly, The Guardian offered a voluntary redundancy round. I had that one moment, like, what would you do with it? And I thought, I'd give myself 6 months. I'd see if I could build something on my own, taking some of the things that I'd been reporting on around the shift to creator economy, but basically breaking news entirely on my own with no one around me, and it's turned out that it works. I've now got a small team, and we're able to go toe-to-toe with some of the other outlets.
So you're not totally on your own anymore, but
not
you were
totally
at the
on my
beginning.
own.
And you know, this panel, slightly tongue-in-cheek, is called Journalism on a Credit Card.
It's kind of true, though.
Well, I was going to say,
see my credit card bill.
Right, for you, when you launched last year, Breaker Media, how accurate was that description?
It was very accurate because I did not take outside funding. So what little bit of savings I had for a down payment on an apartment in New York City, I used to start Breaker. My father, late father, RIP, was 41 when he started his own business, albeit an accountant. And I'm very competitive, so I was 42 when I decided to go off in this direction.
And how nerve-wracking was it?
It was. There were the first 4 months, and no joke, I was waking up in the middle of the night, spewing my guts up with stress, because I was worried I was going to lose my life savings, and I thought Breaker's not going to make it. And it was a very, very stressful period. It must be fun when it's someone else's money, when it's TPG or the roofing bloke Standard Industry who bankroll Puck. But when it's your own coin and you're in this race against yourself, which is incredibly stressful, which is your savings depleting at the same time as the subscription growth. And there was a period there that it just wasn't growing. And I thought, I'm absolutely cooked here. But thankfully, due to a few different things that we did, including scoops, including relaunching the pod with a number of big name guests, including throwing a old school downtown Manhattan media party, but mainly the scoops, the subscribers followed, the revenue followed, and we got to the first anniversary in February, and we're profitable.
Congratulations. Have you used up all your voluntary redundancy money?
Yep, it was terrifying. I used to work at BuzzFeed. If anyone here helped fund BuzzFeed back in the day, thank you so much. We burnt through so much money, and it was great fun. But I'd learned my lesson, and I saw what a free snack wall could do to a budget, and decided to just focus relentlessly on, can I drive up the number of people who are paying? It turns out that scoops are what drive subscriptions. It really is as simple as that. And secondly, can I just do things that I'm really proud of, which have impact? So a good week for me is something that makes people pay, but also that then gets picked up, whether it's by the Prime Minister or by someone else.
Well, let's have a look at some of your scoops, because you've gone from the widest remit possible to going hyper-local, on London stories that go directly to paying consumers, as you said. And one of the biggest stories was the one I mentioned, that one about one of London's most powerful landlords. And I just want people to see a clip of that in case you missed it.
London-centric reporting on how Aziz Aziz's Criterion Capital tried to evict hundreds of people was raised at Prime Minister's Questions with Keir Starmer.
I condemn any unfair evictions.
But we didn't stop there. We went door to door around London knocking on properties owned by that landlord. We kept finding tenants had been issued identical legal paperwork saying their flat was safe, even though they didn't remember letting anyone into their house to do the electrical tests. So I decided to try and see if we could find the electrician who'd supposedly done all of these tests. Because if a landlord issues a fake certificate, that's a fine of up to £40,000 per property.
So Jim, just fill us in. What did you find out about this safety certificate? Such an impressive piece of journalism.
Well, I got a nice letter from Carter Ruck. But
yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Which is always a bit, and that is the bit that's always quite scary when you're on your own. The amazing thing with The Guardian is the training and the institution and the legal team who are brilliant and all the editors who can advise you. And when you're on your own reporting on a guy who's a literal billionaire and how he's been treating his tenants, that's very scary. But to get a story from essentially, Polly Smythe, who's here with me today, is one of my reporters, a tiny team of basically 2 full-time staff to get that story at Prime Minister's Questions, to get change, to get the sort of power of the state finally focused on it because of our reporting. The fun thing with this is you can pick and choose your stories. You've got to go very hard on a handful of topics, but if you do that and you get a reputation for that, not only can you change things, but you can also get more people bringing in. It very quickly starts to get momentum.
And what did you find? What was the end result?
Oh, the end result of that one is
story?
still going. I think council pending.
The one that
but
keeps on giving.
It is one that we're sticking with, and there's still more people coming forward.
Amazing. And Lachlan, we're going to play a clip of yours. You do all sorts of things, but one of the things you do, which sounds quite fun, is go into restaurants, I think for free, and do interviews with people. You might want to explain a bit about that, but you're essentially treating media executives like celebrities. And let's just have a look at your interview with the New Yorker editor-in-chief, David Remnick.
It's clear to me you think deeply about the post-Remnick era.
You have to. I'd be selfish not to.
So who would potentially succeed you?
What's the next question? Max Tanny thought Barack Obama
was going to do it. I believe that.
I'm not sure Obama wants to work that hard.
That doesn't look like a restaurant.
It was a two-star Michelin restaurant called Saga in Lower Manhattan. We started in dive bars, and now we're being invited into two-star Michelin restaurants. The Breaker Pod rotates to different venues in New York, and New York is the backdrop. So restaurants, coffee shops, bars, it's a logistical bloody nightmare, but it's a lot of fun. And YouTube saw that and reached out to my producer and said, we love this concept, how can we help? And they brought us in, they waived monetization, they're helping us in the background grow it, and now the level of guests that we're getting on this pod, I used to have to beg, borrow, and steal, including Tina, who came on last season, and thank you, Tina, for inviting me to this and to all the truth tellers. But now we're getting people saying, I want to be on the Breaker Pod. I want my person on the Breaker Pod. I want our venue on the Breaker Pod.
And let's talk about your scoops, because you did scoop bigger outlets with the news that David Ellison was hosting a party for Donald Trump, just the head of the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Correct.
And I'm sure everyone in this room knows there just is a certain deal that is going through federal regulation right now involving his takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery. So a scoop like that, you're obviously, people are still willing to talk to you, but are they as willing,
Yes.
your sources, as they were when you were in more mainstream
In some
media?
cases, even more. Because they believe in journalism, they believe in independent journalism, they want to see Breaker thrive, and they'll come to me now over the Times. I broke a huge deal story last year about Puck acquiring airmail. That was due to be hand-packaged up and given to the New York Times, and I was able to get in there and scoop them because people will want to support independent journalism. I mean, the Rupert Murdoch 95th birthday, I'd been tracking, movements of different people. I thought, there's going to be a party. He's 95.
I think we've got some photographs
And someone just called me a few days before and said, you need to be at the Grill on Saturday at 6:30. And that's someone who, shouldn't be doing what they were doing, but they believed in Breaker. And I was the only journo there. I was the only journalist. And there were so many Murdoch watchers and people who cover the Murdochs. But we had that scoop to ourselves.
There they are. There was a scoop, 95th birthday. So, you're clearly having fun. You're doing it in a kind of scrappy startup style.
They were even on the joke. They brought me out, a slice of Murdoch's birthday cake, the Salzburger. So we went up to their barbecue, brought me out some barbecue food, and we did a fun taste test. So
you'd wooed them. You'd wooed the people. How did you make it happen? And
my old school training, So
I was going to ask, could you have done it? Could you have just set this up straight away? Or did you need the training that we've...
look, my old school training was on these type of jobs. You get there super early. So the Murdoch thing, although that source said get there at 6:30, we got there at 3 p.m. And we were sitting off the grill, and I was watching as all the security bods started massing. Because I knew there'd be a ton of security. Jared and Ivanka were meant to be there. There were Secret Service advance team, Rishi Sunak's team, Tony Blair's team, NYPD. It was... in terms of security, it's one of the events I haven't seen as much security. So I got there early, and I went up to the security bods, and I said, "G'day, I'm Lachlan, Breaker Media. We're going to be here all evening. We're going to be taking photos. We're not going to be antagonizing people. We're not going to be getting in anyone's grills, but we are going to be here reporting." And now a couple of those blokes looked at me like I was a bag of old sick, but several of them started nodding, and it was a nod of respect. And it just meant throughout the evening, we could maneuver around, we could do what we needed to do, because they respected the fact that I have respected them. And if you were just some kid who had it rolled up and started getting in people's faces, the Secret Service would have taken you out. They would have taken you around the corner, and you wouldn't have been able to get that result.
Jim, have you been getting those nods of respect?
Not quite sure. I'd take it if... what is fun, though, is I've got... My WhatsApp number is in the middle of every story, and it is that sort of... We're talking about sourcing. I used to write for The Guardian. You get millions of views on everything you write there. You're on the top of one of the biggest homepages in the world. But then you have your WhatsApp number in the middle of a thing, and people feel like they know you. And that's the really odd bit with going out on your own, with that sort of solo bit of my phone just blows up with everything that's going on in London. And the worst thing is everyone thinks I've got 20 reporters to cover it all. And you sort of have to slightly, while I'm trying to juggle getting the kids to bed with pretending, yeah, no, we'll definitely look into that tomorrow and all of that. They don't quite realize that I'm the CEO, chief exec, the CTO, the whatever title I want to give myself, because there's not really anyone else other than a couple of reporting staff.
Do you think you could have done it without the previous training you've had in big newsrooms?
No, and I think that's a real problem. I think this is basically the start of something that will develop into something else, with a few people who have a background in traditional media trying to slightly redo the business model. Because if you haven't worked with the best legal teams, if you haven't worked with the best editors, I don't know how you'd have the instinct to know. I mean, I'm not quite turning up to Murdoch's parties, but to know that when to have had sort of 15 years of working in mainstream newsrooms with brilliant editors who will tell you how to work the story, how to get the person on the phone, and then how to convince them to go on the record. Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue. And that's the real problem. I'm trying to reverse into an influencer space where there's all these people who are enthusiastic and trying to do journalism but don't quite know how to land space as all of these sort of upstarts, but we've actually got a bit of the background in how to work a story.
And I agree with that. I've had 2 decades of, probably the only person who's worked with Rupert Murdoch, Barry Diller, Jay Penske, and David Pecker. I've seen the best, the best, the worst, the worst. I wouldn't have been able to pull this off and have the level of sourcing and have people know me. My cell number is at the top of the newsletter at the Breaker tip line, which I man. I say 24/7, but it's not. It's 20/7. But I wouldn't have been able to do this without that training and that industrial knowledge and the writing skills. I've written for the New York Times Magazine. I've gone through the Mossad of fact checkers. I'm a contributing editor with Vanity Fair. I still write pieces for them. So you do need this training. And what I'm now doing is I'm investing. So I have 2 interns from the J School at NYU and from Stern, the business school, and they're with me.
Giving them
and
your
I'm investing back, and we're
expertise.
paying our interns more than News Corp.
I don't want to run out of time without asking you, and you're not going to answer it, but maybe you'll give us a hint, which is, how do your salaries compare? Are you managing to make money in the way that whatever you
I'm now
make
making
before?
more than I was making in legacy media. And I was
Were you
very
well paid in legacy
I was very
media?
well compensated. I had big gigs. I was editor-in-charge of the Daily Beast, special correspondent for the Hollywood Reporter.
Are you working harder now, though?
Yeah, I'm working 7 days a week,
And what
18,
about
20
you,
hours
Jim?
a day.
I mean, it's also 7 days a week. I mean, there's no moan from me, but this is a full, I haven't taken a holiday since summer 24. It's it is intense.
I'm going to take you on a holiday.
Yeah,
mate.
all right.
Straight after this, we'll go off
I
somewhere.
imagine it'll be quite fun with you as well, yeah.
You might not get a word in, though.
We'll see. We'll see. If you get back alive, your missus will...
But you live and die by whether your paid subscribers are going up, and the fear that they're just going to sort of walk away from you is brutal.
And churn.
And churn is very, very real. Understandably, people can't afford that many things. But yeah, I mean, it's able to support sort of 2 members of staff now in addition to me, and hopefully maybe more in the future. But there's the best part of 5,000 people paying now for a newsletter about London who weren't doing that 18 months
Just before
ago.
we end it, because it's gone from 2 minutes to 1 minute, just like that, which is,
that
there's a
happen?
lot of
How
media
does that happen?
consolidation going on.
Yeah.
But there isn't yet in the newsletter market. We all have to have loads of subscriptions. Where do you think it's headed?
I've said this publicly. We are in the great unbundling still. What comes next is the great bundling. Someone very smart, a media entrepreneur, someone much smarter than I am with numbers, is going to come along and say, I want the culture one. I want Feed Me, Emily Sundberg's great Substack. I want the London one. I want Jim Watterson.
Isn't that just creating a magazine?
Yeah, that's an old
newspaper?
school magazine. Instead of paying $12, $15 and $18 over here, you have one bundle, and then all that back end stuff that I was dealing with at 6 a.m. this morning that someone said, I can't log in, I didn't get the email, I'm doing customer service, ad sales, all events, all that stuff is taken care of at the back end.
15 seconds, do you
If anyone
agree?
wants to buy me, come see me afterwards. But yeah, dealing with credit cards at sort of 6 a.m. and returns on that is a lot. And the one thing is that video you saw, I spend a lot of money making those videos. They give me reach, and then TikTok sends you a check for 50 quid. So there's a surreal thing we're in. You'll pay for the newsletter, but you won't pay for the video, and that's where the reach is. But the audience and the way you can drive the story forward is with the newsletter.
Absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much. We rattled through that. You were both brilliant. Jim and Lachlan, thank you all.
5 minutes to press time, or thereabouts. So we've got to change the introduction on this story and write a new headline on it.
I tell you what, let me rewrite the last paragraph in 5 lines.
The still image has never been more powerful
It preserves forever a finite fraction of that infinite time of the universe. And if you've got the pictures of the Queen... They're very depressing pictures, I must say.
Isn't that very unusual for an editor to be involved in the rewriting of an article?
It's unusual for them to admit it. Well, I think that I don't know. It seems to me that that's part of... If the task of editing is to be anything, it is to edit text. If it's to sign expense sheets, I don't want to do it. I personally would be prepared to go to prison, although no doubt some people would say that's mock heroics. The production is superb today. We're well ahead. Pretty well everything is set. Everybody who we wanted to comment has said no, and we'll say that on the front page. And in the meantime, I must get on with it.
I just don't remember Harry having that sort of posh accent in that film. It was kind of amazing to see. Okay, so of course there were few people who loved working in a newsroom more than Harry. The wordsmithing, the collaboration, the collegiality, he just loved every bit of it. And he also loved meeting with and speaking to young, aspiring journalists who flowed through our kitchen in Manhattan and usually left laden with his books. And at Truth Tellers, we continue that mentorship with what we call our Bootstrappers program for 60 young journalists. They're all here today to network with all of you big shots, and I hope that you'll talk to them whenever they come upon you. And tomorrow morning, they'll benefit from a mentoring session at Reuters with their top investigative editors. So crucially, we started a fund in Harry's name to support the Harrys of the future with an annual investigative journalism fellowship that provides promising young talent the opportunity to be mentored by top hands at Reuters and tap into the brilliant faculty at Durham University, Harry's alma mater. And I tell you, it's really extraordinary to read through the huge torrent of fellowship applications that come in from all over the world, from young reporters who are trying to hold power to account. It is the most heartening index of how thriving the spirit of investigative journalism is in the generation that supposedly, only cares about what is on TikTok. A refrain amongst so many candidates is the lack of professional guidance that they have from working just alone with their screens. They want to be mentored. They want to be attached to veterans who have the contacts and learn the tricks of the trade and the experience of how to run through walls. So the fellowship came to be thanks to the generosity of Thomson Reuters chairman, David Thompson, Reuters, and supportive friends like Sir Howard and Lady Stringer, Andrew Lack, the Mortimer B. Zuckerman Foundation, and the Diller von Furstenberg Family Foundation, and many others who've contributed to the fund for the fellowship. 3 Sir Harry Evans Fellows have now gone forth into the world fired up to do battle for the truth. One of them, I think, who's here actually in our first fellow, who was part of a Pulitzer Prize-winning team at Reuters. So it was just like, boom, out of the box, a total hit. Waylon Cunningham from Texas. And I now turn it over to my co-host, Alessandra Galloni, to tell you about the success of those fellows, and then you'll meet the latest one, whose name Ali will announce. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Well, we certainly all agree that we need more Harrys in this world, and our first 3 Sir Harry Evans fellows in investigative journalism have been just that. They are just that. Pete McKenzie, Rosa Furneaux. Oh, there they are. Pete McKenzie, Rosa Furneaux, and Waylon Cunningham, who, as you said, right out of the gate in 2024, won a Pulitzer as part of a team. I saw you before, Waylon. You were there as part of a team reporting on Elon Musk's business. So it is my great pleasure to announce that today, applications for the 2027 fellowship have just opened. So if you all know of a young career reporter who wants to sink their teeth into investigative journalism at Reuters for 6 or 9 months, please do encourage them to apply. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce the current Sir Harry Fellow, Nandini Srinivasan, who is working, she's learning, she's adding her own talents to our data team currently based in Delhi. And let me tell you that if you all knew the hoops that she had to jump through to get here today, she's just come straight from the airport, you would understand what a force of nature she is already. So it is my great, great pleasure to introduce Nandini.
Oh God, that's a lot of eyeballs. On a hot, arid day in 2019 in Tamil Nadu, outside a small town called Krishnagiri, I fell in love with journalism for the first time. It was when I realized what journalism could truly mean for someone other than me. I was at a Sri Lankan Tamil refugee camp with a group of students who didn't speak Tamil, so I was their guide and translator for the day. But what can you translate when a woman holds your hands and cries because she hasn't seen her daughter in years? What can you say when she tells you about how she had to flee her country during civil war, that she has no home to return to, but no place to belong here? What do you do when she thanks you for being there to listen, for bearing witness? Over the past few years, I have kept coming back to the same questions. What does it mean to be a journalist? And what kind of journalist do I want to be? The same questions I imagine Sir Harry asked himself when he was first starting out. I think of my peers, young people, who walk in with the determination to make big changes, but who leave this industry disillusioned by a lack of opportunity, burned out, or pushed out. I think of my colleagues mercilessly targeted and killed with impunity in Gaza, Lebanon, Sudan, Ukraine, Mexico, and across the globe. In several countries, including India, our media organizations have become mouthpieces for those with money and power. In this climate, not many organizations want to invest in the media, and those who do are happy to wield it as a weapon. And the future depends on how we choose to respond to this, with shrinking and exclusion, or with diversity and expansion. That's why I am forever grateful to Tina Brown, Reuters, and Durham University for this incredible opportunity, specifically for early career journalists. Here, I get to do what I love. I learn from the best of the best, and I'm telling the stories of people who are usually ignored. I am now working alongside the very people who inspired me to be a journalist in the first place. For years, they were life-altering figures in my head. Today, they're advising me on how to make a story come to life. I hope this fellowship will continue for decades after me and allow other young journalists to speak truth to power. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. So well done. She is so good, you have no idea. What an investigative journalist. Too short a time to tell you about what she's done, but she is unanimous choice of the judges on it. It was just Nandini, Nandini, Nandini. We all just voted for her immediately. So now we adjourn for some lunch, come back here for 2:45, and we all have a great deal to talk about. So thank you.
Humble postcode, a set of numbers and letters that hold a lot of power. The power to change lives, neighborhoods and communities, both near and far. At the Postcode Lottery, we've always believed that together we can be a force for good. That's why we've made it our mission to raise as many funds as possible for initiatives that help build a better society. From small and local charities to large international charity organizations, our players support them all. Our goal, to turn every home's postcode into a ticket for good, so everyone has the chance to win prizes with their neighbours and contribute every month to a healthier, fairer and greener world. We're a private company owned by a non-profit foundation, and we have a strong, long-term and flexible funding philosophy which allows our charity partners to achieve maximum impact. We've raised over 15 billion euros to date, ranking as the third largest private charity donor worldwide, following the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Wellcome Trust. Last year alone, we generated 2.8 billion euros from ticket sales and donated more than 1 billion euros to a wide range of charities. And with 15 million players across 5 nations, soon to be 6, we have a strong base and huge scope for expansion. With millions of postcodes, these humble numbers and letters have the power to make life better for everyone.
Good afternoon. It's good to be back at Truth Tellers because truth matters, and so do the people who fight for it. We live in a world where certainty feels fragile, where facts are disputed, where trust is under pressure, a world where the Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index is at a 25-year low. That's why Truth Tellers matters too. Tina Brown, her team, Durham University and Reuters deserve real credit for creating this event and delivering it year after year. It brings people together, it reminds us of what's real, and it gives us something we all need: confidence. And you can have confidence in our support. This year it's postcode lottery players in Sweden who are supporting Truth Tellers. And across the Postcode Lottery Group, we now fund more than 30 organizations working to protect journalists, challenge misinformation, hold power to account. Many of them who are represented here today. Of course, as you all know, and has been mentioned many times, confident, courageous, impactful journalism also needs to be financially sustainable. That's why I want to take a moment to talk about the Media Development Investment Fund. From the very beginning, MDIF understood something simple but critical. Without a viable business model, there can be no independent journalism. For 3 decades, it has supported media organizations and pioneers around the world, helping them grow. But the MDIF team also saw another risk. Even strong, successful news organizations can be taken over and their independence lost. That's why MDIF invests in media companies, safeguarding their editorial independence and long-term viability. This approach is already proving successful in Hungary, Ukraine, and the Philippines, among many other countries. Through our partnership with MDIF, postcode lottery players are helping to strengthen independent media and protect it for the long term. So let's return to confidence. It can be fragile, but it is always powerful. So where does it come from? Confidence is built on trust, and trust is built on truth. When journalism is strong, democracies are stronger. When it's weakened, something else fills the gap. Misinformation, fear, division, and confidence is lost. Sir Harry Evans said, "Government cannot govern well without reliable independent reporting and criticism." This means defending press freedom is not optional. It is essential, especially today. Let me end where I began. Truth matters, and so do the people who tell it. You have a collective power to make a difference. and we have confidence in you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Katya Adler. I'm the BBC's Europe editor, but for many years I was BBC Middle East correspondent and spent considerable amounts of time in Syria. So I'm thrilled to be moderating this panel. I'm still passionate about the Middle East, journalistically and personally. My eldest daughter was born there. But here I am being a typical correspondent, me. And it's not about me, it's about these three brilliant Reuters journalists who spent a year breaking stories on Syria after the fall of Assad. First of all, to you, Laurie. Laurie Hinnant is Reuters investigative editor for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, and she led the Syria investigation. She's a George Polk Award recipient and Pulitzer Prize winner for her series of Mariupol coverage while at the Associated Press. That later became the Oscar and BAFTA-winning documentary, 20 Days in Mariupol. Then there's Firaz Dalati, a Syrian investigative journalist and Reuters Syria reporter, who's only a few hours in the UK. We're so pleased you were able to join us today. He joined Reuters at the end of 2024, just after the Assad regime was crumbling. And Taimour Zari is Reuters' chief correspondent in Saudi Arabia, and you know the Middle East inside and out. You've reported for the last 10 years from all over the region, and you're one of the first Reuters journalists to hit the ground after the fall of Assad. So wonderful that you're able to join us today. Just to start with you, Firaz, if we can go back in time to the 8th of December, 2024, opposition forces put an end to the tyranny of the Assad regime. And if we fast forward now, because you are inside Syria, how is the new government doing? Is it very much a face of one public face abroad and another face at home? How would you judge it?
Well, to an extent, because if we see the current government under President Ahmed Shara after a year and a half, we're seeing that it is extremely successful on the international stage. We're seeing Shara tailoring relationship with countries that are at odds, like Saudi Arabia and Emirates, like Russia and the US and many others, where he is really handling the balanced relationship, the balanced approach of zero problems very, very well. But the real challenge now is on the domestic side, because Syria is still almost a year and a half after the fall of Assad. We're still facing three major issues. First one is the social fabric of the Syrian people is still fractured and heavily divided into religious and ethnic groups. And we're not seeing any serious takeoff for the course of transitional justice, because we've seen 6 decades of atrocities of all kinds by the Assad regime, the father and the son, and we're not seeing real transitional justice taking course. And the third thing is the economy. The economy is still struggling, and people still having really hard time meeting their daily needs, even though most or all major sanctions have lifted. The economy still is not looking great. So these are the kind of irony between the international handling and the domestic handling of the current administration.
Well, Firas, we'll come back to the Syria of today and Ahmed al-Sharaa in a few moments. But first of all, Taimur, if we do go back to those really hopeful moments just after the fall of Assad. You were there in Syria within hours.
Yeah.
Can you take us there with you and describe what you were seeing?
Well, we covered the fall from Beirut. I was in Beirut. So the last night, everything was moving so quickly. Basically, Assad falls, 5, 6 in the morning. I remember the Reuters snaps hitting the wire, and I think we actually won that story. And basically, you get a few hours sleep, get into a car, and drive to the border. And it's a couple hours to the border between Lebanon and Syria. There were already celebrations there, people trying to get in. And we got our passports stamped at the Lebanese border, and then you kind of just drive over, and there are people tearing down pictures of Assad. There's no border guards in Syria. There's kids with guns. There's a duty-free being sort of raided. And then we drive into the city, and on the road into the city, you see vehicles abandoned in the streets. And then I just saw, piles and piles and piles of uniforms on the ground. Almost like the people had evaporated. Yes, and
you were so struck by it that you filmed it yourself.
Yeah.
I think we can have a look at a clip of that. I think so too. Yeah, that's a main highway in Damascus, and all those small things are. So the regime soldiers had literally just taken off their clothes in the street as the regime fell. It was that quick. Slightly bizarre.
Yeah.
And of course, for you, Firas, when you went, this was going home after being in exile for 8 years. You were getting access suddenly to all these buildings that hardly anyone had access to, least of all investigative journalists, prisons, intelligence headquarters, Assad's palace. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, you could basically walk in anywhere. It was this sweet spot where the old regime was melting away and the new guys were just coming in. We got to Damascus before the new president did, So you could walk into prisons and sort of see still, basically, people who had just gotten out. There were some people who did catch people who had just, managed to be freed. You could walk into ministries. I walked into, and this was the incredible thing as a journalist, is that you could make sources. You could actually deal with the old regime people and see the new guys kind of down the same corridor. And I did that. My beard was a bit longer. I was wearing a green jacket, and that allowed me to walk into a key ministry, with no questions asked. And you could just do that in those couple, first days. Yeah.
But Laurie, from your vast experience during the Arab Spring and other wars, you knew how important it was for journalists like Firas and for Taimur to act fast, right? To get hold of evidence, to get into these buildings before they were barred or evidence was destroyed.
Yeah, because the window is very, very small. This was this moment of transition, and those are always the most amazing kind of seismic moments in journalism because, first of all, because that is the news. When there's a huge seismic shift in power, that is the news, and you have a very small window before the power consolidates again. And during that window is when you can uncover both what happened in the past and also get a view of what's about to come.
So tell us about your mass graves investigation. That was really hard-hitting. Reuters was the first to break it. How did you go about it?
Well, the roots of it actually came in those days when we started photographing documents from these offices that were just in chaos, trying to figure out if we could uncover something that really no one knew what had happened to all of the people who disappeared under Assad. And no one even knew, even to this day, exactly how many people had been killed by Assad, had vanished. No one's quite sure because no one could see the paperwork. We started collecting photos of the papers, and the data team at Reuters categorized them, archived them. It was quite chaotic, given that people were using essentially iPhones. This was not a high-tech photography expedition. This was iPhones quickly done in dim light. And we started seeing one name, the name of a colonel, pop up over and over again when it came to the bodies of prisoners. And at the same time, his name was Mazin Ismander. At the same time, we got a tip that there was some large grave somewhere in the desert outside of Damascus. And we started just putting these things together and talking to, poring over the documents, poring over hundreds of satellite images that dated back years, looking at changes in the earth, very, very careful changes, to try to figure out what had happened. And what we realized, and it took a long time of painstaking research, was that in fact, this was not a mass grave for the newly dead. This was an entire conspiracy to empty one mass grave that had been exposed by human rights activists and shift thousands of bodies into a place that they thought no one would ever find them again.
And eyewitness testimony was key, wasn't it? I think we've got a clip of one of the eyewitnesses.
This is Syrian mechanic Ahmed Ghazal. He told Reuters he saw bodies being taken in truck after truck. Earlier this year, Ghazal led a team of Reuters journalists to the previously unreported Dumer grave.
في أشخاص كانت ملتحية، في أشخاص كانت عساكر، في أشخاص كانت جديدة لساتها يعني لساتها طرية. عقدة نفسية شيء مرعب يعني ما شيء مو سهل. مو سهل إنه يفوت بالعقل أو إن العقل يتصور هيك مشاهد.
And we have another clip because you used a lot of visual investigative techniques as well, didn't you? Because you mentioned soil, but you're not going to want to touch a crime scene, right? Let's have a look.
A team of forensic geologists helped devise a methodology and design a flight path over the two sites. Our drone operator then flew in a tight grid pattern 60 meters high.
Every 2 seconds, you take one pics.
That process gave us 2,236 snapshots from Qataifa, the original mass grave site. At the Dumer site, we gathered 2,629 images. The drone pictures revealed bulldozer tread marks, elevation differences, and patches of soil detailed enough for a direct color comparison between the two grave sites.
It's incredible. It's really worth reading. It's unbelievable there. So not having to touch the soil, being able to see the different kinds of soils to piece together the story. But for us, it did come down in the end to the humans, right? To the eyewitnesses.
I mean, yeah, of course, because we've had the tip and this account from this mechanic and a couple of other civilians about witnessing this mass grave being dug up from another place and took to another. And we've had the satellite imagery and the drone imagery basically kind of, to an extent, confirms that this grave is similar to that one, and this soil is similar to that one. But the missing element was we needed to know what was that operation like from its perpetrators. I mean, what was happening? What was the thinking behind this operation? What are the motives? This where we tried really hard and kind of paid off later to talk to as many senior officers from the old regime as possible to get a glimpse about the chain of command of such operation, about the inception of its idea, because as it turned out, we found out that it was carried out by an advice from the Russians to the Assad regime when they were trying to rehabilitating him and putting him back on stage, on the international stage. So the Russians advised Assad to conceal some of the biggest crimes, which this one was one of them. So kind of it closed the circle. We've had it from the witnesses, we had it from the satellite imagery, the drone imagery, and from the other side, the perpetrators. So it kind of completed the image, it gave us a full picture of this operation.
And it had an impact of some kind, didn't it? I mean, it was cordoned off in the end.
Concealed. It was concealed by the new government, and an investigation launched.
And Timur, let's talk now about a turning point, because we could talk and talk. There's just not enough time about all the coverage, but what you describe as a turning point in your coverage. In March last year, there were militia linked to the new government who carried out a massacre of Alawite civilians. Now, Alawites are a minority group within Syria, and of course, former President Assad's family is Alawite. This is another story that Reuters was, up there first in details, piecing the massacre together. But why do you describe this as a major test for Reuters and the new government?
I mean, up until this point, the Syria story was basically positive, right? I mean, the story was that you have this former Al-Qaeda affiliate that has come to Damascus, that's opening up to the world. Everybody's also seeming to kind of embrace them. You hadn't had mass violence at the time, so it sort of seemed like a miracle. And then here the honeymoon ended. I mean, it was, incredibly violent, several days of violence, in the coastal region. And then brilliant colleagues, very soon after deployed. Firas was one of them. We have another colleague, Maggie, who was on the ground there. And I think what this did is, it took a few months to bring the story together, but I think it was published in July, and it really was, the first big critical investigation of how the new authorities, act and the systems they've set up or that they haven't set up. What it also did is it basically opened the door to a lot of people who were, if not members of the new regime, people who lived in areas where the new regime had power, and they suddenly felt that they had a media outlet that they could speak to. And so I think we all made a lot of sources on the back of that,
Allow me to add a little thing about that, because it shows you how these stories connected. The massacre took place because the Assad family was Alawite and his top generals were Alawite. So, but after that story that we did about the massacre and the story that exposed the chain of command, etc., among the Alawite community, Reuters gained a sort of trust that no other media outlet had gained. So that basically literally said to me, that was one of the main aspects that allowed us to gain the trust of the former regime officials or former perpetrators of that sect to talk to us, even though they're talking about not very good-looking things.
I'm sorry to rush you, but I want to get, you've taken such a detailed look at the past under Assad, but you're also looking at today, Ahmed al-Sharaa, how he's leading Syria into its new future that he promises. Now, the two of you take a really detailed look, didn't you? Can you tell us a bit of your methodology, how you used your contacts? Can I first tell everybody that these guys have worked so well together, they call each other the professional love of each other's lives. But I think that when it came to... But I love this image because I think when it came to you, Timur, there was a lot of hair gel involved in what you were doing while you were sleuthing online. Let's start with the hair gel.
Yeah, I mean, so we both go to Damascus, and I think one of the big questions was, what's happening to all the wealth, all the money, right? Assad had set up a palace oligarchy who basically ran the economy. And independently of each other, we both started to tackle this from different angles. So what I did is I hung out a lot in the Four Seasons Hotel lobby, which is this golden gilded lobby. I'm not a suit wearer. I'm not a person who puts sort of gel in my hair. You might sometimes do it when you want to be in a room with people who you want to like you, but otherwise not so much. And so basically I was hanging out in the Four Seasons lobby and seeing this happening. I mean, there was a room there that used to be a bar that they converted into a room for settlement deals between the new regime and the old regime. And you could kind of see them marching in and out. And meanwhile, Firas,
Yeah, during that time, I managed to obtain a hard drive of 100 gigabytes of data about all the shell companies and the business that were concentrated within this palace oligarchy that was under Assad. So we started kind of tackling them one by one. This company, this major factory, this whatever. and started to see, to walk them one by one, and to see what's the fate, the current fate, who's managing this facility, who's owning these new companies, and we kind of...
And you wore that around your neck, right? He was wearing this USB around his neck. And honestly, I mean, the story was also just so good because pretty quickly we heard of two main characters. The first is Hazem al-Shara. He's the president of Ahmed Shara. And we basically heard that he was, running a lot of this stuff in the background.
The brother of the president.
That's the brother of the president during a trip to Saudi Arabia in February, I believe, of 2025. Yeah. And then we heard, and this was the great one, we kept hearing about this bearded Lebanese Australian with a sort of Australian twang in his accent who was also managing this. And basically found, in the end, by talking to a lot of sources, that he was describing himself online as a, shawarma-loving businessman from Idlib. He also hosted, or was on a podcast frequently. So the characters were just so incredible, in this story. And yeah, I think that really sort of, helped drive the...
By the way, we cracked his identity at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And the key was that these two men were essentially disassembling and then reassembling the regime's shell companies.
Yes.
That they were the ones running the new economy.
And it's a serious point, sorry, because to this day, I mean, so these people are are part of structures that to this day have not been officially announced, right? So in effect, today in a country where 90% of the population are poor, you have the country's wealth, billions and billions of dollars, being managed unaccountably, intransparently, and we still don't have answers.
Whereas there was a clean new future promised. I just want to ask you something, but just before, Firas, I'd like to ask you, and I'm really sorry to say, if you keep it short, how hopeful do you feel about Syria now?
Still hopeful. I mean, in my own point of view, the heavy lifting by ousting Assad is done. Still hopeful, but we have countless obstacles ahead, and I'm not sure if the current government is capable of handling them all.
And Taimur, it's safe to say that all of your year-long investigation into Syria didn't go unnoticed, did it, by the new government? I believe that you bumped into al-Shara's brother
yes.
at a conference in Saudi.
We had an animated conversation, yeah, for 20 minutes. So certainly the Syrian leadership take note of the reporting. And you see reactions officially, but also in social media, people trying to figure out what religious sect we're part of, where we live has become kind of normal. But yes, in this incident, I did run into the president's brother, and one of the questions that he posed was, would you have done this under Assad? Like, we've let you into the country, why are you doing this? And the answer was, well, because this is the new Syria. So obviously we wouldn't have been able to do it under Assad. But the circumstances have changed.
Circumstances have definitely changed. Taimur, Laurie, Firas, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Walter Isaacson.
I always look for people who are innovative, who think out of the box. And these people have sort of an intuitive feel for creativity. Jeff Bezos in the 1990s, we made him Person of the Year, and you think, wow, that's interesting. Journalism has got to be at the core of what we do. You've said that categorizing yourself is a terrible mistake. That was embarrassing. feel like I'm at my own memorial service or something. Hey, how are you?
We have you with us to talk about that extraordinary career. So welcome,
And all those
Walter.
ne'er-do-wells that I had to cover. Yeah.
To be discussed. Hello, everyone. It's great to be with you. I host the Michelle Hussein Show podcast at Bloomberg Weekend, where we talk to newsmakers, cultural figures, and people who can deconstruct our world. And it is going to be Walter Isaacson, who I'm asking on stage with you today, to let us into his world, which is one of journalism, of your own writing, Walter, and of history. So books from this kind of blockbuster on Elon Musk, with whom you spent 2 years, to your most recent, The Greatest Sentence Ever Written, about the Declaration of Independence. So Walter's career has included leading Time and CNN. He got his start at the Sunday Times with Harry Evans, the Sir Harry of this summit, who we'll talk about in just a second, Walter. But CNN, as some of you might have seen already, we've just had the news as Walter and I were waiting off stage that Ted Turner, legendary founder of CNN, his death has been announced in the last few minutes.
And he is up there with Harry in being fearless, the most fearless journalist I've ever seen.
How did you experience that?
You know, he was fearless when it came to his corporate overlords, when Time Warner bought him. He was fearless when it came to political leaders who tried to push back on him. I can remember in 2011, when the Twin Towers get hit, Ted had been kind of banished upstairs at CNN Center because the corporate overlords at Time Warner didn't want him meddling with it. But when we were watching the towers go down in that newsroom, I said to our news editor, excuse me a second, I'm going to have to go upstairs. And there was Ted alone in his office. And I said, Ted, you got to come back. He said, well, I'm not. I said, no, I'm asking you. Come to the newsroom. This is why you created this network. And he brought a Confederate sword he had hanging on his wall. And he rallied us. And he said, journalism is made for times like this.
But it's interesting that he had respect for the boundaries. So until you went to get him, he needed you to ask him to come down at that particular moment.
Yeah, it was such a sad thing when corporations take over great media empires. They sometimes need to exert control. When you have a founder like Ted, he was just the heart and soul of the place. And you can find it in all corporations. When the founder gets replaced by the suits, it's always a problem.
Well, on that note, are you concerned about the future of CNN today?
I haven't focused on it too much because I don't quite know where it's going to end up. I hope somebody benevolent buys it, but also the benevolent owner model is not always a perfect one.
Yeah. So then let's go to Harry Evans, your first editor, the person who hired you, and you had the start of your career right here in the UK at the Sunday Times.
About 6 blocks from here on Gray's Inn Road, where in the Blue Lion pub.
You know, apart from some...
Our newsroom.
Well, those were the days. That's a whole different story of the days when drinking and journalism were,
We could spend the entire 15 minutes on that one.
But... amongst the eminent people who are here, there are lots of journalists who are early in their careers. There are people who are aspiring to a career in journalism. So with Harry being your first editor, what did you learn from him? What did he teach you that has stayed with you?
You know, in journalism back then, there were 2 types of journalists. Those who had great access. If you were in Washington, it was Scotty Reston and Hugh Sidey and people like that. And then there were the great investigative journalists who told truth to power, like Woodward and Bernstein. Harry taught us that you could do both. He was somebody who was totally plugged in, but whether it was the thalidomide stories that were happening then in the 70s or anything else, he would always put the reader in front of his desire to be connected.
And how did you experience that on a day-to-day basis with stories?
I can remember the time when he just left a blank hole in the front page because the courts had told him he couldn't do a thalidomide story. I also just remember he would send us all over the place and just push us. And there was something important, if I could raise the insight team, because I think that did something new in journalism, which is being tough and creative is a team sport, a collaborative effort. And I remember doing a story once, I won't get into it, but it was up in Dundee with David Blundy and somebody else, and we were looking for this front page byline, and the Sunday the paper comes out, it just says, by the insight team. And I realized you were more proud if he put the insight team label on it than if he had put your name on the story.
So there was an ego lesson there.
Well, it was also that journalism is a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
Don't think it's all about you. And this is a problem journalism faces is the reporter thinks it's about the reporter.
Yeah. And I wonder, then, this point about access but retaining your journalistic distance and scrutiny, is that, again, something that has stayed with you when you work on something like this, where your subject, your biographical subject, is not only alive but very powerful, and you have had the kind of access that allows you time with them? Is that the kind of lesson that stood you in good stead?
Yes. The fact that the people I've written about are very powerful, whether it be Steve Jobs or Musk or others, that's not intimidating. But I'll be honest, the thing that compromises you is if you do get very close to somebody, if you spend 2 years with them. It's not that I'm afraid that Elon Musk would do something to me with billions of dollars, but you get to know somebody so well, you have to force yourself to write things they're not going to like. And whether it's a Steve Jobs book or this book, there's a lot of things in it. But one of the things I go back to Harry that I learned from him, I remember once a story, nobody will remember, but there was a fire at an amusement park in the Isle of something, Summerland it was called. And I had to cover it, and I realized that they had locked the exit doors with a chain, so people had died. And I'm writing this story, and the guy, Sir Charles Forte, I think it was Forte, who owned it all, I ended up flying back on the same plane, and he started talking to me. And when I got back, I was so worried that, I was about to write a story that was going to really hurt this person. And Harry just said, you got the story, go with it, put aside your emotional feelings.
It's an immense amount of time to spend with a person.
And it felt that way.
2 years.
Yeah, it didn't go quickly.
What was it like? Let us into
Well, he's insane. He's not, but so was Ted. Look, if we're going to talk about the great Ted Turner, you spend time saying, is he crazy or is he crazy like a fox? And Elon Musk has a demon mode that's deeply unattractive. I mean, he just gets really dark and conspiratorial.
Do you mean losing his temper, or more just
No,
his
Grimes,
opinions?
his girlfriend, or one of his whatever, Claire Boucher, called it demon mode. And what would happen is suddenly he would go dark. And you could see it happen. I remember one of the first times I was at a restaurant, dinner, Grimes was next to me, and suddenly somebody says something to Musk, and she goes, demon mode. I said, what do you mean? She said, watch it, it's about to hit. And boom, he just went dark and mean and ugly on people. And he had both sort of an engineering mode, where he talked to you about exact heat shield on the Raptor engine. He had a giddy, funny mode, but he'd get into demon mode, and that made it difficult.
And were there times along the way where you thought, what have I started? Should I be...
Yeah, no, I always was looking for the exits, the exits. I was like, because when I started with him, he had just brought us into the era of electric vehicles. Tesla had sold 1 million electric cars, more than all the other companies by far combined. He had brought the astronauts up to the space station back, brought us into the era of having Starlink, everything. I said he must be riding high. And I thought it was going to be successful, interesting engineer story. And I said, you must be riding high. And he said, it's like a games I play, like Elden Ring had just come out. I got to get to the next level. I have to drive myself. I'm not going to be sad. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I'm secretly buying Twitter stock. And you could realize that he was going to go down that rabbit hole.
Do you think he saw Doge as just that, another level? And do you think he's been He'll never admit to it, but do you think he's been burnt by that experience?
Oh, he has been burned, and he knows he's been burned, and he will admit to it, but not soon.
And what do you make of where he is on politics these days? Because about a year ago, in fact, almost exactly a year ago, I interviewed him on stage. It was not like this. It was a remote interview, and it was still the time.
Yeah, it was.
It was. I was in Qatar. He was.
Yeah, I was in the Qatar. Yeah, okay.
On
yeah,
the West Coast, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was a very difficult experience. And
he's not charming.
No, and I don't think he likes journalists very much at all. And I don't think he gets questioned in that way very much at all. I mean, at one point he said, "You ask interesting questions." At another point, he told me I was a non-player character. So there was kind of like, it was a mix of things. But what I really wanted to ask you is, in that conversation, he said he was done with political spending. We now know that that didn't last because campaign filings show that he's making political donations.
Yeah, not much. I don't think he's deeply into politics right now. But he has his definite, populist, somewhat conspiratorial mindset, where it's on immigration or anything else, and he, will be posting about it. I suspect he was so burned by the, not just Doge, but by the White House, that he'll be giving some money, but I think it'll be a while before he throws himself back into politics.
Okay, and maybe not on the scale ever that he spent on getting President Trump elected, which was massive. So your other subjects who have included, for your biographies, Walter, they've included Einstein, Kissinger, Steve Jobs, Jennifer Doudna, the biochemist who's behind CRISPR gene editing. I'm leaving Benjamin Franklin aside because I think he's a special case and we'll come to him separately. But what is it that links these people? What is it that you're looking for when you decide to invest this much time and energy?
They're smart people, but, you've been in this trade as much as I have. Smart people are a dime a dozen. They don't usually amount to much. What matters is being imaginative, creative, thinking out of the box. And I kind of wandered down this path when I did Ben Franklin, then Einstein, and then Jobs, who said, "Do me next." And I'm like, all right, Ben Franklin, Albert Einstein, you arrogant little... But then I said, I'll do you when you retire in 30 years. And somebody said to me, no, he hasn't told you, he hasn't even told his board, but he got diagnosed the day before he took a walk with you, so you got to do him now. And that's when I started thinking, why do I do these books? And I asked him, I said, what? He said, because you like standing at the intersection of technology and the arts, of the humanities and the sciences. And that's where creativity occurs. So I have a lot of friends, like John Meacham or whatever, who write about presidents and people who write about powerful people. I've always liked to write about creative people, technological, scientific mindset.
Hence the next one.
Marie Curie, who's the final person you need to get us into the 20th century, because she had a great life, of course, but she's the one who she's the only person ever to win a Nobel in two sciences. She wins with physics and then chemistry. And basically, she's proven that chemistry is just physics. It's how do the particles radiate from the nucleus and change elements.
So as you look around our landscape today...
And I do, by the way, like going from live people to dead people back. That's why we're doing Marie Curie.
Okay, so I'm going to take you back to live people. Who living is a subject intriguing enough for you to do?
AI we're in the middle of the story. Sebastian Malaby's just done a very good book on Demis Hassabis. I think every day I hear new people are doing books on Sam Altman. I'm certainly watching the Sam Altman-Elon Musk trial testimony coming out. But I actually am one of those people who's a deep believer in AI, but I also don't think it's that big of a deal yet. I think it's in the chatbot phase. And real-world AI, when it can actually see and move and do physical things, is when we're going to get to the quantum leap. And so I'm waiting to see how that will play out, but I'm not, don't have anybody. I'm thinking, too, of space travel, which is going to be the next big thing. So I'm thinking of a lot of things.
Would you do Donald Trump?
Oh, God, no. I don't do, no.
Well, I mean, you did Kissinger. I know that's not a politician in that kind of way. But
Well, Franklin was the closest to a politician, yeah. No, I wouldn't want to, no.
Okay. That's pretty definitive. Okay, so in our last few minutes, I'm going to turn to your most recent book. So it's a real difference of
I know, I did
size.
something short for a change.
The greatest sentence ever written. It is linked to America's forthcoming 250th anniversary. The sentence being the second sentence, or very long sentence, of the Declaration of Independence. I am going to turn to a page towards the middle, which taught me something.
By the
like,
way, we hold these truths, if
yes,
you're trying to remember what's the second sentence.
Yes, I should have said that. But I'm going to turn to an aspect of the book which told me something about Benjamin Franklin that I didn't know, and which I thought, given that our title has been Headlines in History, speaks to the lessons that we can take away from the past. It's where you say that for today, we can all try to be more like Franklin. He not only helped craft the sentence that defines our common good, he lived it. He organized police, fire, street sweeping, a public library, a hospital. He ran a newspaper. He bequeathed a revolving loan fund. He donated to the building funds of each and every church in Philadelphia. He helped lead the fundraising for a new hall that would provide a pulpit to visiting preachers of any belief, so that, quote, even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach Mohammedanism to us, he would find a pulpit at his service. And on his deathbed, he was the largest individual donor to the Congregation Mikveh Israel, the first synagogue in Philadelphia.
And so when he dies, instead of his minister accompanying his casket to the grave, all 35 ministers, preachers, and priests link arms with the rabbi of the Jews and march with him to the grave. That's what you talk about innovation and fearlessness. That's what they were setting up back then, a new type of nation based on individual liberty, freedom of thought, freedom of speech, in which we also allowed people of different backgrounds, great diversity, to all come together. And this was something that didn't exist on Earth up
and
until
you
then.
chose to bring that out in this short book, presumably because you think you
Well,
want
I
to
presumably
give that lesson
think in
for
the
today.
250th, we ought to get back to why we, in the United States, created this nation. And we have drifted from those basic principles that approximately 80%, whether England, United States, could agree on. And yet social media, our politics, our current administrations have so divided us. I am old enough to remember when we were just this divided. I was just working with Harry Evans. He had me working on Watergate, 1974. We'd gone through Vietnam, Watergate, the resignation of a president, riots, the assassinations of Kennedys and Kings. And we had the bicentennial in the United States. Rang the Liberty Bell, tall ships came up, and we all came together and healed as a nation. A few of us who write history got together 4 or 5 years ago and said, we got to help celebrate the 250th. Meacham did American Struggle, Ken Burns has just done the Revolution. And I'm sad to say that somehow or another, even this anniversary hasn't helped remind us that we share certain values and we should not allow ourselves to be torn apart.
Yeah, that's interesting to know the backstory that a group of you have been preparing for your response to this for some time. And Ken Burns has been one of my guests on the podcast. Walter Isaacson, I look forward to the next book. And thank you so much.
Michelle, thank you.
Thank you.
You're great.
Yes, the stories almost no one is telling, but should be. Hello there, I'm Anna Botting. I work at Sky News. And as we saw there, local news should not be a luxury item. It really should be a necessity. As we all know, community journalism binds neighbours together. It gives cohesion. It gives vitality. It can expose wrongdoing or corruption by officials who are having the most impact on our lives, holding power to account where we live and where we work. And when those local, thank you for the clap, when those local news watchdogs are not watching, we are left in the dark. We're being impacted, but knowing nothing. So please welcome then two people helping fill the vacuum left by what we mostly call the sad decline of local news. One with a camera, one with a laptop. So please welcome documentary filmmaker Jeannie Finley and Yoshi Herman, who founded and runs Mill Media, an independent newsletter and website producing high-quality, in-depth local journalism. And both of you doing amazing work, I have to say. Jeannie, let's start with you. Yours is a story of a local community devastated by historic pollution, toxic industrial waste. Your documentary follows Stan, a fisherman for more than 50 years on Teesside in the northeast of England. He becomes an unwitting activist, pushing back against the local government when the fishing ecosystem collapses from industrial toxins released during dredging of the River Tees. You describe it as a David and Goliath story. Was it getting any coverage, and how did you find out about it?
Well, thanks for that introduction. This is a story that's really close to my heart because it's where I grew up. It's where my mum swims in the sea 3 times a week. And as soon as I heard about the story, I just knew that I had to, I make feature-length documentaries, and I knew that this was going to be my next film. It's been getting some local coverage, but it's really the difference you can make with 100 minutes, filmed over 4 years, it's infinitely different to a 3-minute piece on local news or a tiny story in the local paper. And the local paper is not what it was. The Northern Echo is not what it was in Harry Evans' time. They're not able, and also there's some conflicts going on there that it's quite challenging to tell the stories of actually what's going on in the area.
Well, you had me, I have to say, at the opening credits. It is beautifully shot. The subject matter makes you want to weep, quite frankly. And it is not yet released in the UK. Stan really is to Teesside fishing what Alan Bates was to the post office, let's be honest about it. So shall we have a look at your documentary then? It's called All Rivers Spill Their Stories to the Sea. Let's have a look.
On my mum's side, you can trace our fishing back 400 or 500 years. And they're all fisher folk from just in front of where I live, fished from the beach.
What's your view then about why the government just won't get to the answer?
We stupid thick fishermen, they're educated and it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, right.
Problem is that sees jobs worth billions.
Of course it is.
Ours is worth $1 million. That's the difference. It's that. So they're not interested in us.
Levelling up. They've levelled Teesside down to the ground, and it has been for decades. And it's terrible the way we're treated.
Can't sell boats, can't give them away, nobody wants them. I have 3. So I'll prop up to my neck in it. You know what I mean? I should be 6'3" and I'm not only 5'6".
And told, we can't rock the boat. The local authority advertises with the paper, and the paper can't upset the relationship with Tees Valley Combined Authority. The media in the UK is so focused on London and Westminster that there's no scrutiny, there's no resources to scrutinise what's happening in a place like this.
Yes, big round of applause. Very well deserved as well, I have to say. Terrible footage of the crustaceans there. They're twitching on the beach in some of the footage. The fishermen lamenting their appalling catches. You track the timeline of what happened. A dredger, it seems, disturbing ground, polluted over decades from chemical oil steelworks, the heartland, the industrial heartland that Teesside's known for. Has the loss of local news left a void in which these stories are not being told? It gives a voice to those genuinely who feel that no one is listening to them.
I think so, yeah. I mean, like I said, the luxury of making a feature-length documentary, an independent documentary, means that I can do something that is much more than a caricature. I can get to know Stan, and I can foreground the emotion. What does this feel like? I'm over the shoulder while Stan launches a crowdfunding campaign to bring independent scientists together because they're just not getting the answers. And it's been devastating. Science is slow, movement is slow, and they're just trying to find, they just want someone to listen to them because it's been forgotten. And when I showed Stan the finished film, he said that the experience has been like a bereavement, and actually being able to show that change over time because time had elapsed felt like he'd been seen for the first time, and it was very moving.
And as we know, those who are not being heard change politics. You might argue the Brexit count was like that. We'll see what the politics of protest are in the elections tomorrow as well. But Yoshi, you started with one digital newspaper in Manchester. Since then, you've expanded into 5 more cities, so 6 in total. You've got another one coming very soon, haven't you? So what made you decide to report on life politics and more on this community or city level, and how are you going about it?
Well, I think one of the reasons I wanted to do it is because there are so many good stories. I mean, Jeannie's amazing film is an amazing story that the national media were not covering very much, and the local media, which has been really kind of like pulled back to the bones, especially in the Northeast, but really anywhere, are not able to cover it in a sustained way. And so there are stories like that all across the country. And so local journalism has been hit much harder by the forces that we've been talking about today than national journalism has. I mean, there were, I think, around 9,000 people who worked in local journalism in 2007 in the UK, just for the largest 3 companies, by the way, but that's a sort of rough estimate from Press Gazette. And now they think it's around 3,000. So that's like 6,000 fewer in the space of, not very long at all. And so I guess when I started out, I thought, there must be loads of really good stories here, and I think it'll be fun to try and tell them. And I think there'll be some social good out of it too. And actually, I remembered as we were walking in, the last time I was here at Truth Tellers on stage, I got off the stage and I went up to a little room that Tina's team had provided. And I was on the phone to our lawyer, and I was on the phone to Jack Dilhunty, who's a brilliant journalist who works for us and who's here. And Jack was just about to publish a story about a local official in Manchester, Andy Burnham's advisor, Sacha Lord. And Jack's story revealed that Sacha Lord had a company that had sort of illegitimately got hold of hundreds of thousands of pounds during the pandemic from the government in pandemic relief by pretending it was one kind of company when it in fact was another. And within 2 days of Truth Tellers, or perhaps even a day, Sacha Lord was threatening to sue us, etc., etc. It took us a few days of solid reporting to get the government to change its position, to get the Greater Manchester Authority to change its position. It took 7 months of Jack reporting on this story for the Arts Council to eventually say, you guys were right, we got it wrong, we're going to ask for the money back. And that's public money, So there's a lot of stories like this, and it later transpired that the local newspaper in Manchester did know about this story and hadn't reported on it. So there are loads of these stories. Jeannie's told an amazing one. There are so many of these stories that because of the decimation of local journalism are not being told, and it's a great challenge to try and rebuild that infrastructure.
Well, you're trying to build a community. I know you have live events for Mill members where staff come on stage and explain their favourite stories. So let's try that here, shall we?
Yeah.
Why don't you give us some of your favourite stories from the past year?
Well, one that really stands out for me, actually, is one about a university called the University of Greater Manchester. Anyone who remembers what it used to be called Bolton University. They changed the name to attract foreign students, I think. And one of my reporters, Molly Simpson, who was here last year, I think, another brilliant young journalist, she, over months, discovered that there was a secret side deal, which is on screen now, in which a senior executive at the university was effectively attempting to divert large amounts of money to a private company that he owned. And, it took probably a few different stories to get to this one. This was probably the biggest one. But after this came out, things really started to happen. And eventually what happened was the police in Greater Manchester announced an investigation. The vice-chancellor of the university of 20 years stepped down, or was suspended, actually. And then they had house raids, police house raids, on 7 properties. So now there's an active, live police investigation. And, that's an incredible piece of reporting. And I think that's one where you can see the impact, Another one, I was told it was going to be on screen. I don't think I'm actually allowed to really talk about it because there's just been an arrest. I don't know if you can show the next story. So I think, there was another story about... Here we go. So it's just been long-listed for the poor foot, so I think I'm allowed to read out what Private Eye said about it. But effectively, this was a very sort of litigious lawyer who was writing to homeowners in actually, various places that we cover. And it took months of really good reporting to really bring the story to light. I think because he's now been arrested, contempt rules mean I can't really sort of say much about it, but I think I can read out the police statement, which is, detectives investigating allegations linked to the purchase and sale of freeholds in Sheffield have arrested a man on suspicion of fraud and blackmail. I think that's probably all that can be said. But, again, that's really focused investigative journalism. I mean, you can see how many of my colleagues are named on that awards nomination. That's a lot of people working incredibly hard, led by Daniel Timms. That's the kind of journalism that, unfortunately, a lot of local newspapers, for a variety of reasons, are not able to take on anymore.
Yeah, exactly. What about some of the problems that you're butting into effectively? You're from Teesside, where your film is set, but your funding came from across the world, even in New York. Why did you have to look so far away? What about the local outrage for that story? Why did it take you to tell that story?
I think as an independent maker, I know that once I'm making a film, I can set the tone, and I know that the title, my long title of my film, will be the title I want to have, and that I can have editorial control. So it's vital that the funding is independent. And there is money in the North, but when the money for film comes across the desk of the local authority that you are critiquing, it means that it's no longer an option. So this is a local story that has global consequences and a global audience, so we look globally for the money. So working with brilliant partners like Chicken and Egg, BFI Doc Society, it means that we can remain independent and do the independent work that would be absolutely impossible if we were making this for a streamer. I need to be nimble. I need to have a small camera and not, and not make something. I'm not making streamer content. I'm making independent filmmaking.
Well, the first session we had this morning, we heard about the pre-litigation that news stories are having now, and the fact that we pre-censor ourselves. But for a small independent, if I can call you that now, I know you're expanding quite quickly, how difficult is it to take on the so-called establishment, and how worrisome then is a legal threat for an independent operation like yours?
I think at the moment in the UK, the threat of legal action is a huge reason that big stories don't appear. A big reason. I mean, that story I told you before about Sacha Lord, the one in Manchester, a couple of newspapers were going to follow it up a day after we published, and they didn't because of the legal threat that was made. They didn't do that. I was downstairs earlier, and someone I knew said, "How's your legal case going?" And I said, "Which one?" I've got 2. We were in the High Court recently defending a defamation action for a story we published on The Londoner, which is our London operation. I'll be in a court in Liverpool in June defending another case that's been brought against us for our journalism. So currently the way the laws are written in the UK allows people to bring bad faith lawsuits against stories that are true and that have been really well reported. And I think until the government acts and changes the law, there has been some protection put into the law about anti-slaps when it comes to financial stories. But what you really need is for that to be extended to lots of other forms of journalism. Because at the moment, it is a big drain on our time and on our resources.
Well, aren't you battling one this week, is it?
Well, I mean, just on Friday night, we did a story on The Dispatch, which is our Birmingham publication, about the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, and her special advisor, 7 p.m. on a Friday night, sent an incredibly aggressive legal threat. He threatened us with defamation, privacy, and potentially an imminent injunction in the High Court to stop us publishing. I mean, I think he did that because he thought this is a small local publication in Birmingham and I can bully them. And then as soon as we got back in touch and said, hang on, we don't appreciate those kind of threats and we're going to make your threats part of the story, we put them in, paragraph 5 was about the threats and we named the advisor because I think it's important to name people when they threaten you. Suddenly, he said, well, actually, it wasn't sent from a government, from the government. Well, it came from a government email. You signed it off special advisor to the Home Secretary. So it sure felt like it came from the government. And the government, threatening to sue a small independent media company, I don't think that's quite right. So that is the kind of threat that I know is stopping publication of important stories, particularly in local journalism across the country every day. And I think it's got to be fixed.
Mm. Well, just one final thought. I worked in the Northeast as well, in local news. It's very close to my heart. I saw the last 5 coal mines close. I saw the last shipyard close as well, with all the Labour politicians in tears as a Type 23 left swan hunter. I felt like I was witnessing the end of the Industrial Revolution, quite honestly. What you've seen is ecosystem disaster as the heritage of manufacturing is literally removed. Yeah. And the question is how much, we should suffer to see progress. And we know planning laws in this country, they want to speed them up. There are more free ports being built. This was all to build Teesport. Do you feel like you're telling the parable of an age, really?
Yeah, I really feel like this, the fishers of Teesside are the canary in the coal mine.
That's the one, yes.
There's another 10 free ports planned around the UK, and most of them are where the river meets the sea. I think only one of them is inland. That needs to be done incredibly carefully. When I was an art student in Middlesbrough, we used to go out and paint the industry. It was the opening of Blade Runner by Ridley Scott was inspired by by Teesside industry. These things have a long life. All of the seal pups in the area have died because of PCBs that were banned in the 1980s. We need to remember history or we will continually repeat it.
And one final thought from you as well, Yoshi. Sahari Evans obviously worked up there. You were telling us earlier that actually, what you can see in the history of the Northern Echo really does explain the demise of local media.
Totally. I mean, he started his career on the Ashton-under-Lyne Reporter, which is near where I live, and then he went to the Northern Echo. And at the Northern Echo, when he was there in the 1960s, you had an enormous team. You had hundreds of people working in the Northern Echo. And I actually looked in his book, and there were 12 reporters in the Bishop
Auckland.
Yeah, Bishop Auckland office of the Northern Echo. Jeannie and I have been trying to estimate whether there are still 12 reporters in the entire Northern Echo now. And I think they're probably, it would be about that. So that, that is a very, very big decline in the number of people trying to find stories in a very important part of the country. And we need to try and sort of rebuild that capacity, I think.
Well, times, they are a-changing, as we all know, in the world of media. Your work is extraordinary. Congratulations from me, certainly. So, Jeannie Finlay, Yoshi Herman, thank you very much indeed. And one final thought as well, before you clap. There are more films to be seen tomorrow at the Truth Tellers Docfest. All the details are coming on your screen, so do stay tuned for that. Both of you, thank you. Thank you.
The rock stars have arrived. The power of photographs and the importance of photojournalism. The photographers here are the original storytellers. And David Walmsley, I'm David Walmsley, the editor-in-chief of the Globe and Mail, and it's an absolute honor to welcome this illustrious panel. Lindsay Addario, to my immediate right, Hannah Mackay, Reuters, and Marcus Yam of the Globe and Mail. Welcome. The images you'll see in this session will be upsetting. That's the whole point. We are here because we care, and we don't shy away from the reality of the world. And as Lindsay said to me off stage, if you're not upset by some of this, then you are AI. The sentient human being has more power than they realize, I think, in this current climate. My first question, Lindsay, is to you, because you've traveled so often. Harry Evans loved you. And you would meet often with him and commune. But you had to choose the stories to go to. And most recently, for the Atlantic magazine, under new ownership, very strong publication, you've been to Sudan and Chad. Let's take a look at some of the photos. Tell us about this child.
So, just to back up a little bit, I started covering Sudan over 20 years ago when I was covering the war in Darfur. And I went there for 6 straight years, and I thought it was in my rearview mirror. And of course, a few years ago, I started talking to the Atlantic, and last year they asked me to go to Sudan with Anne Applebaum, who was here earlier. And this little girl, she was wounded in a mortar strike. And the irony was that a month earlier, I had been in Khartoum and in Omdurman, which is sort of a suburb of Khartoum. And it was about 10 o'clock at night, and a mortar landed about a block from where we were staying. And immediately I asked the intelligence guy, who was our minder, to take me to the hospital. And he did, surprisingly, because they usually say no to everything we ask. And he took me, and when I got there, there were children and women sort of splayed out amidst blood all over the floor of the hospital. There were, I think, 36 injured. And then I went back. I went into Chad, and we ended up getting access through the rebels. And the rebels took us to show us their civilian casualties. And this little girl was wounded around the same time, also in a mortar attack in the same area. And I just asked myself, was she on the other side? And was she the one who was maybe brought to a different place, or maybe not even a hospital? And I ended up meeting her in Darfur.
And how has the situation changed? You say you've been going back and forth to Sudan over 20 years. Has access improved? Has the challenge become more difficult? Has 14 million people displaced?
I think what we've learned, I've been covering war over 25 years, and I think what I've learned is that governments have learned not to let us in. I think there are so many conflicts now that we can't cover. We can't get into Gaza. It's almost impossible to get into Sudan. I've been trying, actually, for 6 months to get into Sudan, and I've been rejected. We can't get, there are so many places we just can't access. Iran is another place. Only a handful of journalists are allowed into these places. And that's a real tragedy, because we all suffer when we can't see the truth.
Hannah, you began with the Thompson family through Reuters news agency 9 years ago. And one of the most remarkable first assignments you had was to the far-off land of Myanmar. Let's have a look. Now, it's safe to say, Hannah, you'd never been to Myanmar before. Explain a little bit about your career up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd been at Reuters about 6 weeks by the time I was sent on this assignment. It was a first of many. I'd only ever been on holiday to Spain, so this was the... But it really opened my eyes to the importance of journalism, and actually when you leave the UK you realise how valued cameras are. I think here in the UK it's a lot of no access. So this assignment was incredible for the openness to taking pictures of people, and it was towards the end of Reuters coverage, so I think by this point most of the refugees had set up base in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, and I was mostly there just to cover daily life, but then you saw them crossing the river. That was like the last big crossing from Myanmar, and so it kind of turned into a completely different situation to what I'd expected or anybody else expected. And this lady collapsed with exhaustion. You know, they'd been walking for days, crossed a river, no belongings, nowhere to go. So yeah, it was really opened up my eyes.
So you began the assignment in Cox's Bazar, which was really hosting the destitute from Myanmar in Bangladesh, but you then moved into Myanmar.
We just went to the border. We couldn't get into Myanmar. It's very difficult. So this was at the border where they'd crossed in. Again, they had no idea where they were going, and I mean, I didn't either.
And tell us a little bit about the woman in the ditch.
She was part of the previous picture. Was how it looked for days of a constant flow of people just walking through, and she collapsed with exhaustion. And a few people, you know, at first they were just on their own journey and walked past her, and then eventually people stopped and helped. And I don't know what happened to her, but I hope she at least made it to safety in the camp.
The Good Samaritan. You also mentioned that the joy not only of freedom of movement and the ability to cover the story, but also the colors.
Yeah. It's just, I can't even describe it now, even 9 years on. The amount of colour that I saw, you know, London's pretty grey at the best of times, so the clothing, the culture, the land, everything. It was an incredible first assignment.
Hell of a baptism, that's for sure. And Marcus, you have covered a lot of ground over the years in your career. You spent 12 years in Los Angeles with the LA Times. Of course, the big story that came there most recently was the profound fires that ravaged LA, particularly the Thomas Fire, which is a gigantic fire. Let's take a look at some of the images of Marcus and the fires of LA. I mean, it looks like a movie set, doesn't it? The whole idea of color, as Hannah said, in the contrast of fire, it's made to be photographed. But tell us a little bit of the challenges that you face as a photographer when you're in the middle of an inferno.
Fires often, I mean, I would say that first, I will backtrack a little bit about this picture. One of the biggest challenges about fire is figuring out where it's going. So this fire, the Thomas Fire, actually started in Santa Paula, and I was coming off of a long work day, and it kicked off, and an evacuation order was issued, and I was driving towards it, but then I realized it was moving fast west. So I drove ahead, and we just guessed that it would end up in Ventura. So I just decided I'm going to go to Ventura and get ahead of this fire. And when I did, the fire was just starting to arrive, and I thought to myself, I went past all the people evacuating, all the cars lining up to drive out. I thought to myself, here's a news picture, but then maybe I should keep going. So I kept going, driving into the darkness, just to see, in my head, map out. I've never been to Ventura, so I thought to myself, I'm going to go explore Ventura. What a fun time to go. And somewhere in the darkness, I was kind of in my head mapping out the roads, and I came across a car, this car that was like turned on, with nobody in it. So I thought to myself, did something happen? Is this person okay? So I actually stopped to check. And I couldn't see anybody, but maybe a couple of minutes went by, and this woman just like quietly walks out of this house, puts a box in the car, and just drove off. And before I could even like stop her to say hi to her and everything. And actually, funny enough, a little backstory, I actually got an email from a reader, because I had been self-publishing, it was like middle of the night, I our newsroom, the newsroom of the Los Angeles Times wasn't updating as fast as possible. So I was self-publishing on Twitter, and a reader actually wrote back and said that was his mother, and he's glad to see her actually change her mind and leave, basically.
Lindsay, conflict is never far from you. You've covered a lot of war, but Ukraine obviously has a special hold, I think, on everyone. And it's a place that you intimately documented for the New York Times. You've won and been a finalist for Pulitzers on that story. But let's go back to March the 6th, 2022, when you took what has become an iconic image of war. And in that moment, when you took this picture, you thought the New York Times wouldn't publish the photos because they showed a dead family. Tell us about that process. Both your idea of what to shoot, how you framed it, and how you had to fight with the desk, or how the desk accepted it.
Marcus and I were actually in Ukraine around the same time, or at the same time.
At the same time.
At the same time, and also working around Irpin. That's where this photo was taken. And basically, there was an exodus of people coming out of Irpin, the suburbs around Kiev. And for a photographer, it's hard to get information very quickly. We often have to just go to see what's happening. And so I went very early on a Sunday morning, and it was eerily quiet. There were people crossing this broken bridge, trying to get out of the suburbs and come to Kiev. And immediately you can hear a lot of shelling in the distance and artillery fire. And so we took cover behind this wall. And shortly after arriving, I was photographing people streaming, and I remember looking through my viewfinder and cursing because I was watching these little kids and parents struggling to sort of drag their kids to safety under fire. And suddenly a round came in, and it landed sort of a few hundred meters off in the distance. So my security advisor said, "Do you want to leave?" And I said, no, they're not going to hit this evacuation route. It's all women and children. They know that, they can't hit that. And then within like a few minutes, another round came in closer, and that's called bracketing for anyone who doesn't know the military terms, when you kind of zero in on a position. And so within seconds, I dove for cover and I popped up, and another round landed so close, it was like 30 feet away, that my entire neck was sprayed with what I thought was shrapnel, but it was gravel, thankfully. And by the time I popped up, everything was very dusty. I didn't know if I had been hit. I was bleeding. And our security advisor ran across the street, and when he called us over, we had come upon a family. And my instinct was to leave. We were still under fire. I was in shock. I knew that we had just narrowly survived. And I started shooting, and I had come upon this family feet first. And so I registered that there was a child. I saw the moon boots, and I worked my way around, and then we ran. We ran, and there were 2 more rounds that came in very close as we were leaving. And when I got back to the car, I messaged the New York Times, and I said, I was just in this attack, and I didn't really know if I had made a photograph that was in focus or that would convey the drama. And sometimes, as anyone who's covered conflict, sometimes you convince yourself that actually it wasn't very dangerous, like maybe it was far away. And so I sent the photos, and then I started pleading with one of the foreign editors, like, please, can you look at these, and can you please go to bat for me and publish these? Because we were in the attack. It was not just a random attack. It was actually targeting civilians intentionally. And so, as a photographer, we don't have much power or sway. We just send the photos, and we hope that the editors will go with what we lobby for. And in the end, it ended up on the front page of the New York Times, and it was used in Congress to lobby for more funding for Ukraine to fight against the Russians, because it was exactly when Putin was saying he did not target civilians.
Thank you for that. And from that lost family to your own family. Your latest documentary is called Love and War, and it looks at the impact of your work on you and your sisters, on your kids, and on Paul, your husband. Let's watch a clip.
One month in Ukraine, then maybe back 2 weeks, then maybe speaking engagement or an exhibition, and then back a little bit.
Your name's Mommy.
Yeah, my name is Mommy.
Then Ukraine, and then something else.
One of us has to be a constant in the kids' lives. Paul left Reuters. He started doing consulting. That enabled us to have a family.
Nice? You like it?
I've set it up so that if something does happen to me, they have Paul.
They have Paul. It's incredibly emotional. I've seen the whole doc. Given the cost that you might not come home, what keeps driving you?
I mean, it's the question that's going to be on my tombstone because I get asked that question. And I don't really, I would say I've seen the impact of good journalism. I've seen the impact of good photography. I've seen people, sort of the light bulb go on. I've seen people change their minds because of good journalism. I hope to affect policy. I've been able to impact people with maternal death work. Merck for Mothers was started in part because of a photo essay I did where they put $500 million aside to fight maternal death based on a photo essay in part. And so I think if I can do anything to move the dial a little bit in this world, I will. And I can't not do it.
Thank you. Marcus, Afghanistan. It's a conflict that you've returned to again and again, 3 separate trips in less than 5 years. Let's take a look at some of the images that you took when documenting specifically the US withdrawal and the Taliban return to power in 2021. These images won you a Pulitzer. To get a sense of timing, you were flying into Kabul, and isn't that the common theme of everyone? As everyone else is leaving, the photographers are heading in. And you went into Kabul while the US troops were flying people and themselves out, and the world's media headlights were fully on Afghanistan. How did you ensure that your work stood out and was more than competitive?
Very good question. I mean, it's hard to, as a news photographer, you always look for these singular image of the day, what drives, what is the image that speaks to the day, and I was obviously started out by doing that first. I had gone in a day before the country fell. I literally took probably one of the last commercial flights in before the airport closed down. And I realized I wasn't getting reinforcements anytime soon. People were stuck outside. And I had to figure out how else to cover it because I was in some ways, no pun intended, outgunned. And there were so many other, and I wasn't able to get to a lot of places just because my driver had just abandoned us to save his family. I told him to go do that. And I was taking the yellow cab around, and I had to pick and choose, basically. I couldn't be there for some of the defining moments when the country fell. And my then editor, who's now retired, and I sat down after a very frustrating first day where I missed all the pictures, but I did a lot of reporting on what was going on. And we were looking at what everybody was doing that first 24 hours. We were looking at CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times. And like a good sports coach, he asked me, what do you see? What patterns do you see? And it's on this, he was trained a chemical engineer, and I was trained an aerospace engineer. So I understood systems. So I said, everybody's obsessed with the Taliban. And he was like, correct. And we said, what do you not see? Nobody is talking about the losers. So we created a model for ourselves. Moving forward, that day onwards, day 2, end of day 1, we would only look at all these stories that we would do from the eyes of the loser and take that perspective moving forward instead of being obsessed with the Taliban. I mean, we did a few Taliban stories here and there, but I never tried to give them a platform or tried to, emphasize that as much.
So in identifying the through line as the losers, the LA Times worked with you to publish the work with a bunch of text overlaid as well. How did the assignment change and the storytelling of the story change in the weeks that you were there?
A lot of what was going on was rapidly changing. when we were on the ground, there was no clarity. In the early days, I mean, everybody was evacuating. Nobody knew what they would do to Westerners or let alone journalists. I mean, I fought very hard to stay in country. I actually defied evacuation orders because as a student of history, this echoes of the Vietnam War. And I was very adamant to stay behind because the lasting image of the Vietnam War is the American helicopter pulling people off rooftops. But you don't remember the images after that. And I was, determined to just stay, And so my then editor also fought for me to stay, and we realized the only way to do it is a accumulation of observations, which is where the idea of like diaries came along. So he asked me like every day, write your thoughts down, what you saw, what you did, and I did it in a form of an email to them sometimes, here's my little diary for the day, like what I did, and we just turned that into a long piece basically and published it.
And was this also in an attempt to compete against the theft of attention with readers who simply see so much visual work and they move on from one thing to the next? Do you find that technique provides some stickability for the work that you do?
I don't know if it's like a clear intention on my part to like get attention and get readers to stay on it, but it was more to just like grasp at something tangible. I mean, I wanted to collect observations. We have a proximity with our work, that proximity and responsibilities are the two tenets that we have, and we have to try to make sure we document everything, even if we're unsure of it. We have to try to, in some ways, put it in a picture and put it in words. And I think that what I was doing, I was also, again, self-publishing, thanks to, in the heyday of Twitter, before pre-Elon Musk Twitter, and I was able to just push out dispatches, as we went, basically, as fast as possible, because I would have a system where I would file quickly, but I also push it out immediately.
I have a question. Am
Please.
I allowed?
Of course, of course. This is the management-defying group.
I never follow the rules. The LA Times didn't have a problem with you putting things on Twitter before they were published, or because we could never do that for most of the publications I work for, ever. I mean, nothing can see the light of day until like 10 days after they've selected what they want.
No, actually, because the LA Times is also legacy media, they were trying to figure out this new frontier, and I was one of the first few photographers to go in and change the way they do live coverage. I mean, when I joined them in 2014, I was like live tweeting a protest already, and was like sending photos, tweet, and send it directly to the desk also. And they had no problems with it because for them, it was more about, it's almost like the idea of throwing a pizza at the ceiling and seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
And they were willing, to their credit, to let that experiment go through.
If the desk is asleep, you've got the perfect alibi, haven't you?
Exactly. I mean, half the things happen.
I would have phoned you, but I wanted you to have your beauty sleep. Yeah?
Well, the Californian time zone is so far away that, when things happen, they're oftentimes asleep. So I have to wait for them to wake up and work into the wee hours of the night wherever I was. But it was very rewarding getting to self-publish and getting to just push out dispatches. I wasn't trying to put an analysis in anything. I was just saying, here's what I saw. And the same in Ukraine also.
Lucky.
Okay, we're going to move away from war and misery for a moment. Hannah, you had a number of images that were bringing out some chuckles with the crowd in the video roll. You've covered a lot of big events, popes, prime ministers, and princes, and a number of them have become viral snapshots of big ceremonial moments. Let's take a look at the picture of the royals on the balcony and some of the challenges that you face when you're shooting such an orchestrated, essentially a photo op.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of assignments aren't my favorite to cover. If there's any member of the royal family in the room, that's not personal to you. It's just they're so restrictive, and you're kind of penned in, and you're almost told what to photograph, so it's difficult to find something different than what, often there can be 30 photographers standing right next to you all doing the same, so it's completely different to, say, the previous set of pictures, but, being a wire photographer for Reuters in London, it is part of the job. So this is on, I think it was the Troop in the Colour, which, happened every year for the Queen's birthday, and it's a big ceremonial event, and you're very, very far away in a long lens.
So where are you when you're taking this?
So this was taken on the Queen Victoria Memorial, which is sort of the roundabout opposite Buckingham Palace, and they watch a fly past. I could see something was going on in my lens with Louis, but it was only when I looked back I realised what he was doing. And
so you couldn't capture it in real time because they were such small specks?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our job is hit and hope, so I was sort of just...
The secret side.
I was hitting and hoping with this. And a lot of people didn't get the picture because the setup was people had tripods and were swapping between cameras, but I just made sure that I stuck on a really long lens on the balcony, because when kids are involved, Harry did the same when he was a kid, so I think everybody knew this reputation of Prince Louis, he might do something a bit comedy, so yeah.
Well, I think there's a little bit more than hidden hope. All of your eyes are special. Let's move to the next image, which is truly a photographer's eye. You took this picture some 5 years before Prince Philip, the then Duke of Edinburgh, died. Tell us a little bit about the journey of this picture, because of course it went viral in its own way.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while, but I originally took it was his last public engagement, and again, you're put into a position, and a lot of the time it's a look of the draw with the agencies all rotate positions, and you kind of put where you're put, and on the day this picture didn't do well at all, just purely because the UK papers went with the same picture but from the front, so I was like in the back, nobody really cared about it. I liked it because it was clean, and it's often difficult to get a clean picture on these rotors because they're surrounded by people. And my only memory of this, I think it was 2017, was that a few weeks after I took it, somebody called me and wanted a copy of the picture, and they said, we're the hearing aid company that supplied his hearing aids. Yeah, so I was like, I passed them on to the right person at Reuters. I didn't just give them the picture. And then it was when he died, it became something, because I think it just told the story of a goodbye. And yeah, it did really well after he passed away.
Yeah, let's show the next photograph, which comes, or the next use of the photograph. It comes 5 years later, and it dominates the front pages of papers on both sides of the Atlantic. And it's as iconic and as silent and as clean a picture that, again, needs no words.
Yeah, I think, you see pictures of Trump and heads of states, and often you can identify them from behind or as a silhouette. And so I think this is just one of those that, like you said, there's no words for it, but you know who he is and what's going on.
And it also inspired other artists as well, if we can show the next image.
Yeah, but I reached out to him and was like, hey, I've seen your cartoon based on my photo. No reply.
Yeah. Put him in touch with the hearing aid company.
Yeah.
And you have a bone to pick with the royal family too, don't you?
Yeah, the royal family Instagrammed it. No tag. About 2.5 million likes. So if there is anyone from the royal family in the room, sort it out.
Get Hannah out of the pen. Lovely. And then to contrast that, to come to the close of the panel, there's a photograph here which again went around the world. And this is a photograph taken at the vigil in Clapham Common in London in 2021, following the murder of 33-year-old Sarah Everard by, of course, a serving police officer. And the image is taken at what began as a vigil and turned into a protest. Let's walk through some of this imagery, Hannah, specifically some of the technical elements, and then the backstory about how you ultimately got right in front of this image that went around the world.
it was very dark, and it was in the middle of Clapham Common with no lights, and I think it was the height of lockdown. So I think by this point, people had gone a bit crazy and needed a reason to leave the house other than just to go to Sainsbury's. And so this vigil became quite a big event. It was almost like going to the theatre. It was quite a crazy thing to be a part of. And as the evening went on and the vigil turned into a protest, the police began to arrest people, and I'd gone away from the bandstand, which is where they are now, to try and...
You were in a pen.
I was sort of, yeah, in my favourite place, in a pen. And I left to show to try and get something of the police arresting someone, just to show that side of the evening. But it was really difficult because there was no lights. And so I left the bandstand pen, and I didn't get a picture. And our time was against me because I had to get to Downing Street because they were putting out a candle on the street. So I was conscious of time.
So Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. He was going to be lighting a candle.
I was thinking, can he hold out? I need to stay. And then I went back to the bandstand because I could see there was more arrests sort of happening there. And I realised there was a ring of police officers around it. And I couldn't get back in. And I was like, I need to be the other side of these police officers. So I just said to... I went up to one and I was like, hey, and I was like, showed them a press card. And I was like, oh, I've dropped my lens cap in the bandstand. Can I...
So this is the first fib of truth tellers.
And he was like, oh, okay. So he comes with me, and then we bump into a colleague, and he was like, what are you looking for? I was like, a lens cap. And he's like, oh, so there's 3 of us looking for this imaginary lens cap in the dark. And my colleague's making a big thing of it. He's like, you don't need it. You don't need this. And I was like, shut up. Like, I do. Anyway, eventually I found the lens cap, and I was back on the bandstand. And about a minute later, this happened. So, and luckily there was a cameraman with a modelling light, or else I wouldn't have seen anything.
Yeah, because the challenge is that it is pitch black. So you have, is that a television light behind? So it's it's backlit. But you're not able to use flash in a picture like this, right? Can you explain why?
Well, police officers' high-vis jackets are a photographer's worst enemy. They just flash on silver strips. So a couple of photographers had flashes. I didn't. And this, thankfully, was lit by a cameraman. And yeah, I mean, this kind of blew up overnight, this picture. And, you know, it was a story that started as a very domestic story, and it moved into, like, you know, a global movement of women feeling, or saying that they were feeling failed by the police, and how it felt to be alone in the dark, you know, in a similar way that they thought maybe Sarah Everard had.
It's the ingenuity, I think, on display this afternoon that you hear from all 3 of these incredibly powerful humans who take the full opportunity to use photography for its main purpose. And it is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to say thank you to all of you this afternoon.
So now we come to a very exciting moment for us, and I think for all photographers, and for everybody in the photography world, in the visual world, and in the journalism world. We've just seen how photographers are the original storytellers. In an age of fakery and fiction, the photographer stands true. But all they ask for is time and support. That's why I am so over the moon with pride in announcing this afternoon the inaugural Sir Harry Evans Photojournalism Fellow. Thanks to the generosity of David Thompson and his family, this fellowship has one of the most richly endowed awards in photojournalism. And it also offers the winner that rarest of prizes, the gift of time. A year working with Reuters and Canada's Globe and Mail, whose David Walmsley you just saw as moderator, mentored by both organizations' leading photo editors and supported by their newsroom resources to carry out a long-form project on the topic of their choice. I am so thrilled to announce our inaugural fellow, Kiana Hayari, whose images you just saw. She won out against global competition, impressing the judges with the depth of her portfolio and the ambition of her proposal. Born and raised in Iran, she spent her career working across underreported regions in the Middle East, Central Asia, and beyond, capturing women and communities living through conflict, displacement, and political upheaval. Please welcome Kiana, our inaugural Sahari Fellow in Photojournalism.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So proud. I'm very, very honored. Thank you. Really. Hi, everyone. One Saturday afternoon, I stood outside of a school in west of Kabul where over 90 girls aged 11 to 17 had just been killed. The street was still thick with dust and smoke. Blood-stained shoes were scattered all over the ground, and school bags torn open and notebooks spilling their pages onto the road. And families were calling out names that will not be answered. I remember standing there, holding my camera, and feeling the weight of a question that at the time I couldn't answer. A question that would later form the core of the project that I will be pursuing under this fellowship. 2 days from now marks the 5th anniversary of Sayyid al-Shuhada school attack. After nearly a decade of living in Afghanistan, I have lost count of how many times I arrived at the scene of an attack on a school, university, or educational center. And every time I had the same question: why are men in power so threatened by education? Over time, I came to understand that this story is beyond just Afghanistan or any other bomb, any other war. Education is one of the most powerful tools we have to resist authoritarianism, misogyny, racism, and extremism. And yet, around the world, it is under attack, increasingly. Schools are not only bombed, they are banned, segregated, censored, and politically manipulated. When education systems collapse, entire communities lose their future. Shattered Classrooms is a visual investigative project that examines how education systems are targeted, disrupted, and weaponized across different parts of the world, but also following the people who continue to fight to protect them, and the students who continue going back to school. Because alongside the destruction, there is always resistance. The project builds on work that I've already documented in Afghanistan and Ukraine, from underground schools for girls operating in secret to classrooms built under the ground to withstand missile attack. You know, my experiences in Afghanistan has changed how I perceive my role as a storyteller. At a time where truth is contested and our attention is fleeting, my work is not about just witnessing, but it's about staying with the story even after the headlines move. Stories don't end when they are published. They continue as books, exhibitions, public talks, and sometimes they return to classrooms to be used as tools for reflection and discussion. That commitment is deeply aligned with Sir Harry Evans' legacy. He believed in the power of photojournalism to inform, to challenge, and to hold truth to account. To be part of a fellowship that carries his name is not only an honor, but it's also a responsibility. This fellowship will allow me to continue my work with the depth, time, and rigor that it demands, not only to document what is being lost, but to follow these stories until they shift something, until they're seen, they're understood, and they cannot be ignored. I'm deeply honored to be named as the inaugural fellow. I want to thank Tina Brown and the jury for their trust, Durham University for their partnership, David Thompson and his family for their generosity. I'm also grateful to Mei Wong, who from Reuters, who for her guidance, and she'll be working with me closely on this project, and to David Walmsley and the Globe and Mail for their collaboration. I also want to thank Elizabeth Christ, whose mentorship helped shape the first chapter of this work and pushed it beyond Afghanistan. At a moment when authoritarian politics and right-wing movements are gaining ground globally, this is not just a story about schools. It's about the future and who gets to shape it. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, so great.
Really.
So great.
I'm still.
Yeah, no. Thank you. I just can't wait to see what work she produces and which we can all look at next year. In the meantime, we're going to break for tea, and we come back 25 minutes for the last block of the Truth Tellers Summit, which you won't want to miss, because we also have an extremely special finale at the end, which I think you're going to want to be here for. So, see you in 25 minutes.
have these numbers on their arms, and my father would wake up screaming often.
New York is talking this week about the image one magazine put on its cover.
A complicated message about cops and police brutality.
The Tennessee School Board has banned the critically acclaimed graphic novel Mouse.
I never thought I would live to see something where America, which saved my parents after the war, could be tilted toward a new kind of fascism.
So, welcome my beloved friend, Art Spiegelman. You know, when I took over the New Yorker, I was determined, as well as to sort of changing and, sort of radicalizing the approach editorially, that one of the things I really wanted to do was to sort of shake up the covers, because until then they'd been these very sort of polite scenes on the cover of sort of Connecticut, picket fences and barns and things, and they were a complete snooze fest. And I thought, who can I get to just be transgressive? And then I realized, of course, that Art Spiegelman had just won the Pulitzer Prize. And this was 1992, and I started dialing around trying to get your phone number, and the rest is history. Art joined the New Yorker and became an absolutely integral, important part of the whole kind of revamp of the New Yorker that I took over. So it's so good to have you with us.
Thank you. When I first met Tina, she was saying, I never grew up with the New Yorker. I didn't care about it much one way or the other. And I said, yeah, me too, except for some of the cartoons. So it was a perfect folie à deux to change the magazine.
Now, that's not a very attractive anecdote, actually.
That's okay. It made a better magazine.
It did make a better magazine. By the way, are you vaping?
I am indeed.
Okay. Well, that's... Don't tell anybody. So, your first cover for my New Yorker was the 1993 Valentine's Day cover, which was just about 4 months after I got there. And it had didn't expect the seismic reaction that it had, but it really, really did. And why do you think that it had such an extraordinarily kind of explosive reception?
I don't know. I didn't even know I was being transgressive. It was just like puffing on this e-cigarette. But it was in the wake of the Crown Heights riots, where the West Indian Jamaican community and the Hasidic community in that part of Brooklyn came to blows, and it was really a horrible scar on the city. And that was the time when I was being asked to sit down and do a cover, and I was looking through them, and they work with holidays a lot. There's a Christmas cover, a Valentine's cover, that was coming up. And then I was just doodling, so I was drawing that guy with a monocle, Eustace Tilley, and just trying to see what could come out of focusing on the New Yorker's central figure. And just by doodling, at some point I added a beard and a Hasidic hat. And I didn't know what I was making even, but it's oh, that's nice to look at. And then having them kiss and make up, these two sides of the community, I thought that's nice. Valentine's Day, the two sides should kiss and make up. Instead, it was sort of like worse than anything Trump stumbled into, It was, I was in Florida at the time for an opening of a show of my work in a museum that was having a cartoon show. And then I'm in the hotel room with my wife and kids, and Maury Pearl, the then publicist for it, says, okay, just pack up and come up and don't speak to anybody. So I had no idea what was going on, but I was following orders, and we show up at the lobby of the airport, and we're surrounded by hundreds of journalists, just everybody who could fit into that space.
and I didn't even know what I was being asked about. It just looked like me, my wife, and my kids were all trying to escape to Cuba. And the questions were appropriately organized in that direction. And it turned out that as a result, it did in one blow what you were doing inch by inch already, which is how do we make people pay attention to a magazine that's decades old and seen as, not seen as transgressive, seen as serious. It did stuff about Hiroshima and so on, about conservation with Rachel Carson. But I didn't know what I was getting into. It was just, that looks nice. But the way it got in was because you had another image by a friend of mine, Charles Burns. And it was another competitive picture for the anniversary cover of Eustace Tilley. He drew something so monstrous. I can't even explain it. If you haven't seen it, you have to look it up on the internet or something. But as soon as it was shown to the other editors, they exhaled and said, oh, okay, as long as you don't use that one, use this, it's fine.
So what do you think it is that a cover like this can do that a text piece can't? I mean, what is the sort of goal when you do a picture like that?
The goal is to make something that's interesting to me and then hopefully to others. But the reason that these things work so well is an image with an idea in it just is exactly what you have in your brain. Before you turn it into words or pretty pictures or whatever, it's how ideas fuse together with something visual and something conceptual. And that's been a guiding light for how covers should work when they're not barn doors.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, I have a print of your next cover hanging in my apartment because it is one of my favorites. The New Yorker had never done a fashion issue before, and I thought it would be interesting to kind of apply the New Yorker lens to the sort of world of fashion. And I must say that, I mean, Art Spiegelman wouldn't have been the first person that you would think might do a fashion cover, but I thought, well, why not, give it a go with Art? And he came back, I just love this cover. And what was in your mind when you did this? I mean, I just love these rather
what
overweight...
What is she thinking, a fashion
yeah, exactly.
cover? Are you kidding? I think what was really in my mind was how do I acquit myself in these both directions? So drawing fashion is not one of the first things I sit down to think about, but by thinking of what it is to be watching somebody half naked on a runway and all these people just like being able to sit judgmentally, flipping the script and having all the naked people in the audience... made it more interesting. And those kind of shoes, you'll know what the name of the shoe designer
Blahnik, was it the Manolo Blahnik's shoes?
Yeah. So I didn't even know what it was called, but I did know that those things were around. And I think that's striking to have in a foreground. So it came together without that much trouble conceptually, but I must have done 40 drawings before I found it.
I know,
I usually only do about 35. This was...
Yeah, well, I absolutely adore it. And then just to, we'll stop talking about the covers in a minute, but the next cover that caused me untold problems.
Oh, before we go on, there was something I wanted to tell you about the Hasidic cover.
Oh, what was that?
Letters were coming into the magazine about that cover, very irate. And there's one letter about the cover that came from a young girl, and the person who was sorting through this, you gotta see this one. And there's this kid just saying she thought it was really sweet that on Lincoln's birthday there would be a picture of Lincoln kissing a slave.
Well, that's shows.
So you have to have a certain amount of information in your head to make sense of these fused images. Sorry, I was interrupting.
No, I mean, we had an Easter cover coming up, so, I said to Art, we need an Easter cover. And I didn't expect him to do a crucified Easter bunny on a tax return, okay? I mean, I knew when I saw this cover, I just thought, oh, God. But I also had this kind of inner commitment, a sort of macho sense that I was going to always stand behind, Art Spiegelman. Even though everyone in the office would say, we can't publish this, we can't publish this. I can't possibly tell Art that I can't publish this cover. I've got to publish this cover for Art. I can't do it. So there we were, tax return, crucified bunny, out it went into the world. And I mean, I got like 1,000 sort of pain, sorrowful, well-written letters that hurt your heart from miserable Catholics, all over America, just sort of asking me why I would do such a terrible, sacrilegious, awful thing. I felt like such a heel. It was awful. And David Remnick, who was actually at that point a writer in the magazine, was sort of looked out of the window of his office and he saw this huge kind of mass of people walking down Broadway, and he freaked out and he thought, they're coming for us, It turned out to be an Easter parade, actually. But
yeah, a lot of police on that line as well.
A lot of police.
But the only reason you got it is because you were asking me, like I was not handing in things every week, but I was under contract. Just show me what you're thinking about. So I figured, okay, Easter's coming up, I'll show you what I'm thinking about. I never dreamed you were going to run it. I just wanted to show you what I was thinking.
I did not know this until I ran into you the other day.
Yeah,
I know. And you actually told me after all this misery that you didn't really think I was ever going to publish it. So, I mean, you know.
Wait, there's another anecdote connected to that that's worthwhile, which is, at that point, Maury Pearls again just said, drop everything. I know you're in Paris. Could you please come back immediately? And so they got me on, what was it called? The Superjet that was around for a while in France. The Concorde, yes. So going on the Concorde back with mostly basketball players, and it was mainly to be on an afternoon news show that Maury had set up. And they had me on the show, and they had some Father Coughlin kind of guy, whatever, next to me, and he's going on about what a sacrilege it is and whatever. And then the microphone is turned toward me and said, what do you have to say to Father Coughlin? And I said, mea culpa. And she just dragged me off the stage. That was the end of my interview tour.
So I've just had a message from the management here saying, you are not allowed to smoke. So are you going to get me into as much trouble as the Easter Bunny?
She knew nothing about it. I just do this everywhere I go. And it's got a very mild vape coming out of it. You'll never smell it, even in the first row. Well, but I need it to be able to think.
All right, well, I don't know what's going to... You may get rushed on the stage.
Okay, mea culpa.
So let's go to the genesis of your most famous, sort of revered work, celebrated work anyway, which is Mouse. And, you know, your parents endured and survived, you know, the horror of Auschwitz. Talk about what it was like to grow up in that household, because you had a pretty dark childhood, frankly.
Yeah, I did. Well, both parents survived at that time, and they hung out with other people who'd also... That was their social set, basically. So I grew up with it as a kind of dark fact of life that I didn't know that much about. But I felt all the effects. Like, I think in the promo here, there was something about him waking up screaming, which he would. And my mother was always nervous. If he went out of the house to work, she'd be standing by the window like a dog waiting for a master to come home where it would be safe again to be in the house. So there was that. There's a little photo in their bedroom that had been blown up to be a big photo of what would have been my brother had he lived, and that was kind of a shrine spot in the bedroom. And one of the problems I had was they had the son they wanted. What were they doing with me? And it wasn't that clear. So there was a kind of sibling rivalry with a sibling I couldn't...
And what happened to your brother?
What happened to him?
Yeah.
He got poisoned by my aunt when they thought they'd sent him to safety, and it was clear that household was being sent to the death camps. So my mother's sister gave cyanide to her kids, to herself, and to my brother.
It's an unbelievable story, actually.
And the other people all died, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, the ones in that household.
I mean, it's such tragedy. And out of that, you created a comics masterpiece. And you turned to draw Mouse, which took you how many years?
13.
13 years. And Mouse showed the world really for the first time that comics could address the most profound of subjects, you know, which is, of course, the Holocaust. And it was also met with a barrage of people who said that to portray, you know, the Holocaust survivors and victims as mice was absolutely the worst expression of bad taste.
Yeah, but, you know, I backed into this. I didn't know how it was. I didn't know it was coming. It was just, at some point, underground comics, which was my natural domain, were there to be transgressive, and it led to a kind of autobiographical set of comics, and that kind of inched me into doing this 13-year-long thing. And the main metaphor I had was, when I was trying to draw people, it all looked fake, because I don't know what everybody looked like. I could look up a building or a gate of a concentration camp, but I couldn't know what everybody looked like, so I was looking for masks, for a way to neutralize it so that the story would take place on a relatively blank visual with the ideas filling it out. In other words, that mouse is just a little triangle. It doesn't look like a real mouse. It doesn't even look like Mickey Mouse, but it's a blank spot. And I was inspired by, there was a comic strip called Little Orphan Annie in the 1930s, and instead of eyes, they just had like poker chips for eyes, blank chips. And I realized that that was the most emotional comic strip I was reading when looking back through the history of comics, and that gave me a cue to make the faces as close to looking like Little Orphan Annie's eyes as they could, so that you would project yourself inside the image and make it work that way. And I just got there because basically, Zyklon B, that was the gas in the concentration camps, it was a pesticide. So rodents are pests, and what chases rodents? Cats. So it was a dumb metaphor that I wanted to deconstruct and destroy while telling a story that you had to believe in.
I did not realize the pesticide link in your mind. I think that's an extraordinary thing to know. And of course, it was such a success, right? I mean, it became such a phenomenon. It's taught in every school. It won you the Pulitzer Prize. I mean, you were just, it was amazingly successful. It still is. But it became like the rodent on your shoulder, right? I mean, you couldn't.
I've been chased by a 500-pound mouse ever since. No matter what I do, it's good, but it's, it's good. But your other stuff, I don't know, it's kind of strange. But mouse is great. Nothing else like it. And I got this line from Joseph Heller that helped me through it. It says, "Yes, but what is?"
Yeah.
So that was useful.
Well, I'm also a huge admirer of your brilliant wife, the art editor Françoise Mouly. And in fact, I admire her so much that I hired her to be the New Yorker cover editor. So Art and Françoise became the incredible visual duo of the New Yorker. She's still in that role today, 33 years later, where she's now this iconic figure in the sort of cover world of American journalism. And her... she's here in the audience. Where are you, darling? Françoise. Okay, Françoise. How much does Françoise' artistic eye and how much is your collaboration part of your own work? I mean, do you discuss...
I can't imagine of even starting... I wouldn't even have been able to imagine starting this long 13-year project if I wasn't with somebody as intelligent and as willing to deal with my darker side, let's say. She was aiding and abetting. Plus, when I first met her, she was in architecture school in France playing hooky in New York. We'd gotten together. She'd seen some comics of mine, called me, and we spoke for 4 hours on the phone because she wanted to know about that comic strip about my mother's suicide. So even though she hated the phone and could barely speak English, maybe that's why it took 4 hours, but we were on the phone for a very long time. And after that, she was staying with me, and I was trying to make, it's now ancient history, but in order to make a cover, in those days, you'd make overlays, kind of ruby lith and stuff, and there's a red, a cyan, and a yellow, and on a black line drawing. And she got fascinated by that, and I had to go off to do a day's work at the bubblegum company I worked at. I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'll explain it when I get back. It's too complicated." She said, "Tell me now." And, okay. So I told it to her in about a 60-second crash course, and I said, "Well, I'll explain it better later." So I went off to work, came back, and she had done an impeccable color separation for this thing without even a guidebook. And as I said in an introduction to another book, so gentlemen, I married her.
Well, I understand. I mean, in our Instagram world, the AI world and so on, I mean, you came up through the underground comics world where there was a real kind of culture of great, these great bohemian, really, artists. Is it possible, do you think, for a young comic artist today to break through like you did?
Possible, but it gets less and less likely because there's more and more stuff. Like on the internet, it's flooded with images. They last about 60 seconds. You move on to something else. Every once in a while, somebody tries to put their comic on internet. It has to be very short, told ever shorter attention spans. But there's a great history of what was comics and still is. And every once in a while, a book breaks through and it blows your mind. So it can be done. But for a young cartoonist to have to set out as his first major try to crack the world is you have to do a 300-page book. It's ridiculous. You have to learn how to do a page first. Yeah. And so there's just a flood of things. And every once in a while, these magical things happen that are brilliant. So it's possible to do, but I mean, when I was teaching, I was always telling the kids, just keep your day job, and don't try to be an illustrator unless you love illustration, because you'll never get out of it and you'll never do the work you might want to do. This is to my comics students. So I can't be optimistic about it, but the computer's a wonderful thing in some ways, and it allowed one to do color separations a lot easier. It allowed you to draw and fix drawings yourself before handing them in. But ultimately, if it keeps going in the direction it's going, you'll just have to get on your computer and say, "Crucified Easter Bunny, go to it."
Yes, okay, well, very much hope that doesn't happen. So Mouse also then came roaring back again, just quite recently, right? Because a Tennessee school board unanimously banned it from its curriculum in 2022, citing nudity and profanity, which just had the result of it surging back onto the bestseller list. The rodent rode high.
They did me a great favor, yes.
They did you a great favor. And, I mean, was that very gratifying?
No, I mean, it took me by surprise. The book had already been in schools for decades. But it's part of this thing of, what it was, Mothers for Decency or some organization that was literally attacking libraries and schools and school boards to get all this stuff out and put in wholesome things. And when I was asked on the I had to get up really early to be on a morning news show by video, and they were unhappy that I was vaping, but they couldn't stop me. I was at home. And basically, I was just stunned by what had been done. I said, I guess it's because, you know, I think it's better to teach Mouse in schools than just let you dive into it when you're not ready. It has a lot of, even with the Mouse has horrific images. You showed the one I don't usually like to have people see outside the context of the books, which was the Hungarian Jews in pits being burned near the end of the war. But it seemed to me if you're going to study it at all, it's good to have a study group with you. So on the news show I just explained, look, they can go home and read Mein Kampf, and their dad will just help them and read it to them. But if they're going to study it at all, read it at all, why not do it in a context? It didn't fly for the school board, but it flew off the shelves. So.
It certainly did. I mean, how do you think that a transgressive artist like you, I mean, essentially, can sort of survive in today's cancel culture world? I mean, there are so many sort of self-censoring and so many outward censoring going on. I mean, could we have done those covers now?
No.
No.
No, even, I mean, when I was growing up, I was working for Playboy magazine and doing stuff for kids for the Bubblegum Company. But the language of comics is a language of sign systems and symbols. And all of the symbols were being wiped off the map. You couldn't draw, if you had to learn to draw a woman, you'd draw either a charwoman or a witch or a sexy woman. Those were the only three that existed. And it's not wide enough to be able to siphon down unless you have a very savvy audience seeing when you're deconstructing that imagery. And as a result, no. Robert Crumb, who's probably not only the greatest comics artist of my generation, but generations back the greatest, he's an impossible person. He grew up without friends. He had a brother who forced him to become a cartoonist when they were both kids. And as a result, he was an explorer of inner space. And that meant I have this weird image in my head of this monstrous, white-lipped Al Jolson-like creature. And I said, well, if it got in there, I should put it out. Like it got into his head from somewhere. He didn't invent it. And that was part of the story. And then it was another reason, in fact, why Mouse got invented, because I was looking at some old animated cartoons with a mentor of mine, Ken Jacobs, a filmmaker, who pointed out that Mickey Mouse was a jazz-age mouse in the 1920s, and he had a white face and black head. So he was basically a black cartoon character passing for white in a certain way. And those things are part of a language that have to be used and contained and worked with, but Crumb kept crossing the line over and over and over again, and he couldn't help himself because it wasn't all he drew. He drew some magnificent pieces about what's going on in modern America, how his architecture changed from rural life to urban life with a toxic present, and on, as well as his sex fantasies, and that's pretty much overshadowed the entire achievement, which is really large. And so he's still at it. He said, I stopped drawing women. They don't like it when I draw women. So on the other hand, he's probably, as I think Robert Hughes said, the greatest artist of human life since Bruegel. Okay. And I agree.
So I tend to think that you're going to end up claiming that mantle. But before we wrap, I just want to share one of your more brilliant New Yorker covers. Not for me, you did this one for David Remnick, who is now the editor. It was after 9/11, and it has really become iconic art. I think all of us in this room remember it. I just wanted to ask you, just quickly, because we're now out of time, but what were you thinking doing this extraordinary black image?
You're mentioning my beautiful wife, right? It was a collaboration. It couldn't have happened without either of us. We still argue about who did what, which is proof that it's a collaboration, I think. But basically, it was very hard to come up with a cover. The editor at the time just wanted to have a black cover, and I was working on something very different from that. And then Françoise was with her friends, and one of them said, "You can only have a black cover." And I thought that wasn't a good idea, because it was just one-dimensional. So what about black on black? Because I'd been working on a color image about the towers falling a few blocks from our house, and it wasn't working. And I was stubbornly trying to make it work, because I had to draw a lot of buildings, and I don't like to draw lots of buildings. And Françoise just shoved that aside. The editor shoved that aside, and then David said, "Well, we should either use a photograph or something just black." And then Françoise was dismayed by that when she said, "We're going to use a black cover." I said, no, then you have to make it black on black, because the thing that was hitting me that morning was, it's one of the most beautiful days I've ever seen in New York, a bright, beautiful morning, blue. And I kept doing that and then going, that's not right. So I tried to dim it down and make something between blue and dark gray or something. And I didn't have any evidence of it, but I reconstructed it after to show Françoise, and she was annoyed that I even had it as a thing. But between us, cover couldn't have happened any other way. She's among many things, she's really good at that production stuff. And to make a million copies of a magazine with two blacks that have to be that close can only be done if she was in rapport with the production department. And those were her closest friends at the magazine.
Yeah. Well, Art, we could talk for a long time hearing about your work. I hope all of you will. Art, actually, Mouse is for sale in our bookshop, our wonderful Haywood Hill bookshop out there. And if any of you haven't seen Mouse for some reason, because it's, I really hope you will buy a copy, because it's just such a masterpiece. And it was a wonderful time we had together.
I'm really
and
glad
thank
to be
you
with
so much
again.
for coming to
you.
Truth Tellers.
Really.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is the tactic. It is harassment, it's intimidation. It is meant to take our eyes off the stories that we need to be doing.
Judges sentenced former media tycoon Jimmy Lai to 20 years in prison.
Mzia Amaglobeli, a Georgian journalist and media director, was arrested in January 2025 after joining anti-government protests and sentenced to 2 years in prison.
So hello again, I'm Alessandra, editor-in-chief of Reuters, and I'm pleased, in fact I'm thrilled and honored, I should say, that to be back to speak with two women who every day contend with and battle against the tactics that are used around the world to silence the media. Maria Ressa, she doesn't need introduction, but I'm going to introduce you anyway, one of the leading global voices for press freedom, and for her work standing up to dictators and warning the world tirelessly that complacency is the enemy of democracy. She, of course, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021. Keelan Gallagher is a formidable international human rights lawyer, a fiery defender of journalists in courtrooms from Iran, Kuwait, Georgia, and more. She has secured the freedom of more than 85 wrongly imprisoned journalists, bloggers, cartoonists, and a rapper, I believe. A warm welcome. So, Maria, I mean, you know this issue firsthand, obviously, having been the target of a long legal harassment campaign as founder of the digital news organization Rappler. You took on then Filipino President Duterte for his extrajudicial killings. And you've had to post bail 11 times. I had 10, but it was actually 11 times, just to do your job. And of course, as we saw in the video, you're not alone. Even as media organizations newsrooms have had more tools to do reporting, to do their journalism, there have been ever more tools to obstruct journalists. So in the years that you have been doing this tireless work, what are the trends that you're seeing? How are the tools to stop journalists or to attempt to stop journalists from doing the work, how have they changed and what are we facing now?
Oh my gosh, so much. First of all, thank you to Reuters for doing the drug war series, right? You won awards for that as well. But look, I'm a live shot reporter. I'll do 3 points, right? The first, physically. I mean, since October 2023, this is the most number of journalists killed in Gaza, dating all the way back to the US Civil War, the 2 world wars, Vietnam, Afghanistan, post 9/11, Afghanistan, right? Yugoslavia combined. So physically. The second is virtually. You mentioned, I was getting, and Keelan had worked on this, I was getting an average of 90 hate messages per hour. And when I went to the platforms to say, this is not normal, this isn't right, they were like, you're a public figure. We have a Bill of Rights in the Philippines patterned after the United States that shouldn't have been allowed, but that was in 2016. It's gotten significantly worse since then because that was AI of social media. Since then, now you have not just the chat bots, but you have agentic AI and multi-agentic AI, right? So there's like an Ouroboros, a snake eating its tail because of, starting with the attacks against journalists, narrative warfare, which we can talk about, right? You're targeted, if you're a journalist, because you hold the line, because we determine fact from fiction, and none of the tech that rules our world is actually anchored in facts. That's 2. And the last one, which I just finished a manuscript for my next book. It's called The Fight Back. And in this one, this is the moment that I crystallized the fusion of state power with tech power. When you put this together, think infotech meets biotech, think tipping point, right? This is a time when we're not sure whether journalism will survive. Certainly all of our data is telling us it's existential for us. And do our people still have agency? But wait, so before I depress you all, it's been a decade since the attacks against Rappler began. That was when Rodrigo Duterte was elected in 2016. Keelan has been my pro bono lawyer for a very long time, so there are pro bono lawyers who are there. But I'm here. Out of the 11 cases, I still have 1 left, so I have to ask the Philippine Supreme Court for approval to travel. After the Nobel, thankfully, they give me approval to travel. And the man who tried to jail me, Duterte, is in prison in The Hague.
So, as Maria said, Keelan is her lawyer. So, Keelan, if I ask Maria something and she starts to talk, which she's wanted to do, you just stop her if she can't, if she shouldn't. Really the same question to you, Keelan, which is, lawfare against journalists is not new, it's not isolated, but it's getting more pervasive. And, what tactics are you seeing that, just from the legal side, because Maria lives them, and then you have to swoop in and from the legal side and protect Maria and others?
Sure. Well, first it's worth saying that the joke about Maria is deadly serious, because although Maria is free, there is a gag order, so she's not actually able to talk about her own cases. And that's a way to silence a journalist, right? She can be on a stage, but she's restricted in what she can say. I suppose I would say we quite often at Truth Tellers have talked about the authoritarian playbook, but actually I think the authoritarian playbook is the wrong phrase to use, because there's such a blurring of the line between the tactics that are being used by authoritarian regimes and in democracies. Just in January, you think about the knock on the door, federal agencies arriving because of a journalist reporting, and that's in Minnesota. So we're in a position where the line is getting very blurred. So I suppose what I would highlight are 3 trends that I'm tending to see in the last 12 months in particular. The first is the discrediting playbook. So the idea of undermining the journalist, so you undermine the messenger, and therefore you undermine the message. Now that ties into what Maria was talking about the sheer number of journalists who've been killed in the last year. You know, we've seen a tactic. We're both on the board of the Committee to Protect Journalists. CPJ has been doing a lot of documenting on the tactic of slandering, discrediting, and killing, and then slandering those who've died afterwards. That's also something we saw here in Europe, in Malta, in 2017. My client, Daphne Caruana Galizia's family, similarly we saw, she was discredited before her death. There was an attempt to undermine her, to dehumanize her. So it's a discreditation, dehumanizing, and then it makes it easier to feed that culture of impunity. But we also see that discrediting playbook in a whole range of other cases. So Maria, for example, instead of them just going after Maria ostensibly for her journalism, she got called a tax evader. Jimmy Lai in Hong Kong got called a fraudster. Jose Ruben Zamora in Guatemala got called a money launderer. And that's very deliberate, because if you call someone a fraudster or a tax evader or a money launderer, a lot of people will think there's no smoke without fire, may believe it, and it undermines the messenger and therefore undermines the message. So that's the first thing. Second tactic, I think, is the immigration playbook. Probably don't have time to go into a lot of the detail, but it's worth saying that one of the real trends that we're now seeing is simply deporting or refusing visas, the weaponization of visas, weaponization of the immigration system to target people for their journalism. Again, something we've seen for many decades working in countries elsewhere, but now we're seeing it in Western democracies too. So that's a very worrying trend. And then the third one, this is not very catchy, but I would probably call it the ecosystem strangulation playbook. And the idea is that rather than just targeting the journalist, you target their support system. So you go after their lawyers, for example. You go after their sources of funding. You bring in foreign agents laws, which target their sources of investment, for example. And if you do that, you can control the journalist. And just on the lawyers, just final point on that, I was privileged enough in 2021 to be in Oslo with Maria when she won the Nobel Peace Prize, and an absolutely electrifying speech. But right in the first minute of that speech, she gave a chilling figure, which I don't think most people are aware of, which is that in the first 5 years of Duterte being in power in the Philippines, 22 journalists had been killed. Do you know how many lawyers have been killed in that time in the Philippines? 63. So there's a real tactic where you target both the journalist and you target the lawyers too. I appreciate this is a lawyer saying, won't someone think of the lawyers? But it's an important part of the picture to undermine the journalists, to cut out their support system.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw, I mean, in the panel before about local journalism, this is even harder for news organizations that don't have a big structure behind them, you know, so much harder, or for news organizations, I mean, like ours, that have journalists who are working in their own countries, so they don't even have a foreign government, you know, behind them. So certainly we're seeing this. But, you know, in your Nobel acceptance speech, Maria, you said, the more I was attacked for my journalism, the more resolute I became. But we know that for so many journalists, actually, the harassment, the intimidation tactics, it actually doesn't harden them. It silences them. You know, we're in a room full of journalists, of media owners, of editors. You know, how do you fight this, those who are not able to be like you?
No, I think everyone can be like me, right? Like, actually, you begin with the people you trust. That's how, look, managing Rappler, which is a news group of about 100 people, right, was so much easier when we were under attack, believe it or not, because the mission of journalism was so clear to us. The entire organization rallied around it. And those of us who were 50 and above, I'm 62 now, and the median age in Rappler is 23 years old, so you can imagine, right? We're very young, and 63% women. They just, when the mission is so clear, you don't give up. And I think that's the first lesson that we learned, is that don't voluntarily give up your rights. I mean, this is, Tim Snyder said that, right, and other things. But for us in Rappler in the Philippines, the stories that we did when we were under attack, Reuters, again, I will go to the drug war, because the more who did it, many of you in the audience helped shine the light on what we were going through. I think without you, I may have wound up in jail, right? But what we learned during that time period, the stories we did, those are the ones that are in evidence now at the ICC. right? So the journalists have a role to play in stopping impunity, stopping accountability. But I think more than that, even as we talk about how difficult it is to be a journalist, you've heard today, all day on the stage, there is no better time to be a journalist. Because the Nobel lecture, that really, she was like going through it with me at the morning before I was giving it. But in that Nobel lecture, I talked about how we're standing on the rubble of the world that was, and you have to think that that is exactly what's happening. You have to throw out the way you've done things in the past, and you rebuild. You build better. And that's what we were forced to do. I think that's what we have to do with the technology that literally is choking traffic to all our news website, right? So this is exciting in a weird way, right? Very inspiring. This is the moment. At the UN General Assembly last year, the 80th anniversary of the UN, I called this an information Armageddon. Because I'm an optimist. I didn't call it an information apocalypse, right? That means the battle is over. The battle is now. So if you're a journalist today, man, this is the time to jump in.
Well, I mean, not to plug, but I am going to plug, the fellowship that we have in investigative journalism. Every year, we have more and more young people wanting to do this kind of work. So I think what you say is absolutely true. Keelan, less than 2 weeks ago, you won the freedom of the Kuwaiti-American journalist Ahmed Shihab Eldin.
We were together
and he had been detained in Kuwait for 2 months, and the Committee to Protect Journalists, I also am on the board, was just one of the many organizations that appealed for his release. And you also represent Zia Amaglobeli, as your tag shows, the Georgian editor sentenced to 2 years in prison. The question I have for you is, how much does rallying global opinion bear weight in these cases? When is it best to drum up public outrage, and when is it best to stay silent? And we have, I can say, we at Reuters have faced this, unfortunately, many times with our journalists either being in jail or under duress. And sometimes, for us, we have seen that going public has been the right thing to do because it has, rallied rage, and that has had an effect on a government. But sometimes, actually, the best thing we've done is very quietly work behind the scenes. So talk us through, especially because this is sort of news you can use, you all folks. Talk us through if this ever happens to any of you.
Pro bono legal advice.
And of course, one of the very difficult things, many of my cases are public, but many of my cases never hit the headlines, never known, and someone quietly got returned. So it's a real lawyer's answer, but it's true. The answer is it depends. It depends on the regime. It depends on the journalist. It depends on their circumstances. So I've recently had a case which has involved someone who was being very badly mistreated in custody, was a victim of torture, had just recently been released from a situation of torture where they're very, very lucky to have survived, to being under house arrest. And actually there, the call for the family and for the individual in question was whether they should push it by trying to secure their release from the country, from house arrest, which might have resulted in them going back into custody. An impossible decision. And they took a decision not, in fact, to go public, even though the game changer in that case is likely to be going public, but by going public, it runs a risk of them being put back inside. So that's very difficult. Ahmed, who you just saw on screen there, I can tell you if Ahmed's case was not public and there hadn't been international outrage, he would still be in prison in Kuwait. So that is an example of a case where actually, initially, there were some quiet efforts behind the scenes for a number of weeks, and once I got instructed with a very brilliant team, my colleague Kate Gibson, who's fantastic, another Irish woman with an impossible-to-pronounce name, Niamh Ní Aonghasa as well. We thought that on that case, just when we weighed up all the factors, in fact, being loud and screaming from the rooftops was the right thing to do, because he's an American citizen, he's being detained in Kuwait, Kuwait is a US ally, and we knew that there would be outrage at the idea that Kuwait, attempting to present itself as being a US ally, was treating an American citizen in this way. And rightly, that's what actually ultimately got him out. The blue passport is what got him out at the end of the day. And I know that there's not a lot of love for this US administration in this room, but I can tell you on this particular case, the US administration and US officials, particularly in the Special Envoy of Hostage Affairs, are what got him home and got him out to his family. So they're examples of quite extreme different cases where it depends. You mentioned Zia Ahmed-Lobeli. I'm wearing the badge here. Maria's been a great supporter of that case. I just want to mention this. So Zia is an incredible woman, another woman of a certain age, turned 50 last year while in prison. She's been in prison in Georgia since January 2025. And make no mistake, she is in prison for conspiracy to commit journalism. She is in prison because of being a journalist. And not enough people know her name, not enough people know her case. And I can tell you, in 25 years of doing this work, in every single case where you secure someone's release, it's quite simple. It involves using the leverage that you've got and ensuring that for the detaining state, it becomes more trouble than it's worth for them to continue detaining the person. And we have real power in relation to Georgia. Many of the Georgian Dream officials who are responsible for detaining her have property here in London. They've got financial interests across Europe. They've got financial interests in Canada, in the US. We have a system of Magnitsky sanctions, which we could and should be using far, far better. And if I can give a shout out to one person in the audience when we're talking about public attention, there's a brilliant young woman in the audience called Irma, who is Zia's colleague.
Batu Melebi.
From Batu Melebi. And she is here for her first trip to London, her first trip to the UK, at grave risk herself, in order to be Zia's voice while Zia is in prison. And you may see her. She's got extremely bright red hair, along the lines of your very beautiful suit, Alessandra. And the reason is, if you ask her why her hair is that colour, is because Georgia is attempting to silence journalists, to make them cower away in the corner. And she thought, what's a way in which I can be as visible as possible? And that's why she's got hair that colour, and bravo to you.
Well, maybe she can stand up for her. She's in the back. There you go. I mean, also on this point, I would imagine that for those in jail, knowing that the world is out there, you know, that we saw this with Evan Gershkovich in jail, and we had this years ago with Wallon and Chassou. They knew, you know, knowing from inside jail that you have a news organization that hasn't just abandoned you, and that the world is rallying for you for your own mental health inside and your protection and your managing it is very important.
And a really critical thing to say is all too often people think with these cases that it's just in or out, it's binary, and actually a lot of the time shining a light on the case can actually be protective. So while the person remains in custody, you know, you speak to Peter Greste, you speak to a whole range of people who were in custody and who then got out and who say that when there was a tension on their case, it was protective and it resulted in them having better conditions, it resulted in less torture, less mistreatment. So that's critical.
I'm going to put you on the spot really quickly. So in which countries was it better to stay silent?
I mean, it is complicated, because I'm sorry to be such a but it is complicated. But in general, it tends to be better to be loud, but not all the time. Right. And also critically, some cases you can be loud at certain times and not at others. And you know, I'm a big believer in the idea that sometimes the dagger on the wall in Act 1 is worth more than actually using the dagger in Act 2. Sometimes the threat of going public can be very, very powerful and can result in getting a result, particularly from a country that's interested in its own reputation management and doesn't want to be seen as a torturer, as a detainer, as an arbitrary detention regime.
I want to go back to something that you both touched upon, which is the narrative. You know, we've talked about lawfare against journalists, and almost things like libel now seems almost quaint, right, compared to sort of this narrative warfare. Yeah. You know, how it's more difficult to battle. What is the worst that you've faced, and what is the worst that you've had to defend? Just really quickly, because unfortunately then I have one last question for you.
Okay, this is like a live shot. So narrative warfare, right? In every country around the world, the death of democracy is death by 1,000 cuts. And the last one that's easy is 143 executive orders in the first 100 days of the Trump administration. Each one of those executive orders was a content trigger online that triggered the narrative warfare. That's the first phase. The second phase, going down the funnel for the managers, that second funnel is a breakdown of the checks and balances, meaning the breakdown of institutions. We're seeing that. And then it goes down to the last one, which is strategic corruption and kleptocracy. So if you're a journalist looking at the breakdown of democracy, follow the money, right? We got to follow the money. But sorry, on our end, look, I mean, it's been almost a decade that we've been going back and forth. I just want to say on that one, there are times when we're very loud, and there are times when we're super silent.
Yeah, that's right. You know, you've often got to ensure that there's a respectable off-ramp. So sometimes you need to be quiet at key times.
Right. So we have to end. So I have a last question for both of you, which is, you know, we know, and that's why we're all here. There's no freedom without freedom of the press. And when we talk about global freedom of the press, and you touched upon this when you said this is actually a great moment to do what we do. Yeah. So what gives you hope?
Oh my gosh, so much. Look at this room, right? I think we carry the tradition, but the younger generation is stepping up. And here's please don't call me an influencer ever. No offense to influencers.
She says as she's like taking videos like the whole time.
But journalist, right? Like, I'm a journalist. That is who I am. There are different. There's standards and ethics. There's a sense of mission in everything we do. And we're willing to go to jail for what we do. We're willing to take the consequences. Sorry. What's the hope? I'm the co-chair of the UN's scientific panel on AI. We need to go to the upstream problem. It needs to be radical collaboration. News organizations, you got to stop working on your own. We need to come together to defend facts. Because when it is a battle for facts, journalism is activism.
So in terms of hope, look, you've got to be a relentless optimist to do this job and to do this job too. I'm a big believer in that old phrase, you know, they tried to bury us, they didn't realize we were seeds. What gives me absolute hope are the people who've come out, who've walked through fire and come out the other side. People like my friend Jason Rezaian, you know, people like Maria, people who've come out and now are spending all of their time campaigning for others. So those of you who were in Perugia at the International Journalism Festival a couple of weeks ago, there was Alsu Kurmasheva, you know, who was sitting in one of Putin's prisons until August 2024 when she got released, and then makes it her life's mission to go around campaigning for other people. And actually, this is going to sound like an odd thing to say, but I've got at home a treasured collection of T-shirts which I wear as pajamas at bedtime, and they are the T-shirts which are free Person X who's already been freed. So I've got Free Toumaj, the rapper. I've just got a new Free Ahmed T-shirt, which we never needed to deploy because we got him out, which is amazing. Free Yasser, all of those. And I'm hoping that I'm soon going to have a new T-shirt to add to my collection, Free Zia.
Well, I can say, as we conclude this panel, that my hope is ladies like the two of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pagers worn by members of the Hezbollah militia were turned into miniature bombs.
This is the lead up to the Dubai assassination of one of the founding members of Hamas.
The Israeli military has said that it has killed the leader of Hezbollah.
Quote, eliminated in Beirut strike.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Clarissa Ward. I'm CNN's chief international correspondent, and I could not be more delighted to be sitting alongside award-winning journalist Ronan Bergman. I'm sure most people in this room are already very familiar with his work. He is a staff writer at the New York Times. He is the senior national security correspondent at Yediot Aharonot.
Very good.
I hope I pronounced that okay.
But Hebrew is improving.
But I think what he's really known for is having the most compelling insights, nonstop scoops on everything pertaining to Israel's intelligence agencies, to the point where I believe a former Mossad director actually said, quote, that your work is amazing, or your sources are amazing, but it's also a little disturbing. How effectively you have been able to penetrate a world that, for most of us on the outside, is frankly very opaque. So I think let's just start with the news, because most of us are journalists here, or many of us are journalists. President Trump intimating that the war with Iran is really basically over. Secretary of State Mark Rubio saying epic fury is done. The framework of the agreement is basically almost there. We've sort of heard this story before, but what I want to ask you about is, where does Israel stand on this? Is Israel ready to wrap this up? And do they have a seat at the table in dictating whether or not that's what happens?
So in short, I think to both your basic questions, the answer is no. After all these wonderful things that were said about me, I was looking at this video and I was thinking who they are talking about. I think the best thing I can do is just walk away, because everything I would say is just, spoiling that. But anyway, thank you so much. I think that the drums of peace in our times that are just echoing from Washington, whether from the president or leaks that I believe originate from the White House, as happened before, are a little bit too mature, to say the least. I don't think that in a framework agreement, Iran would agree at the basics of it to give up on their, on their joker, on their ass, on the main cards that they are holding, which are the diluting or the giving away of the enriched uranium, freezing the enrichment, and all of that. I think that Iran would insist that this would go to a separate negotiation that would be decided somewhere, but deciding or giving up on their main weapon at the beginning, I don't see this happening, and I think that what we will already hearing from Iran is that this is far from being over. And I think Trump is using leaks of success in the negotiation that didn't happen as a tactic in the negotiation. The second is about Israel. Israel, and this is something I think the negotiation could go this way or the other, but what would not happen is that the US would not be considering Israel opinion, not in when and not in how, on what terms Israel or the war is over. Israel is totally sidelined. It gets some updates from the US, usually when it's getting close to a ceasefire agreement, ceasefire on Lebanon agreement. But all the rest is dependent on Israel getting feed from sources all over the world about what its ally in the war is doing. And I think while Israel had a profound role, while Prime Minister Netanyahu had a profound role in convincing President Trump and his team to go to the war, while Israel and the US Air Forces shared 50-50, 60-40 on the task in the skies above Iran, when it comes to the decision on when and how to end the war, Israel is totally out of the room, not by the table. And I think this dictates back to where this is all started. And I think that it also projects to the disappointment, if not from President Trump, who is very hard to read, but at least from high-rank American officials that believe that Israel promised something that it did not or could not or wasn't delivered.
So help us understand that, because from what I have been led to believe, Mossad effectively sold this to Prime Minister Netanyahu as a slam dunk. Regime change in Iran, totally doable. Here's how we do it. How did they get it so very wrong?
So I assume that if we would have someone from Israeli intelligence representing the point of view of Mossad, that person would say, we didn't get it wrong, we just didn't do it. Because we were stopped by President Trump on the verge of starting what they called phase 2, which is the Kurdish invasion into the Iranian Kurdistan. It's not the only, but it's a main component that all the rest collapse if it doesn't happen. This was presented to the president when he had Prime Minister Netanyahu by him at the Situation Room, and they had Israeli officials on the screen of the encrypted conference call. And everything was presented to the president in many details, to which he said, according to some people who sat in the room and in the conference call, he said, okay, I got it. Now, I speak very little English, but you will tell me what's the meaning of, okay, I got it. I'm in favor, I'm against, I accept, I approve. And it turns out that not all of these parts of the puzzle were put together. And at the end, it turns out that President Trump objects launching the courts. So Mossad can say, well, they didn't let us go. If they would let us, we would be successful. If they would let us tomorrow morning, we could be successful. Others would claim that the sheer idea that an intelligence agency from afar, without boots on the ground, is able to topple the regime, such a strong regime in a country of 19 million people, almost the size of Europe, by itself is, I'm trying to look for some mild term in English, it's presumptuous.
Yes.
And I think that there was something in the successes of the Mossad that are undoubted, the Pages operation and others, that led people believe that if someone is able to run such an unbelievable operation like the Pages, he can also topple the regime in a country like Iran. And all of that has been used by Prime Minister Netanyahu to convince President Trump, who was led to believe that this is just another Venezuela.
So basically, President Trump got spun on this war by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who was spun, in a sense, by Mossad.
Well, I think that the people speaking on that call, on that meeting on February 11, believed that this is doable. I think that there were not enough other voices, not inside Israeli intelligence, not in the National Security Council of Israel, not in the American National Security Council, the CIA, the NSA, Israeli military intelligence. I think that all of them were silent. They were silent because we are talking about two regimes. So I'm not talking about the Iranians, of course. But may I ask your connection with the organizers to bring me a glass of water?
A glass of water, yes.
If it's possible.
Can we get a glass of water for Ronan, please?
Thank you. So if these two leaders, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, they show very little patience for anyone who says the opposite. And as far as I know, there was no one in that room or that room. And I asked people who were in the rooms in the preparation meeting between the IDF and Mossad, wasn't there anyone who stood up and said, what the fuck? Sorry. Who said, why do you think that you are able to do that?
Right.
And I think that this was a combination of hubris because of the success of the Pages and also lack of patience.
So, this is so fascinating to me because I was in Iraqi Kurdistan at the beginning of the war. And when I first heard this idea that it was been taken into consideration to arm the Kurds and it looked like it was happening, and no one could believe it. Everyone was like, this is so crazy. There are so many things that can go wrong. There are so many reasons this can backfire. There are so many historical lessons that have shown us this is not a good plan. And so what I'm trying to understand is what kind of intelligence, when you think of an intelligence agency and you have signal intelligence, you have human intelligence, you see these extraordinary feats, ruthless, but certainly historic, that Mossad has been able to pull off. Help us understand the kind of intelligence that goes into, for example, assassinating the former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, versus the kind of intelligence that they're using to think, oh yeah, if we give some guns to 6 different groups of Iranian Kurds, we can overthrow the regime.
So first of all, just to do justice, this is not just giving some arms to some groups of Kurds.
Right.
This was supposed to be a combined operation, starting with 100 hours of the two air forces of the US and Israel. It starts with killing the supreme leader. You do not kill the leader of another country unless you want to topple the regime. By itself, this is the signatory that we are looking at war where all sides are not telling the truth about its goal. Ask Israeli leaders, military, political, ask American leaders, what is the goal of the war? Now, the goal of the war was to topple the regime and instate, maybe not another regime, but another leadership that would be more favorable or more comfortable for the US and Israel. This was the goal of the war. You cannot explain the goal of the war in any other way. The siege, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, the US military brought soldiers only after like 3 weeks. Didn't they read all the textbooks of anything written about Iran? I looked at my archive. I wrote about this first time in 1997. I was not the first one. There were many, many others before and after. I assume they read the textbook that Iran will shut down the Strait of Hormuz if being attacked under doomsday scenario. Why didn't they got the forces earlier? Because they thought that this is going to last a week. And why did they thought so? Because they were sure, or some were sure, that they are going to topple the regime. And this was a combined operation of influence campaigns, of controlling some of the main media outlets that are feeding information into Iran, with the Kurds, with the aerial coverage of the US and Israel. It happens during war. It's not just then. And they were convinced that this is doable. And I think that the voices, when they saw that Mossad was able to perform Israeli intelligence, such massive, and I think this goes to some confusion that Israel is suffering from. This is between the tactical successes and looking or be successful in the strategy.
Tactical success versus strategy. So let's talk about one of the tactical successes for Israel, the killing of Khamenei. You've said that the intelligence that went into that was 3 decades in the making. I mean, help us understand, because, obviously there are so many of these sort of audacious attacks, but that was the most recent.
So I think what is striking in the ability of Israel to assassinate the supreme leader was that they started the second war with Iran, following the first one in June, in the exact same way. They realized that if you want to kill someone or someone's, they needs to be done in the first strike, because afterwards they will all be gone in a bunker. They wanted to kill the participant of a meeting that happened in the same compound, not far away, the Supreme Security Council. And only in the last minute, they realized that the supreme leader is sitting above ground in his compound. Now, this goes to some psychology of the Iranian side, because any child that day, so the night between the 27th and the 28th, with any access to this meticulous espionage tool called Google, will tell you that there is a strong probability that Israel and the US would strike as they did before. And he was sitting above ground, not even in the bunker. And why did that happen? And it's not clear. But what was clear, that Israel killed some 25 Iranian nuclear scientists and military and intelligence leaders in the first minute of the operation in June. much of that intelligence was taken from hacking and following the cell phones, not of the people they wanted to kill, because they all were deprived of cell phones, surrounded by bodyguards, but the bodyguards did not use the bodyguards did use cell phones.
They did.
So the only thing that Israel needed to do, complicated, but not that complicated, was hack the cell phones. And one of the bodyguards of one of the Iranian leaders was even leaving the location open, and he was tweeting on Facebook while on the job. And this way, even when the scientists and the military intelligence leaders were each one in very different place, Israel was able to kill all of them, attack all of them at once, 25 different places. The Iranians got that. They understood the breach, and they deprived the bodyguards from having any cell phones. And yet Israel was able to target the leaders again. And that can only happen if you become part of the foundation of the system, of the communication system, if you are there for 3 decades. If you, let's say, if you build a bunker and you are there from day one, and your guys are part of the builders, you have an agent that was recruited, he can put all sorts of things into the machinery and the electronic systems that are part of that. And it goes to surveillance, but it also goes to some kinetic operations called button operation, meaning you intercept a supply chain of certain gear, certain equipment, and you either sabotage, you either put some intelligence surveillance mechanism inside it, or you put explosive.
Can I ask you what might sound like a really stupid question, but I think everybody in here probably wants to know? When we see these ridiculous, of course, Hollywood shows like Tehran, people are curious. Are there Mossad agents inside Iran? How effectively, we've talked about the technical side, and we understand that, but has there been an actual penetration of the IRGC in terms of recruiting people on the ground, maybe not Israeli spies there, but recruiting Iranians to turn against their own government?
So, not long ago, I got a call from a famous European journalist, who I'm not going to name because of reasons you'll understand in a minute. And he says, Ronan, can we speak about Mossad assassinations operation in Iran? I said, sure, and we started to speak. And then at a certain point, he said, no, Ronan, I think you got it wrong. I said, okay, please explain. He said, because I saw that in the TV series Tehran, they're doing it differently. And I thought it's a documentary of sorts that I didn't. And then he said, no, the one on Apple. I said, but you know these are actors. He said, yeah, but it's based on a true story. No, it's not. I always say that the real world of intelligence is not less interesting or more interesting than what we see in the TV series and the movies, but it's just totally different. And one of the things that now is leading the new world of intelligence is the biometric documentation. Israel has a problem with using the same kind of cover stories, legends, as it did 30 years ago. Former Mossad deputy chief, the one who captured Eichmann, Rafi Eitan, told me that in the 50s and 60s, it was so easy for us to fabricate documentation that sometimes we forge passports of countries that do not exist. And so nowadays, it's not just changing the photograph. The biometrics are embedded into the passport, but also into the framework, the computer framework of the country that produced that. Very, very hard. Very hard to have something like Tehran. And then you are dependent mainly on agents that are recruited from the country or the organization. And this gave birth to a new kind of agent. It's called the warrior agent. So not just a nuclear scientist recruited and just delivering information, but someone that you can make travel out of to somewhere out of Iran, get training, and he will be an active agent, a kinetic agent. And much of what we see, the vast majority of what we see happening in Iran from the ground. The drones, the stealing of the Iranian nuclear archive, much of the assassinations, the killing of Fakhrizadeh, the nuclear scientist, all of that, much of that, almost all of that is done by Iranians that were recruited from Iran, traveling out, getting training, usually in places that are not Israel. And imagine how complicated.
The logistics alone. I'm conscious that we have very little time left. I have to ask you.
We're going to violate it, no?
I know, we're going to violate it. I have two questions, but I'm going to try to combine into one and just try to give a very quick answer because we don't want to do too much violating. But whenever someone leaks, they have an agenda, right?
Sure.
And you are probably getting information from people all the time who have an agenda. You also have Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu calling you an enemy of the state. You have the Iranians at one point trying to lure you into a trap to meet them in Istanbul. In 1 minute or less, how do you stay focused and keep the information straight in your head? What's the difference between spin and what's real?
These are two questions, 30 seconds each. The first one, how do you stay focused? Sometimes it's hard. You need to cover war. You need to be inside the fire, whether in Ukraine or in Gaza or in the communities by Gaza. And at the same time, you fight poison machines, propaganda machines, that all of their goal, the mechanism and their target is to try and either destroy you or intimidate you that you do not do your job with having a critical view and a truthful view of the regime, of the prime minister. This is hard because you feel that it's all around you. It's attacking you from all sides, and it takes a minute to understand it's not all sides. It's just one side is attacking you, dressing up, covering up as if it's coming from all over. And Benjamin Netanyahu and his followers created the most powerful propaganda machine, I believe, on the face of the earth. And it's reshaping or rebranding history. If you go to any place in Israel, I'm told by experts, and you run a poll, even in good day for democracy, you'll get between 25 and 30% of people that are convinced that the Shin Bet, the Israeli Internal Security Service, who is in charge of counterterrorism, not just made a mistake, not just failed, not just had the wrong assessment, all of this is true, but they were in cahoot before October 7 with Hamas. Their chief was in cahoot with Yahya Sinwar in order to spoil it for Bibi, and they planned together October 7. Now, this is totally nonsense. You get 30% believing in that, and 100% of the 30% are the direct result of the conspiracy theories that were spread by the poison machine of the followers of Benjamin Netanyahu. So this is one, to stay focused. This is a very good question, and this is the most important thing. The other one about sources spinning you, I would say suspect always, corroborate always. And in many cases, this is really my luck and my honor to be part of the New York Times team, where we work in teams.
Yeah.
We have people communicating not just with me, with Israeli intelligence, but we have people are in touch with sources in Hamas, in the Revolutionary Guards, in many other parties that are part of the coverage. And my great friend and colleague Farnas Fasihi, who's covering the IRGC, our great pleasure is that she brings the reporting from the IRGC, and it totally matches what I bring from Mossad independently. So we say that the only place on earth where Israeli intelligence and the IRGC can work together is the New York Times.
Ronan Bergman, thank you so much.
What do you say to the growing number of people who see the two main political parties simply as Tweedledum and Tweedledee?
It's fairly easy to come along as a third party and say all sorts of programs.
That there have been disagreements between yourself and the Chancellor.
There have not been many troubles.
Violent crime is rising
Is that what you meant by the new Britain?
No, we accept there are all sorts of things we've still got to do.
A new show and a new political era.
I think Zach Polanski is incredibly well motivated. It's just he's wrong about everything.
Are you more of a Shabana person or a Wes person or an Angie person?
We're in a weird world where this is going to be the definitive electoral event.
I think that your party as a national project is dead.
MPs all want some action.
General election.
You're joking. Not another one?
Never gets
I feel like that.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us. Yes, possibly coming soon. This last session, brilliantly titled The Hounds of Westminster, I don't know who that's referring to, if that's us or them, but we'll get to that in the course of this conversation. My name's James Harding. I'm the editor of The Observer, and as the founder of Tortoise Media, and the reason that I'm here is that Harry Evans was the inspiration for that and was the person who enabled that to happen. And his example, as we saw right at the beginning of the day, both as a joyous practitioner of journalism, but as a dogged one who believed in taking time, was the person who really inspired us to take a different route in journalism and reporting. And I say that because there is a lovely symmetry to this day, that this, the last panel conversation, begins with Gabriel Pogrund, who anyone in the UK knows is one of the best, possibly the best investigative reporter covering power in this country, and has just been promoted to lead the Insight team, which was itself Harry's creation. So it's brilliant, Gabriel, to have you here. If journalism means anything at all, it means loving the question. And Beth Rigby, I think it is fair to say, if you watch Sky News, in fact, you don't even need to watch Sky News for Beth, you seem to be everywhere. On social media, your questions, more than any others, seem to dominate the conversations. And Beth, Sky's political editor, is joining us too. And we have Michael Gove, who I worked with when he was in the newsroom at the Times. He then took a small detour for a decade or more, served longer than anyone else in British cabinets over the course of the coalition and Conservative governments, and then returned to your true calling as a journalist and now the editor of The Spectator. So please welcome our panel. I know that usually we do those quick-fire questions right at the end. Can we start with a quick-fire question? In fact, two. Will there be a leadership contest within the next week, at least triggered within the next week? And who will be Prime Minister this time next year? Michael, you first.
No, and Keir Starmer.
Ooh.
Beth.
I hate doing quick fire. I like a qualified answer. My answer to the first one will be, I don't think so. And I've actually just come back from, this is not quick fire, it's like, shut up, Beth, get on with it. I've actually just come back from interviewing Lucy Powell, the Deputy Labour leader in Manchester. And she's told me very clearly that she's going to back Starmer, whatever the results of this election. And that's very telling, because what that tells you is that it looks like the party, and certainly the soft left, or big chunks of it, abide in their time. So to the first question, I would say no. To the second question, I'm not sure. Lucy Powell also talked a lot about Andy Burnham coming back into Parliament and how she would like this extremely popular, as she put it, politician back in. And I think that there is a settled view amongst the Cabinet and Westminster that Starmer will not lead the party into the next general election. So then it's a case of when do they move? So I don't know on the second one. It could be that Andy Burnham, I think, would be the most likely of all the candidates at the moment, but he's got the small problem of getting back into Parliament. That's more complicated than he might like it to be.
Gabriel, leadership challenge in the week and who next year?
So I know we've dwelled a lot today on the threats that journalists face, so I wish to be self-aware in saying I know that following does not count as real harassment or intimidation of reporters, but Keir Starmer said something quite mean about me not that long ago, which was that he described the thesis of a book I'd co-written with my colleague Patrick Maguire, which portrayed Starmer as the monkey to Morgan McSweeney's organ grinder. He described its central thesis as bollocks. And I think with the passage of time, there might be something more to that, in that I think it is possible that he wasn't just the plaything of Morgan McSweeney. He wasn't the passenger at the front of McSweeney's DLR. He's the passenger at the front of the DLR, or the train that is being driven by whoever holds power in the Labour Party in a given moment. And I think the soft left of the Parliamentary Labour Party, they have reasserted themselves. They have established, as they often have, that they are the centre of gravity in a party. They're going to dominate its next phase. And I think they may end up determining that keeping Starmer where he is, but bringing to bear on his project and bringing him to the left is it's a more bloodless and efficient way of exercising control over British politics. And I'm just going to steal Beth's answer and say on the second one, I don't know.
But what you're basically saying is most likely not a leadership contest within the next week, and very possibly Starmer this time next year.
Very possibly, but yeah, the reason is I think that there are too many collective action problems, and in the end, one thing that the PLP can agree on is this Starmer guy is he's open for doing business with us. You know, we learned that from winter fuel, from welfare reform.
Right.
He is open for business in ways that conviction politicians like Blair may not have been, possibly to his own detriment in the end.
So can we step back and just talk to begin with about the relationship between politics and journalism? And Michael, actually, I wanted to ask you, thinking about your past life and thinking about your colleagues as politicians, because I suppose many journalists would say, actually, if you look at investigative journalism, accountability journalism in Westminster, in the UK, you look at what happened to Boris, you look at the investigations into Sunak, you look at, the Mandelson story, the Harborne story. Accountability journalism seems in rude health, but others might say, actually, no, it's just a blood sport, what's happened in Westminster. The press is just trying to pull people down. When you were a politician, did you feel as though the press stopped Britain from being well governed?
No. I was paranoid. I occasionally felt that the coverage was unjust. I sometimes found myself uncomfortable reading accounts of things, sometimes because they were stunningly accurate, at other times because they were close to invention. But overall, if one takes a step back, the coverage was fair, probably analytically more rigorous and more challenging than in almost any other jurisdiction. And actually, I was a minister during the coalition years. During those years, a very, for this generation of British politicians, novel arrangement with people who were in an arranged political marriage worked for those 5 years because the people at the top were high quality.
And Beth, you must hear this all the time, that, that Westminster journalism, lobby journalism, is just not serious. It's a game of gotcha. Fair or not?
I don't think it is fair. I think part of the challenge is that politics has got faster, news cycles have got more intense, media organisations have proliferated as platforms have grown. And I remember when I first started working at the FT a very, very long time ago, you would hopefully get a good story, you'd hopefully get it on the front page, everyone would go to bed, and in the morning it would be on the stands, and there you had your scoop, you had your front page, your job was done. It has just completely transformed now. And the reason I talk about that is I think that there's more of a pressure cooker mentality. I think there's more pressure, there's more intensity. But actually, if you look at what happened, be it in the Johnson regime when that whole government collapsed eventually, or what's happened to Starmer, The fault lines of the government isn't journalists making mischief. It's actually, take Starmer, it's the mistakes of Starmer's administration, be that to say they're not going to raise taxes in a manifesto and then bung 25 billion on business with the fallout that creates, or not alerting the public to winter fuel and then doing that, or deciding to cut welfare by 5 billion to try and help the Chancellor with the public finances, but not sell that to your party. And actually, really, what journalists are doing, and I know sometimes this sort of charge gets made towards us, but we're just reporting and reflecting what's actually happening in politics. I mean, the Prime Minister has changed his Chief of Staff, twice, 3 times? His Communications Director 4 times? He's had, 3 political directors, all in the space of 18 months to 2 years. And all of you working where you work know that when you have that much churn, that there's problem and dysfunction, and actually journalists are reflecting that.
There's a different case, Gabriel, made against the lobby, which is that's not where the stories are. That there's a problem with the access of the lobby, and the best investigative work happens outside it. Now, you've broken some big stories, and you have been, to an extent, outside it. It was interesting this morning, Emma Tucker was talking about one of her journalists being expelled from the lobby, and how much better his work got as a result of that. So what do you think is the answer to the question of where the best stories lie in politics?
Great question. I mean, I don't have any monopoly on wisdom in response, but I will say that I think the beauty of the lobby system is that it gives you proximity that can, when at its best, lead to stories that otherwise wouldn't have come out. So I feel, I mean, this conference is such a brilliant event because it's remedying the long-term predicament of the British press, which is that sometimes I think we lack confidence to tell stories about ourselves in a way that our American colleagues do. But Partygate's a really good example of a story which, occasioned the collapse of the British government, and that would not have happened were it not for the incredibly tightly wired relationships that exist between the political class and journalists. So I think when done well, it can work brilliantly. I think when done poorly, I just think it can. I don't think this is particularly. I don't think this is a dissident opinion. It can just get so boring. We've been asking the same question about Starmer's fate for so long. The only one thing I'll say is that Starmer himself has given effect to that situation by, because of some of the reasons that Beth just alluded to. He has so often failed to have a story to occupy us, and also to rebut the charge that he is an empty vessel, that there is no substance at the heart of the political project. I think we are quite good, possibly in the lobby. The lobby can be quite feral, and it can think and act as a pack, but when it does sense weakness, it magnifies that weakness. And when it sees strength, maybe incorrectly, it magnifies that strength.
So can we, I mean, it's interesting you say that about the US, and you're right. We often look kind of longingly at the US and the culture of journalism and the heroics of American journalism. It's also true that right now, I think you look at the US and you worry about the UK importing the impunity of American politics and politicians and the sense of powerlessness of the press. And I suppose if I'm calling it as I see it, what we're really talking about there is Nigel Farage and reform. And you can live in a world in which a crypto billionaire based in Thailand can give £12 million to essentially reshape British politics, and a personal gift to Nigel Farage of £5 million, 50 years worth of backbench salary, and it seems as though nothing happens, and the press can expose that and nothing happens. And I want to just take a moment, Beth, of a clip of you, if you don't mind, talking to Nigel Farage, just to give us a flavour of what may or may not be happening to accountability journalism in this country.
You also pledged, or some of your candidates did, to cut council tax when they were trying to win elections at local level, and that's gone up. So how do you trust anything you say?
Wrong. Never once last year in the county campaign, including here in Derbyshire, did I ever say that we cut council tax.
Some of your candidates did, they haven't.
No,
They've
no, 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 no. Our literature...
I'll check what the people in Kent said, because they're putting it up.
You can listen if you want to, or we can jack it in now. It's entirely up to
listening.
you.
Oh, God,
Bravo.
that's so fun.
But tell us, Beth, are the rules of engagement changing?
I mean, just after that cliff I was going on, I wish I'd gone, I'm right. I just wish I'd done it. That would have been so cool.
Can I just say, next time my editor says I've not delivered enough good stories of late, I'm going to say that.
I mean, just look for the context that was also on a petrol forecourt in Buxton with a massive press pack. So that was not the forum to forensically unpick Nigel Farage's comments. But in all seriousness, I think the reason that clip matters, and we did come back to it in a longer sit-down, is that when you are interviewing not just Nigel Farage, but other politicians now, my strategy now is always take my receipts. So whenever I'm interviewing someone, I will have all of the facts to hand. So I'll have all of the facts about the council tax rises, because they have lifted council tax in places that they told candidates told the public that they would not. It's also equally true that overall the 12 reform councils have raised it overall slightly less than other parties, right? But it's what did you tell voters? But I think there's a couple of things to say in all seriousness. That is not the forum to hold someone to account, because you haven't got a mic there really, and I'm trying my best, but in the end, he's got the microphone and I haven't. So you have to have a forum for it, which is a proper sit-down.
But I suppose what I'm getting at is whether or not reform thinks a bit like Trump, that actually it can drive a coach and horses through that accountability. And I just wanted to ask Gabriel, actually, because you've broken recently this Richard Tice story around tax, and I've seen, of course, Anna Isaac's story on the 5 million. It feels as though reform chooses either not to respond or to essentially play its response through in the Harborne case, the Telegraph, i.e. get a soft landing for its story.
I mean, that is true. So with Tice, I still can't get my head around the way that their response, the overt cynicism of the way in which they've responded. So I had 3 stories. The first one said that Tice had used an exceptionally complex set of arrangements to lawfully avoid tax. And to show that I was being fair, I repeatedly conveyed in the story and in my social media output that he hadn't broken the law. Then the following day, Richard Tice opened a press conference. Gabriel Pogrund, who has himself admitted I've done nothing wrong, so cynically excising a particular flattering phrase. Then stories 2 and 3 actually said he did fail to pay tax, to a far greater tune than Angela Rayner ended up having to resign in relation to. In the second story, he accused Dan Needle, who had verified our working. He wasn't the sort, he verified it. It said, this story came from a Labour activist, a Labour-supporting, campaigning tax expert. Wasn't true. But it was all a stunt in the run-up to local elections. Zia Youssef, Robert Jenner, they all echoed this notion that we did it because of the elections, which obviously is just a ridiculous failure to comprehend the way newsrooms work. The third one was actually possibly their deftest attempt at forestalling scrutiny, which was for days. We always give, at the Sunday Times, we give people a fair crack of the whip. We gave them time. Not only did they not respond to the third story, which said he'd failed to pay 100k in tax, they failed at any point to confirm receipt of our inquiries, knowing that that would make our lives exceptionally difficult on legal grounds. I went to Tice, I went to Tice's solicitor, who'd upbraided me days earlier for not going to him directly, went to Farage's spinner, not a word from any of them, called them about 40 times. They thought maybe it would deter us from doing it. But no, I have been super interested in the way they've responded, because they clearly think that they can, I think they think they can learn from Labour's missteps by not accepting the premise of basic scrutiny.
But Michael, can I just ask you, what's going on with you and reform, and the Spectator and reform? It feels as though you're sort of reform curious, that you're sort of tickling Nigel's tummy, that you are that a whole load of things principles and values and ways in which you would hold the Conservative or Labour to account don't quite hold for Nigel, that you're just intrigued?
I don't think that's true. I'll be certainly intrigued. So it's the biggest story in British politics at the moment, or has been over the course of the last 12 months, has been Reform's rise. So, and Reform's rise, the fact that for more than 12 months now they've been leading consistently in the polls, is the backdrop against which Keir Starmer's fate and internal struggles within the Labour Party have been played out. Obviously, the Greens are a much bigger factor recently, but that's been the determining thing. Yeah. And as we were asking right at the beginning of this conversation, the duopoly, Labour-Conservative, has been effectively in control of British politics for 100 years.
Yeah.
That's now smashed. It's a kaleidoscope, multicoloured, fragmentary. So we are interested. Two other things I would say. One is I would take issue with what you said earlier about the American media. The American media failed. The Washington Post, New York Times, essentially, but also most of the main broadcast channels. They failed to recognise what was happening under our eyes with the Trump phenomenon. They failed to investigate the Biden family properly, and they were dull. And the last was the greatest crime of all. And that is how Trump got round them. The thing with Farage or Polanski or any populist is that they also know that if they are sufficiently iconoclastic and sufficiently entertaining and sufficiently a character, that they can divert attention away from the reporting and the scrutiny. And also, the other thing is, they know, and this is a lesson from Trump, how to play the outrage game. So there was great reporting over the weekend, not just by the Sunday Times and looking at Richard Tice's tax affairs, but also looking, as you mentioned, James, at the fact that Nigel Farage has received £5 million as a personal gift.
Yeah.
Personal gift from a crypto billionaire who has an interest in the regulation of crypto in this country. Nigel dodged appearance on the BBC, and then, that day, he got his Home Affairs spokesman to come up with the idea that new immigration detention centres would be located in areas that voted Green.
Yeah.
Only those, not areas that voted Reform. Yeah. He was trolling the media and trolling the Greens, and most people followed it. The reason they did it is not because they necessarily thought that it was either a brilliant policy idea or that it would attract attention. It was to get the outrage machine going elsewhere. And that, I think, is part of the challenge, which is that there are too many people in the media who are in a paddy about what is happening in our politics because it challenges some of their assumptions. And that means they're failing in the duty to the reader and to the viewer and to the consumer to continue to ask questions, not just of the politicians, but of themselves.
But just on that point,
yes.
Once you saw the 5 million, once you saw the dodging of the BBC interview, once you saw the plans for the new immigration centres, did you not think, oh, I'm a little worried that we, as the Spectator, are giving Nigel a slightly indulgent run?
No.
Good. Well, I'm glad we had that conversation. Beth,
I know
can I just finish?
Yeah. I know we're actually out of time, but I'm a bit more optimistic about media scrutiny of all the parties, and the reason is we actually have a really healthy broadcasting landscape here in the UK, and it really is helped by the BBC in the middle, in that there is still an environment where politicians have to meet the audience somewhere, and they do come to broadcasters still to meet the audience. And our job as broadcasters and other media channels, because the Spectator, the Sunday Times and the Times Group, everyone is becoming a multimedia broadcaster now. Yeah. They do podcasts and video and print, right? And our job is to meet the audiences where they are and stay relevant enough that the politicians, to meet the audience, have to keep coming to us. And I actually think it's a great strength of our market, and I'm a little bit more optimistic that in the end, they can't just completely swerve scrutiny on, for example, big linear television channels in a general election if a few million people will tune in for a debate. So maybe I'm a bit glass half full kind of a lady, but I'm a bit more optimistic about it.
Well, for 3 reasons, we're going to end there. One is, as you say, we're out of time. Two, as Gabriel says, we need to find ways to appreciate and take confidence in the journalism and the culture that we've got. Yes, Michael?
And for those of you who'd like to know more about the reform scandal, the Spectator podcast are quite right. On Acast, Apple, and your preferred podcast provider.
That's what's happened to journalism. We're all in our own marketing department. But for the third and most important reason we're going to end is that if you were here this morning, Tina kicked off by pulling no less than the Pope out of her hat. We're going to end. Tina's going to return, and there is another surprise that she has. There is no end of treats at Truth Tellers. But with that, will you join me in thanking Michael, Beth, and Gabriel? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was a great, raucous political gabfest. Harry used to say that a newspaper is an argument on its way to a deadline, and if you don't have an argument, you don't have much of a newspaper. And I so agree with that. I can feel his opinion pages on fire tonight. And now I want to offer up just some closing magic to our great day. Yesterday, the BBC announced that this autumn they'll start shooting a 6-part drama series about Harry and the great investigations of the Insight team. Produced by the brilliant Patrick Spence, who was also responsible for Mr. Bates in the Post Office, and written by the BAFTA winner Peter Bowker. It's called Dragon Slayers, and it's coming out next year. I have absolutely no influence, by the way, on who's going to play me. In the time frame of the show, I'm in my 20s, and at that point, Private Eye was calling me a buxom hackette, okay? It's a compliment that hasn't aged well, I have to say. And Dragon Slayers will star the extraordinarily versatile and hotter than hot Matthew Rhys, who I'm sure many of you will remember from the long-running hit show The Americans and Netflix's recent bestseller, The Beast in Me. But the real magic is that Matthew Rhys is here tonight, and he flew in this morning from New York, especially to give us our finale. Matthew is going to read one of my favorite passages from Harry's memoir, My Paper Chase, True Stories of Vanished Times. Welcome, Matthew Rhys. Harry. Here
I am.
So exciting.
Great. The most exciting sound in the world for me as a boy was the slow whoosh whoosh of the big steam engine leaving for Rhyl Beach in North Wales. Every year as summer neared, I counted the days when the whole family would take the train for a week at the seaside. When we set out for the family holiday in late May 1940, we had no idea that the survivors of Dunkirk had just arrived in Rhyl. I was nearly 12 the summer I saw the bodies of the soldiers scattered about the sands. The soldiers were so still, their clothing so torn, their faces so pale, they looked as if they had died where they fell, and yet they had escaped death. Unlike the thousands of their comrades left on battlegrounds in northern France and thousands more on their way to years in German internment camps, the men I saw were the lucky ones. To my frustration, when my dad saw these sprawling clumps of men, he walked along to find out who they were, and I can see him now squatting among them, offering a cigarette here and there, and I was always embarrassed by Dad's readiness to strike up conversations with strangers, but Dad moved among the groups of soldiers most of the morning, and I tagged along. Only 2 years later, when my ambitions to be a newspaper reporter flowered, did I understand that Dad was doing what a good reporter would do, asking questions, listening. We'd been encouraged to celebrate Dunkirk as some kind of victory. A Daily Mirror front page I'd seen pinned up in our boarding house had the headline, "Bloody Marvelous." How was it then Dad found nothing marvelous, only dejection as he moved among the men? The discordance between the waterfront and the front pages was bewildering. The first vague stirring of doubt about my untutored trust in newspapers. What if you couldn't trust a newspaper to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Which institution was more trustworthy, state or press? Such questions still resonate with me after a lifetime in newspapers, and there have been many times when I have found that what was presented as truth did not square with what I discovered as a reporter, or later as an editor. The epiphany on Rill Beach shook my faith in the printed word, but it did not make me averse to newspapers. On the contrary. As I entered my teens, I grew ever more eager to involve myself in their mysteries. But how was I to become a reporter, learn the newspaper trade? I was a working-class boy who had already been branded a failure, having failed to qualify for grammar school, the English equivalent, roughly, of American high school. So, was I reaching too far? What were the pitfalls, the ethical dilemmas, the traps? I could barely imagine. How could I equip myself to decode the complex, ever-changing, thrillingly dynamic mosaic of live news and bring it to the public with the raw integrity of truth? And so began my paper chase. March was the cruelest month. On the first day of it in 1982, my father died in North Wales. He was in his 82nd year. He was the hero of my life, and I was deeply affected. The day after his death, Rupert Murdoch, owner of the Sunday Times, where I was editor, wrote me a note of condolence, saying, "A good father and son relationship is one of the best experiences in life. You must take any time you need to attend the necessary family arrangements." 24 hours after my return from the funeral, he summoned me to his office and fired me. "I want your resignation today," he said. My first thought was to refuse. A fight now to protect the Sunday Times was surely the last campaign I should undertake. I thought back to all the ways our great paper had battled government secrecy, intransigent courts, venal corporate overlords, what it took for the Inside Investigative team to unmask Kim Philby as the most successful Soviet spy of the century. You must stop your inquiries. There is a most monstrous danger here. And the ominous tip that it goes to the highest in the land. Despite being warned, we broke open a closed world whose stock in trade is deceit. We not only revealed that Philby was head of MI6's anti-Soviet section, but was Moscow's highest-placed mole and responsible for the death of hundreds of Western agents. We also famously proved that the British security services protected themselves by covering it up. That investigation took 8 months. The next campaign took 10 years. In the UK, more than 450 babies were born seriously deformed as a result of their mothers taking the morning sickness drug thalidomide during pregnancy. Some were born without arms, some without legs, some were limbless trunks. But there was one common feature. They were all in little camps pitched on the outskirts of society. The drug was sold by Distillers Biochemicals, which also happened to be the largest advertiser in my newspaper. After British courts blocked me from publishing our investigation because of ongoing litigation, I took my case to the European Court of Human Rights and prevailed. When our series finally got the public to at last care about these forgotten children, Distillers gave in, giving £20 million to compensate the families, nearly 10 times the original offer. These were the victories. From them, I learned that freedom of the press is a moral concept, or it's nothing. The press is a frail vessel for the hopes it is meant to bear, and good, hard truth is hard to establish, but vital to defend when it is established. Otherwise, everything is relative. I have insufficient reserves of humility to suppress my belief that you cannot beat honest, first-hand reporting when you can get it. Governments may know a lot more about our lives than we care to contemplate, but frequently they know less about the world than we presume. No government can govern well without reliable, independent reporting and criticism. No intelligence system, no bureaucracy can offer the information provided by free, competitive reporting. The cleverest agents of the secret police state are inferior to the plodding reporter of democracy. And so my conviction remains: things are not what they seem on the surface. Dig deeper, dig deeper, dig deeper.
Matthew. Wow. Well, Matthew got from me what actually Harry never did get, which was a Nancy Reagan adoring gaze as I sat. And by portraying Harry, Harry now gets his biggest desire, which is to be 4 inches taller. Okay? Thank you, though. It was absolutely glorious. What a day it has been. We're so pumped with inspiration and desperate for a drink, which you're all going to get right now. We are all primed to bring news to the world that has passed the test of the raw integrity of truth, as Harry put it. We're all now dragon slayers. Harry gave us our mission: dig deeper, dig deeper, dig deeper. And to fortify for that, let us go downstairs and just let it all roll over us. I want to thank so much my great supporters who, able to bring this incredible event to the stage. The amazing, incredible guests we've had, who are each one more heroic than the next, and my equally heroic producing team, who have been with us from the beginning and are absolutely superb. So thank you, all of you, and I do hope you'll be back next year for the Truth Tellers 27. I wish I could.
I think you need a drink.
Oh, I desperately do, right?